The catastrophe of the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 876 Coral Forest War II. Li Qi persuaded Shen Feng, the situation is still too critical at this time, shall we leave too? While speaking, Li Qi also pointed to the satchel on his body. The meaning is very simple. He has already obtained fragments of meteorites. Although they are only fragments, they are already invaluable. It can be said that he will be able to cultivate hundreds of abilities in the future. Otherwise, leaving now is the best choice. But Shen Feng replied seriously, wealth is sought in danger. The more dangerous the environment is, the more benefits are hidden. Besides, at this time, Xiaosheng has not yet escaped danger, so I have to take care of him anyway. Shen Feng was thinking about his sister. It would be easy for him to leave, but Xiaosheng might not be able to leave. If he died at sea, my sister would be sad. It is precisely because of this that Shen Feng dared not leave. On the one hand, there may be unexpected gains on the battlefield. On the other hand, if he leaves at this time, others will surely die at sea. A little help is a little bit. Li Qi had no choice but to agree with Shen Feng's choice. She had also heard about the relationship between Shen Feng and Xiaosheng. If Xiaosheng hadn't gone to sea this time, he would have married Shen Feng's sister by now. We have known each other very early, but due to various reasons, we have been unable to get married for a long time. So Shen Feng was thinking about his sister, so he had to take care of Xiaosheng at sea. Wang Aoi knew that the plan to find the meteorite had failed, so he wanted to leave without hesitation. Since Shen Feng was unwilling to leave, he had no choice but to leave place. When Yun Lays and K Yiming encountered this situation at sea, they looked at each other and said, "This is the situation again. It seems that we can only use the old method." Yun Lays then started to cast his supernatural power, and the copper elements in the water gathered instantly, wrapping himself and K Yiming. Last time, they used this method to escape, even though they were eaten by sea beasts. But then they killed the sea beast and got out of the sea beast's stomach. The copper ball will protect the two from harm, and the task of attacking is handed over to K Yiming. Now the two plan to repeat the old trick. Supply as a result, just as the two of them hid in the copper ball, a sea beast immediately stared at the yellow, even reflective thing, and finally opened its mouth and ate the two of them. This is a big turtle, and turtles are also a species that eat whatever they see. Many people dissected dead turtles and found plastic bags, straws, and fragments of beer bottles in their stomachs. Now, the two were once again eaten by sea beasts. Now the situation is extremely critical. There are sea beasts everywhere, and the sea beasts start to besiege human beings without talking about martial arts. Everyone is desperate, and I really hope that someone can help me. But now who can help me? Everyone is unable to protect themselves. State, who has the ability to save people? The size of the sea beasts is already huge, and they can easily kill all supernatural beings just by their size alone, not to mention that these sea beasts themselves are also powerful supernatural beings. When they started attacking immediately, the human side suffered heavy casualties. Now no matter which side it is already facing the crisis of life and death, and everyone doesn't know what to do, because they never thought that they would encounter such a situation. At this moment, a beam of light hangs down from the sky and shines straight on an island in the distance. There is a coral island here. If fighting in the sea, the human side must be at a disadvantage, but as long as they come to the island, everyone still have the power to fight. Shen Feng's shout came from the sky, all go to the island. As long as you land on the shore, you can continue to fight. Originally, everyone was already in despair. In such an environment, death could be declared, and everyone was waiting to die, because resistance was useless, and they were no match for sea beasts. As a result, a bright light appeared in the sky at this time, and they knew that the beam of light was pointing to last place of survival. Everyone burst out with a strong desire to survive. Driven by the desire to survive, a group of people swam with all their might and headed towards the coral island illuminated by the beam of light. Sea beasts are still attacking humans at this time, and it seems that they must drive humans to extinction. In the past hundreds of years, humans have been extorting endlessly from the ocean and driving all kinds of marine life to extinction. Now, the situation has reversed. They came here, and the sea beasts possessed great power, so they began to retaliate against humans. This was their means of revenge against humans polluting the ocean for hundreds of years. No matter which human being it was, it had to be killed. Everyone was swimming towards the island, and wanted to land on the island as soon as possible. As long as they could land on the island, they would have the strength to resist. If they continued in the wind and waves, they would definitely die on the glider. Shen Feng is driving hard, keeping the glider in balance, ensuring that the glider will not fall into the sea at this time, and what he can do is to point out a clear way for this group of people in the water, as long as he can. If you go ashore, you will be able to regroup. This time we fell for the trick again. We didn't expect the sea beasts to support them so quickly, and they're rushed over immediately. I don't know if these people in the sea can carry out an effective counterattack. Shen Feng sighed. If it is on land, with so many supernatural beings gathered together, it must be a very good combat power, but now at sea, many supernatural beings can't show their strength at all, such as Xiao Sheng. In fact, he is now calling the fire, but it will be extinguished by the storm in an instant. The influence of climate and terrain on supernatural beings is too great. Now Shen Feng can only keep the glider stable, and can't do anything else. In fact, the conditions were extremely bad. In the end, 30 or 40 people landed on the land, and a beam of light shone in the sky, and the location indicated by this beam of light was a coral island. It can be said that many people came to the coral island in one breath. After landing on the shore, I couldn't help panting. We finally survived. A group of people were extremely excited after landing, because they had escaped from hell, and the ocean was their hell. Xiao Sheng shouted loudly, "Don't be too happy now, we haven't survived yet. Take a look at so many sea beasts around, they will attack at any time. Let's prepare for the next battle." After the supernatural beings in the sea were basically killed, the sea beasts looked at the only humans left on the coral island. Although there were still 2 people in the sky, these 2 flew too high. There is nothing I can do personally, but these people on the coral island can't fly, so I just need to deal with this group of people in the future. The sea beast started to attack afterwards. For the people on the coral island, they can still fight because of the coral under their feet. If there is no coral, these people will all die, so the sea beasts began to attack the coral island. No matter on the island, as long as the upper part is still underwater, as long as it is coral, it will be attacked by sea beasts. We can't just wait for death. We must take the initiative to attack. Only by killing a few sea beasts will these sea beasts feel fear. Otherwise, we can only wait to die. Xiao Sheng said loudly. Gong Changfa's face was ugly. When he fell into the water just now, he saw his good brother Sun Yan was killed. A living person disappeared into this world like this. He was very angry, but no matter how angry he was, he couldn't unable to avenge his brother. How can we take the initiative to attack in this situation? Now the sea is full of wind and waves. As long as we go into the sea, we will be beaten dizzy. There is no chance to fight back. Guang Changfa said sadly. Of course he wanted revenge, but he couldn't find a way to deal with the sea beast for a while, so he could only be anxious. Guang Changfa looked around at this time and found that Kai Yiming and Yun Lazi had disappeared, and he didn't know what happened. Did the 2 go into hiding or were killed? Damn it, now I can't find anyone who can use it alone. How can I fight back? Guang Changfa once again experienced a feeling of being alone. He knew that the Xiangsun Bureau was broken up again. The chance of the Xiangsun Bureau is gone. There must be a way. As long as we don't give up, we can definitely think of a way to deal with sea beasts. Everyone, hurry up and think of a way. What should we do at this time? If we continue, the underwater coral will be broken. Xiao Sheng still without giving up. He was still working hard to find a way to deal with the sea beast. Now, I can still fight. I can instantly release a strong electric shock, stunning the sea beasts in the surrounding sea area, but I can only launch this attack once. After doing this, the task of killing the sea beasts will be handed over to you. I leave it to you, and I can't do the rest. Be careful to hide in a high place later. Jin Zijia said quickly. Now it is a stormy environment, the sky is full of thunder, and the lightning can illuminate the surrounding sea from time to time. Taking advantage of the thunderstorm, Jin Zijia can show his stronger strength. He wants to fight, as long as he can kill the surrounding sea beasts. Give Corona, then there will be room for others to play. I can control the growth of seaweed, and then I will make long ropes. You go out to fight, and I will be responsible for pulling you back. A supernatural person in India spoke, and he actually started making ropes while speaking. Fortunately, there are a lot of seaweeds in the area, otherwise, his ability will not be able to be used at all. You'd better save yourself, leave the matter of dragging people to our physically strengthened superpowers, and then let us drag people. We promise to be able to drag back the people who attacked. European superpowers. This is a body-strengthening supernatural power. Their strengthened bodies are naturally very powerful. At this time, it is also a good choice to use it to pull people. After the discussion, everyone was going to board the high place of the coral island. Jinziju jumped into the sea. At this time, he did not hold back, and displayed his supernatural power, and suddenly his whole body was discharged. Stimulated by the strong current, the sea beast also fell into. After getting dizzy, Shen Feng in the sky could vaguely see electric arcs beating in the water. Jinziju erupted with all his strength at this time, which really should not be underestimated. Jinziju's move was indeed effective. The sea beast's impact on the coral island disappeared instantly, but such an attack only lasted for half a minute. If it continued, Jinziju could even shock all the sea beasts here. Dead, but there is a limit to strength. Half a minute of continuous electric shock. The current intensity in the electric field is also unimaginable. This is already Jinziju's current limit ability. Hurry up and pull people up. Jinziju is exhausted. Xiao Sheng shouted hastily. In fact, Feng Qinghao is the best person to support Jinziju now, but Feng Qinghao doesn't know where he is now, and he can't be found on the coral island. Everyone can only tie a rope around Jinziju's waist. When he was exhausted, he pulled the rope hard and brought Jinziju to the shore. Under the violent storm, more than 20 sea beasts were stunned by electric shock. Although they were not electrocuted to death, the sea beasts fell into coma at this time, and the rest of the sea beasts did not dare to approach them. Sea beasts can communicate with each other by means of radio waves. Multiple brain waves disappeared together, and the rest of the sea beasts thought that a large number of their companions had been killed, and now they dare not approach at all. After Jinziju was pulled ashore, he said helplessly to the people around him, "Now that's all I can do, and the next battle will be left to you. I don't know what the sea beasts that were stunned. You can wake up in time. Anyway, be careful. Exercising supernatural powers consumes a lot of stamina, not to mention that Jinziju is already out of strength when he is shocked by electric sea beasts at this time, and it is impossible to participate in the next battle, but even so, what he has done is already amazing." More than 20 sea beasts were stunned, something that had never been done before. Chapter 877 Coral Forest War. Shen Feng and Li Qi saw sea beasts floating on the water in the sky. From a distance, it looked as if the sea beasts had been killed in an instant, but Li Qi replied, "The sea beasts are huge. As far as Jinziju's ability is concerned, it is still possible for him to kill a sea beast, but with so many sea beasts floating up now, there is only one possibility, that is, these sea beasts just passed out. They will wake up later, and they can to do that is an amazing thing." Shen Feng and Li Qi were still observing the battle at sea, but they suddenly discovered that a group of supernatural beings on the coral island seemed to have made a move. More than a dozen supernatural beings tied ropes to their bodies and swam into the water. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seems that human beings can erupt a strong fighting power in a desperate situation, but I don't know how many of them will survive in the end. Li Qi was also moved by the courage of these people, and then said, "Obviously it is useless to resist at this time, but these people have not given up yet. It can only be said that they have put all their eggs in one basket. If they can kill a large number of sea beasts, there is still hope to scare away the rest of the sea beasts. If this cannot be done, Alice, they will surely die, and we will not be able to collect the corpses of these people by then." Guang Changfa took the lead and rushed to the front. Just now he saw with his own eyes that Sun Yan, who had a particularly good relationship with him, was eaten by a shark. With a shark's powerful digestion ability, the current Sun Yan probably only has bones left now. Thinking of this, Guang Changfa was very angry. How could he not take revenge when his good brother was killed at this time? Sun Yan, let me take care of you in the spirit of the sky. Today, I will avenge you. Guang Changfa thought silently in his heart. While charging in front of Guang Changfa was a huge mutated lobster. The pattern on the body of this thing was very conspicuous. If you read correctly, the name of this lobster was Hongho Jinxiu. After being shot by the electric shock, half of its shell was exposed. It is the most solid guarantee, even if a machine gun hits it, it may not be able to leave scars. But now, Guang Changfa is very angry. He only wants to avenge his good brother Sun Yan, and he doesn't care about other things. Guang Changfa is really not afraid of this kind of sea beast with high defense power. The current will destroy all cells, even giant sea monsters can hardly resist this attack. Learning from the previous lesson, Attacking the lobster's head is a one-hit kill. Guang Changfa began to search for the lobster's head. 2 years ago, Guang Changfa had a chance to become the world's first ability to kill sea beasts. However, because Guang Changfa didn't know the structure of the squid, he almost used the torso of the squid as the head to attack, but failed to kill the squid. But now, the lobster's head is relatively easy to find. After finding the lobster's head, Guang Changfa then punched it down hard, and the violent particle flow also entered the lobster's body. The lobster is still in a state of fainting, and as a result, its brain and nervous system were destroyed in this instant. Destroyed, which also announced that the lobster had been killed. There. Our other sea beasts continue to fight. Although he killed one sea beast with one blow, Guang Changfa was not complacent at this time. There were still many sea beasts to be dealt with, and he needed to make persistent efforts at this time in another direction. Xiao Sheng also found a big ray. Now the ray floated on the water and occupied a large area, lying motionless. Xiao Sheng pinpointed the position of the spine of the ray. Hands-on, for vertebrates, the easiest way is to cut off the spine. Once the spine is cut, most animals will die directly under the violent storm. Xiao Sheng was greatly hindered from exercising his powers, because the storm would extinguish the flames. Xiao Sheng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "Now we have reached the stage of fighting for our lives. We must persevere. I can't hold everyone back." After thinking of this, Xiao Sheng also started to cast his supernatural ability, and a blue flame appeared in his hand. The inside of the flame was still dark blue. When the rain fell on the flame, it was immediately evaporated and turned into a blue flame. It turned into a white mist, and the flame at this time could reach 2000 degrees Celsius, and even seawater could not extinguish it for a while. Flame. Explosion. Xiao Sheng yelled, and punched the ray on the back with a punch. A strong flame erupted, causing an explosion effect at the position of the ray's spine, and the ray's spine was also blasted. Finally, Xiao Sheng also completed the task of killing the sea beast. Except for these two people, the rest of the supernatural beings are also attacking at this time. Now they are at sea, which should be Zhang Zi's home field, but when he was hunted down before, Zhang Zi almost died. Now at that time, Zhang Zi was also displaying supernatural powers, and the surrounding sea was frozen in an instant. There was a monkfish beside her. In fact, the common name was lanternfish. The light-emitting organ looks like a lantern, so it has such a name. Turn me into an ice sculpture now. You even chased me down, and then I'll let you try it out. Zhang Zi didn't show mercy, and used his supernatural ability to freeze the monkfish in front of him, eventually turning into an ice lump. After Shen Feng in the sky saw a group of people on the sea fighting bravely, he also moved his mind. He had already been to the sea, but the evolution crystallization had not been obtained yet, and at this time, there were already 10 people on the sea. A sea beast was killed, and none of the people below had the idea of digging for evolutionary crystals. Taking advantage of the present, shouldn't they be digging for evolutionary crystals? After thinking about this, Shen Feng decided to get closer to the sea and take risks by the way, and said to Li Qi behind him, "I will summon the wind blade to cut the heads of these mutant beasts later. You use light to find evolution crystals. Let's take a risk and snatch the evolution crystal. Understand?" Li Qi quickly began to dissuade Shen Feng from doing so. "Don't lower the altitude casually. We are high in the sky, and sea beasts can't hurt us at all. If we lower the altitude at this time, then we are also in danger. Don't take any chances." Shen Feng also knew that Li Qi was doing the safest thing, but he really couldn't bear it. Seeing the evolution crystallization in front of his eyes, but unable to get it in his hands, this was a complete torture. After here, Shen Feng continued, "I have already decided, wealth and wealth are in danger. This time, I must get the evolution crystallization. You just take it as a help. Don't you also want to evolve? If there is no evolution crystallization, how do you become strong?" Li Qi thought about it, and it was indeed the case. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to break through the evolutionary barrier, and if he wanted to break through the evolutionary barrier, he had to obtain the evolutionary crystallization. So Li Qi nodded and said, "Okay then, just do what you want, but we must be careful next, otherwise, if we are attacked by a sea beast, we will definitely die." After receiving Li Qi's answer, Shen Feng then lowered his flying height. While lowering his flying height, he cast Wind of Fury, summoning countless wind blades, and then the wind blades fell directly. He began to cut up the corpse of the sea beast that was killed, and the supernatural beings who were fighting hard in the sea almost exploded their lungs after seeing this scene originally. At this time of life and death, everyone was already very tired from fighting. It can be said that they were fighting with all their strength. When Shen Feng fell from the sky, everyone was very happy at the first moment, thinking that Shen Feng was going to descend the height and he fought together, and it turned out that Shen Feng was here to snatch the spoils. After descending from the height, he was cutting the body of the sea beast, and he was actually looking for evolutionary crystals. My mother, Shen Feng. Xiao Sheng was furious, and shouted loudly, "It's fine if you don't help me at this time, you are still grabbing the spoils, are you still alone?" Shen Feng searched for the evolutionary crystals in the corpses of sea beasts, and replied, "You people, I really don't know how to be grateful. If I hadn't pointed out the island for you to hide in just now, you would never be alive now. And now, it's okay if you don't appreciate me, but you're still scolding me, it's really going downhill." After everyone heard this, they wished to smash Shen Feng into pieces, but now they couldn't attack Shen Feng, because the most important thing was to kill the sea beasts at this time, and Jin Zizhou had already done so for this attack. Lost strength, there will be no second time to fight like this, so it is also to live up to Jin Zizhou's expectations. He must kill the sea beast as soon as possible who let Shen Feng have no pressure to survive in the sky. If in danger, Shen Feng only needs to fly to the sky, so at this time Shen Feng also has time and energy to find the evolution crystal. Shen Feng took Li Qi to look for evolutionary crystals. Shen Feng could make the glider hover in the air after casting the supernatural power, but it was more energy intensive, but in order to find the evolutionary crystals, it was worthwhile to consume energy. Shen Feng first used the wind blade to cut open the carcasses of sea beasts. These sea beasts are not whales. They have no strong defense ability, so their heads were cut off quickly. The skull was cut open, looking for evolutionary crystals all the time. After Li Qi found the evolutionary crystals, he still kept the old rules. He put the evolutionary crystals in his backpack. There were already pieces of meteorites in the backpack. Shen Feng and Li Qi excavated 5 evolutionary crystals, which roughly estimated that they could cultivate 100 supernatural beings. Shen Feng's face was full of smiles, and it seemed that it was a wise move for him to stay at sea. Then Shen Feng drove the glider towards the body of another sea beast. It was a dolphin whose body was already frozen. It seemed that Zhang Zi had frozen to death. Shen Feng just summoned the wind blade to cut off the dolphin's head, but at this moment the dolphin suddenly started to move. Shen Feng was stunned now, and thought to himself, hasn't the dolphin been killed by Zhang Zi before? They had time to think about it. The dolphin suddenly let out a sharp cry. The sound wave was so huge that it shook Shen Feng and Li Qi's heads in a flash. Then, the dolphin swam down and suddenly the flat tail flicked, and the huge tail fin whipped on the glider. The glider was instantly shattered, and it was whipped and flew out. Chapter 878. Be careful, the sea beasts have awakened now. A shout came from the coral island, and then the rope around the waist of the supernatural being was pulled. The supernatural beings did not resist, because they also knew that this was a coral island. The people above are saving themselves. When Xiao Sheng saw Shen Feng's glider being smashed by a dolphin's tail, he was shocked now. When he saw Shen Feng snatching the spoils just now, Xiao Sheng was very angry. Because Shen Feng is doing nothing for nothing, but he blamed Shen Feng. But when he actually saw Shen Feng being sent flying by the sea monster's tail, he still couldn't help worrying. After being attacked so violently, would Shen Feng still survive? If Shen Feng died at sea, it will be difficult for me to explain when I go back. Xiao Sheng thought silently in his heart. After the sea beasts woke up, their brain waves have also recovered. Although more than a dozen sea beasts were killed, the rest of the sea beasts found no danger and started to attack again, and these supernatural beings who took the initiative to attack were still soaking in the water. A group of people on the shore were already pulling the rope vigorously, and the supernatural beings who strengthened their bodies gritted their teeth and exerted force, but the dragging speed was still too slow, and the supernatural beings were unable to go ashore for a while. Jin Zizhou leaned against a piece of coral on the shore, looked at the sea beast that had regained its vitality in the water, and couldn't help sighing. I didn't expect that I would be so weak, but I can only control this sea beast for 2 minutes. It seems that this time it's going to be wiped out. At this time, Jin Zizhou was already heartbroken. To put it bluntly, after seeing that he had gone all out, there was no result. At this time, he had no fighting spirit and self-confidence. Resign yourself to fate. Because that's all you can do. The supernatural beings in the water suffered heavy casualties. Originally, it was not their home field in the water. It was also because of Jin Ziji's performance that everyone had a chance to defeat the sea beasts. But at this moment, the sea beasts have already awakened. Can be slaughtered by others. Xiao Sheng went ashore very hard. He was very lucky. The rope on his body was not broken, so he was dragged ashore. After landing, the first thing Xiao Sheng did was to look for the members around him. The one he hopes to find most now is Zhang Zi. Now he wants to know why the frozen sea beast can still attack people, but when he looks around, Zhang Zi has disappeared. Only then did he realize that Zhang Zi was probably he hadn't had time to go ashore, so he might have died in the sea. God, are you really going to torture us like this? Xiao Sheng looked up to the sky and sighed. Now that the sea beasts have launched an attack again, the typhoon is still raging, and there is no hope of survival in the dark. In such a situation, it seems it's hard to survive at this moment. A huge sea turtle crashed into the coral forest as if going crazy, completely ignoring his own injuries. As a result, it rushed to the position of the huge pillar under the coral island and hit it hard. Originally, the coral island had already been hit before, but at this time, the sea turtle hit the coral pillar fiercely, and the coral broke on the spot. The coral island sank into the water, and the people on the island also fell into the water, facing attacks from all directions. When the sea beast came, everyone wanted to stop paddling. The typhoon raged all night, and finally dissipated. The blue whale was dead. The sea area of Cheyenne Coral Island has also returned to calm, and the sun shines on the sea again. There is a lot of marine debris on the sea, the most of which is the wood on the boats. Seeing these woods, we can know that many boats were destroyed in yesterday's typhoon. On the circular island, Shen Feng and Li Qiyi found a higher place to recuperate yesterday. What Shen Feng was thinking about was wealth and wealth, so he had to take risks to snatch the evolutionary crystals. As a result, something happened. Shen Feng and Li Qiyi were swept by the tail of the awakened dolphin, and the two immediately he was thrown out, and the glider he was riding on was already in pieces, not to mention the aluminum alloy frame. Even the titanium alloy frame couldn't withstand the attack. Shen Feng and Li Qiyi were seriously injured immediately, and the bones on their bodies were broken. At this time, sea beasts attacked everywhere, and Li Qiyi had no choice but to use invisibility. The movement was finally blown to the position of the ring island by the waves, and it was considered safe to resist the typhoon for one night. Shen Feng's arms and thighs have been broken, and he can't move. Although he can still use supernatural powers, the supernatural powers can't support his actions at all. Li Qiyi is better than Shen Feng, with one arm and one leg broken. Fortunately, Li Qiyi practiced martial arts since he was a child, and knew how to deal with broken bones, so he found some nearby corals and put splints on himself and Shen Feng, in order to avoid secondary injuries. Shen Feng leaned on the coral, while Li Qiyi looked for some nearby corals and began to treat Shen Feng. While putting on the splint, he complained, "Obviously I have warned you before, don't lower your flight if you don't listen to the persuasion. It's better now. Let's not even mention that we are seriously injured, and now we are still living on a deserted island. It's up to you what to do." Shen Feng endured the pain of being straightened by Li Qiyi, grinning his teeth and said, "Isn't this a reward? I have already found 5 evolutionary crystals. If I don't take risks, how can I have such a reward? As for living on a deserted island, it's okay. 2 years ago, Yu Hengai and I were living in a place where nothing shit happened, so we still survived, and now we are definitely not in the final desperate situation." Li Qiyi fixed Shen Feng's hands and feet so that the bones would not grow crooked, and then he sat on a large piece of coral nearby and said, "It's not a problem to stay here. If there are supplies I can still recuperate, but there is nothing here except corals, so I have to find a way to leave." Shen Feng pouted his mouth at the giant whale in the center of the circular island, and said, "Isn't there food? At least tens of thousands of tons of meat. Isn't this enough to heal the wounded?" The whale's body is too huge, so it doesn't move at all under the blowing of the typhoon, and Shen Feng is not easy to move now, otherwise Shen Feng will open the whale's head immediately, and the evolution crystal inside take it out, but it is temporarily impossible to do it now and the whale looks very strange at this time. Originally, the back of the whale just came to the surface of the water, but now the whale is lying on its side at this time. An already inflated balloon. Li Qiyi looked at the whales in the sea. Under normal circumstances, after a whale dies, it will fall into the water. After falling into the water, the dead body of the whale will become food for other marine life. It can be said that whales feed countless marine life with their bodies, but now, whales cannot fall into the water, and no marine life can come here to eat, and finally run aground on top of the volcano. The reason why the whale's abdomen swells is because the microorganisms in the body have fermented, and the microorganisms are multiplying in large quantities. The internal organs of the whale are decomposed, starting from the intestinal tract, producing a lot of gas, and these gases support the whale's belly, which looks weird. Now, the whale is no longer fresh and cannot be eaten, so we still don't have any supplies. In this case, let's find a way to get out. Li Qi said quickly. Really? It's only been one night, how could it be stale? Why do I feel like you're lying to me? Shen Feng felt a pity looking at the whale carcass like a hill. This is the strongest sea beast in the world. If you can't eat a single bite of the dead body, it feels like watching the fat slip away from your mouth, Li Qi explained. There are a lot of bacteria in the seawater, let alone one night. Even if it takes a few hours, the meat will start to rot, but there are still zombie viruses multiplying in the sea. Now if you eat it, who knows what will happen? Shen Feng shook his head helplessly, thought for a while in silence, and then said, Li Qi, give me an evolutionary crystal. I'd better evolve to the 7th level now. As long as I can become a 7th level superhuman, then everything there are ways to solve it. You work hard, I will evolve first, and my injury will recover after a day, then you will evolve again. Li Qi thought for a moment, and said, it seems that's the only way. After the evolution, the injury has recovered, and it will be easier to find a way. After finishing speaking, Li Qi opened the backpack and found a red crystal, which was only as big as a jujube, but under the sunlight, it looked like a gemstone. Shen Feng opened his mouth, but he couldn't take the evolutionary crystal with his hands, so he could only open his mouth and wait for Li Qi's feeding. Seeing Shen Feng like this, Li Qi said angrily, do you want me to chew it up and feed you? Really, you don't even look at what it looks like. Shen Feng said helplessly, then I have to be able to do it. If I can't do it now, aren't you the only one who will feed me? Li Qi reached out and stuffed the evolution crystal into Shen Feng's mouth, and said, you'd better complete the evolution quickly. Who knows if there will be danger in the future? My ability can only melee and hide myself. If you encounter if it's dangerous, I can't protect two people. Shen Feng chewed the evolutionary crystals in his mouth, and there was no taste. He felt as if a handful of sand had appeared in his mouth. After swallowing it with difficulty, he finally fell into deep sleep. Li Qi looked at the surrounding islands, and found that there was no one here. Most of the people who came here before had died at sea. Facts have proved that sea beasts are more powerful in the sea. Unfortunately, there is no way to contact the headquarters, and I don't know if the outside world will send someone to rescue us. Li Qi was talking to himself after much deliberation. It is impossible to survive for too long in the water-scarce sea. Li Qi began to think of a way at this time. It is best to get water, otherwise, it will be unbearable for a day, and Li Qi's hands nothing but 2 empty plastic bottles. After much deliberation, Li Qi decided to use his ability to gather sunlight. After using his ability, after gathering the sunlight, the light brought heat, and then made the seawater in the bottle evaporate continuously. Although slow, fresh water can indeed be obtained using this method. While Li Qi was concentrating on making distilled water, the light behind her suddenly changed. She noticed this immediately, turned her head and shouted, and asked, who is it? Stand up for me, by those who want to hide. Li Qi was originally a person with the ability to control light, so he was naturally very sensitive to light, and he had already noticed that someone appeared behind him. As soon as the words fell, a man came out from behind a coral forest next to him. After a closer look, it turned out to be Fang Qinghao. During the battle last night, Fang Qinghao disappeared as soon as the sea beast appeared. At that time, many people speculated that Fang Qinghao might be dead, but now it seems that Fang Qinghao is still alive and well. Miss Li, don't be nervous, it's me. I appear in front of you now, does it scare you? Fang Qinghao said with a smile, and approached Li Qi while talking. Chapter 879 Jealousy drives people crazy. Seeing that the other party seemed to want to get close to him at this time, Li Qi hurriedly shouted, stop, don't come over. If I remember correctly, you should be a deserter, right? You didn't participate in yesterday's battle at all. If you want to come, you must have used your abilities to hide. What else do you want to do now? The smile on Fang Qinghao's face also disappeared immediately, and then he said calmly, Miss Li, please Please don't say that I am a deserter. In yesterday's battle, many sea beasts have surrounded everyone. Under such circumstances, it is natural that disaster is imminent. Everyone flew away. Does Miss Li think that my handling is wrong, Feng? King Hao said so, and Li Qi really had no reason to blame the other party. The situation at that time was desperate, and no one knew whether he was going to be killed in the next moment. Not only Feng King Hao wanted to escape, but even others to escape from the siege of sea beasts. It's just that ordinary people obviously don't have this kind of ability, so they can only choose to fight helplessly. Seeing that Li Qi didn't speak, Feng King Hao continued to approach her. While approaching, he asked, "How is Shen Feng now? Let me check, is he injured?" Li Qi is a little worried now. The things in his backpack are very valuable. If this is discovered, Feng King Hao may kill people and steal the goods, so Li Qi directly scolded, "Don't come here, otherwise I'll do it, Shen Feng, I will take care of it myself, so you don't have to worry about it." What Li Qi was worried about was that the things in the backpack would be taken away, so Feng King Hao was forbidden to approach. Feng King Hao really stayed where he was and did not approach anymore. After seeing this scene, Li Qi thought it was his own. The threat worked however. Feng King Hao pointed to the distance at this moment and said, "Look, there is a boat coming, we are saved." After Li Qi heard this, he turned his head back, wanting to see if there was really a ship appearing here, but when Li Qi turned his head, he saw nothing. Instead it came from behind gunshots. Bang bang. The appearance of gunshots made Li Qi feel bad, and now there are gunshots appearing on the back. This must be what Feng King Hao did, and he didn't even guard against this guy's shooting. Really mistake. Li Qi turned his head quickly, and directly irradiated Feng King Hao with a strong light without saying a word, trying to interfere with Feng King Hao's line of sight. But Li Qi wanted to launch a laser attack, but the energy dissipation of the laser in the air was too serious. Li Qi can use the laser knife to attack only in close combat. Feng King Hao hid behind the nearby coral in an instant, but due to the strong light around him, he couldn't open his eyes for a while, and he couldn't take any action at all. Feng King Hao, you thief, you actually attacked your companions. I will report your behavior to the headquarters in the future. In short, I can't spare you. Li Qi said sharply. At this time Feng King Hao said, "You are from the research institute, so I didn't shoot you, but Shen Feng is from Yezhou. He didn't obey the orders of the headquarters, so he must not be one of us. So, I did this kind of thing and it's not considered killing my own people." Li Qi looked down and saw 3 blood holes on Shen Feng's chest and abdomen, apparently hit by bullets, but fortunately Shen Feng is in the process of evolution at this time, so the injuries on his body are very fast. It has already healed. The bullet caused a penetrating wound, but it is certain that Shen Feng is still alive. If the heart or liver was hit just now, it would be really bad. You are still arguing for your actions. Shen Feng has been helping you all the time before. When your Ability Management Bureau encountered a crisis in Siberia, Shen Feng was also there to support you. Now you are doing it. This is revenge. Not to mention last night, Shen Feng pointed out the way for these people in the water. Your words now can't explain your behavior of repaying kindness and revenge. Li Qi still yelled loudly. At this time Feng King Hao was silent for a while, and said, "Li Qi, you'd better leave this matter alone. This is a private matter between me and Shen Feng. In the final analysis, it has nothing to do with others. I just want to kill Shen Feng. As for you, if so, I don't want to do anything to you. I'll tell you the truth now, this place is at sea, this is my home field, you are not my opponents." Li Qi was still talking with a sneer. "Then you wait for a day to talk about it. After a day, you and Shen Feng will go head to head. I will never stop you. Now you are plotting against Shen Feng while he can't move. This is considered what a hero. You can do such a thing while others are in danger. How embarrassing to say." Feng King Hao was hiding behind the coral at this moment, unable to open his eyes at all. The strong light even evaporated his wet clothes. At this moment Feng King Hao is still restrained, because he knows it's a very scary thing to cast a supernatural power on the sea by himself, and now he doesn't want to hurt innocent people. So Feng King Hao continued to persuade, "I really don't want to kill you. If you still obstruct me, I will be rude next time. You have to think clearly. As for Shen Feng waking up, wait until Shen Feng wakes up. When he wakes up, he will be a 6th-order superhuman, and I will not be Shen Feng's opponent at all." And Li Qi also knew that Feng King Hao's current visitor was not kind. He didn't seem to want to kill people and get money, but had some grievances with Shen Feng. Shen Feng tried his best to put his back on his back and walked with a limp. The severe pain continued to come from the position of the broken leg, and the bone had not healed. As a result, he still had to carry a big man on his back. The pain was direct. Heavenly Spirit cover, Shen Feng is a very kind person. He usually doesn't make enemies with others. The grievances you mentioned must be misunderstandings. It's better to turn hostility into friendship. Li Qi retreated quietly while talking. Sometimes she wants to use words to delay time, as long as she stays away from here and possesses the invisibility technique. Feng Qinghao will not be able to find herself, but after talking about this matter, Feng Qinghao yelled angrily, "You obviously don't know anything, so I want to advise you not to meddle in your own business. Do you think Shen Feng is a good person? He is just a pious hypocrite. He has done a lot of bad things, not to mention killing people. After all, who has no blood on his hands? I will tell you a dark history of Shen Feng right now, that is, abandoning his wife." When Li Qi heard this, he suddenly became suspicious, and said to himself, "Didn't Shen Feng only have 2 wives? The other one has been frozen. Where did he abandon his wife? Could it be that he was talking about the Japanese country? But only Shen Feng and Yu Hangai know about the things in the Wa country, so it can't be that they are fighting for the sake of the Sakura girl over there, right? Don't make up this matter. Shen Feng can't be that kind of person. How could he do such a thing as abandoning his wife? Even in his home, he is raising children who are not his own. The situation you mentioned is simply impossible to happen to Shen Feng. Please don't continue to smear Shen Feng." Li Qi did not believe Feng Qinghao's accusation at this time at all. When Feng Qinghao heard Li Qi defending Shen Feng so much, and had heard that Li Qi had a crush on Shen Feng before, he immediately became angry, and then said, "Why don't you ignorant women understand anything? One by one are you defending Shen Feng? Let me just say it straight, Shen Feng didn't take responsibility after getting a woman pregnant. She is called Yu Renshu and she is raising a child in Rongcheng now. Do you still think Shen Feng is a perfect person?" As soon as this remark came out, Li Qi fell silent immediately. She had heard of Yu Renshu's words before, because Yu Renshu had already worked out how to make an evolutionary agent a few years ago, and her scientific research ability was unmatched. Doubtful. If this is true, doesn't it mean that Shen Feng really did such a thing as abandoning his wife and son? Feng Qinghao couldn't stand being exposed to this strong light, so he covered his eyes with his sleeves, and then said angrily, "I really can't stand it anymore. What is there to miss about a heartless guy like Shen Feng? I didn't visit her once in 3 years. She was completely unfeeling, but she still couldn't forget, and she was still staring at the photos in a daze all day long. Today, I want to avenge Yu Renshu, and I want to kill Shen Feng." This heartless man was killed. When Li Qi heard this now, Feng Qinghao seemed to be a person with a story, and then she began to question, "So, do you like Yu Renshu?" According to what Feng Qinghao said just now, Feng Qinghao should have no role in this matter, but now Feng Qinghao says that this is a private matter between him and Shen Feng, plus Feng Qinghao's description of Yu Renshu just now, Li Qi came to a conclusion that Feng Qinghao definitely liked Yu Renshu, otherwise Shen Feng would have nothing to do with him, and it would not be Feng Qinghao's turn to do it. Feng Qinghao was told what was on his mind, and after a moment of silence, he actually admitted it. "Yes, I like Yu Renshu, so what? After all, I have no reason to explain so much to you. I just need to kill Shen Feng." After saying this, Feng Qinghao summoned a piece of seawater to block him from direct light, and then walked out from behind the coral, wanting to continue attacking at this time. But when he turned his head and saw that this, only then did he realize that Li Qi and Shen Feng had disappeared. At this moment, Feng Qinghao remembered that Li Qi knew the invisibility technique. "Li Qi, you bitch, you're so shameless that you lied to me at this moment." Feng Qinghao became furious when he saw Li Qi and Shen Feng disappear from the same place, and then summoned seawater to form huge waves, more than 10 meters high, kept rising and beat around the circular island. In fact, the reason why Feng Qinghao is so hostile to Shen Feng is because of jealousy. I think that when I met Yu Renshu for the first time, I was outside the laboratory in Rongcheng, and the zombies caused chaos in the city at that time. At this time, it was Yu Renshu who stood up to protect the surrounding residents. At that time, Feng Qinghao had already developed a love for Yu Renshu. Later, even when he found out that Yu Renshu was pregnant, Feng Qinghao did not show the slightest bit of disgust. He still wanted to use his sincerity to move Yu Renshu, but Yu Renshu was treating her. Feng Qinghao's attitude was also very clear, and he has always been neither humble nor overbearing. Feng Qinghao originally thought that sincerity would impress Yu Renshu, because there is a saying that golden stone are as good as sincerity. As long as he treats Yu Renshu wholeheartedly, then Yu Renshu will always be moved one day. But things are not as expected. Until now, Yu Renshu's attitude towards Feng Qinghao is still the same as before. There is no feeling of intimacy at all. But still alienated. Even 2 years ago, Feng Qinghao returned to Rongcheng from the sea and brought the news that Shen Feng had died in battle. Yu Renshu cried for a long time and didn't smile for a month. Afterwards, Feng Qinghao understood that as long as Shen Feng was still alive in this world, it was impossible for Yu Renshu to open her heart to herself. Under the influence of jealousy, Feng Qinghao began to resent Shen Feng. He believed that the existence of Shen Feng must have hindered his happiness, but now at this time, Feng Qinghao is about to kill Shen Feng. At that time, Yu Renshu will have no hope at all, and then she will see herself who has been by her side all the time, and her behavior is just nothing. It's nothing more than killing a heartless person. What's wrong with this? As long as no one else knows, who can blame themselves? Chapter 880. The Power of Knowledge. In order to get rid of his rival in love, and to make Yu Renshu change his mind about him, Feng Qinghao can't care about anything anymore. Only by killing Shen Feng can he restore Yu Renshu's heart. Even though Yu Renshu's heart never belonged to him, it seems that the word recovery should not be used, but in fact, Feng Qinghao has gone mad now. He has regarded Yu Renshu as his beloved, and he can do anything for this. Although Feng Qinghao has lost the trace of Shen Feng and Li Qi at this moment, and it seems that it will be difficult to find the traces of these two people in the following time, but Feng Qinghao doesn't need to care about these. Now he is on the sea, since if it is above the sea, then his ability is the strongest. So at this time, Feng Qinghao directly summoned a big wave with a height of more than 10 meters, and slapped it towards the surrounding coral islands. Although the huge wave was only more than 10 meters high, it seemed that it was not that high, and it had nothing to do with the big waves made by sea beasts ratio, but in fact the destructive power of such a huge wave is already very considerable. When the huge waves hit the corals, the weaker corals were broken on the spot. The corals formed after the death of coral polyps are very hard, but now they are broken by the waves, which is enough to explain the waves. However, Feng Qinghao's attack has not stopped. After seeing that the waves did not have much effect, he continued to use his abilities to make the waves beat on the island continuously. Feng Qinghao was not wrong at all. In the ocean, this is his home field. When he cast his abilities, Feng Qinghao's face was always relaxed, and he didn't feel strenuous at all. He deserved to be the man who won the title of hero before. Such a strong man at sea, he was nowhere to be seen during yesterday's battle, but when Shen Feng fell into coma, he started to take advantage of others' danger, which is really shameless. Li Qi walked hard while carrying Shen Feng on his back, while avoiding the waves. When the waves hit, it is best to find a strong place to hide. If you are not injured, it is not a trouble, but now Li Qi one leg was broken, and in this case, it would be too painful to carry Shen Feng on his back. The pain from the broken bone became more and more severe, and the splint was almost unable to support it. No, I can't sit still. I must find a way to fight back. The best way is to lure Feng Qinghao over. As long as Feng Qinghao walks 2 meters away from me, I can use the laser knife to finish him off. At this time, my ability is useless. It will expose me. Li Qi thought silently, and his heart sitting and waiting is not Li Qi's style. Even in the current environment, Li Qi doesn't want to procrastinate. Although procrastination is the best way, as long as one day later, Shen Feng completes the evolution. It must be unprecedentedly powerful, and it is not easy to solve Feng Qinghao, but Li Qi still wants to take the initiative now. Feng Qinghao has gradually lost his patience at this time, especially after seeing that he has already told what Shen Feng did. Li Qi has not given up protecting Shen Feng. Obviously Shen Feng is a complete scum. Why does Li Qi persist at this time? Why, Li Qi, I know you are an arrogant woman. You don't like men who are weaker than you at all, but there are still people in this world who are stronger than Shen Feng. You don't have to be so stubborn. Grab a tree with a crooked neck and hang it to death. You have to see this matter clearly. Don't go to the dark on the same road. Feng Qinghao continued to use verbal offensive, and Xiaozi used emotion to reason. As long as Li Qi can give up Shen Feng, then everything is easy to say. However, There was still no change on Coral Island. Neither Shen Feng nor Li Qi appeared. Feng Qinghao now knew that Li Qi was going to be obsessed with it. Obviously she could choose a better man, but Li Qi just clings to Shen Feng and won't let go. Li Qi, if you think about it carefully, what's so good about Shen Feng? This guy is very caring. He has several wives, and he's away all the year round. He doesn't care about family affairs at all. Such a caring man, why are you looking for him? Oh, I understand, you must have taken a fancy to Shen Feng's status as the city lord of Yazhao, so at this moment you also want to be the wife of the city lord, don't you? I didn't expect you to be such a person. A woman who loves vanity really worships money. Feng Qinghao waited for a response while performing the supernatural power. The reason why he said these words was because Feng Qinghao wanted to stimulate with words. As long as Li Qi couldn't help but refute, then Feng Qinghao's plan would be considered a success. Once Li Qi couldn't help but speak, he would make a sound. Li Qi's position has been exposed, but Li Qi still didn't react at all, and he still turned a deaf ear to what Feng Qinghao said now. Feng Qinghao felt that the trash talk he said must be not powerful enough, so he couldn't stimulate Li Qi, so he continued to tell Li Qi, I really don't know what to say about you. Shen Feng is a rotten person. When he was in Yazhao, he was extravagant. He built Fengshan Palace to enjoy life, and he didn't care about the lives of the people. Do you like him? I understand, there must be similar tastes. There is a saying that those who are close to vermilion are red and those who are close to ink are black, and now it seems that you have become a rotten person. Listening to the trash talk that kept coming out of Feng Qinghao's mouth, Li Qi really wanted to refute at this time, because she knew better than Feng Qinghao what kind of person Shen Feng was, and maybe Shen Feng had some minor problems. But in general, Shen Feng is still a good person, not a bad person that Feng Qinghao said at all. Shen Feng has been promoting farming in Yazhao, and has always stabilized the price of grain. It is a stable life, but it is Feng Qinghao who has made no contribution, and when he accuses others, he is full of truth. No, this guy really deserves to be damned. He has already got into the horns of the dead. Hurry up and find a way to deal with him. Yes, there's a big whale here. I even forgot about it. It really shouldn't be. Li Qi suddenly saw a giant whale in the sea. As time went by, the whale's belly became bigger and bigger. Its huge body was like a hill, but its belly was bulging, and it was already full of gas. After seeing the whale, Li Qi already has a solution. After the whale dies on the shore, it must be dealt with in time, otherwise it may endanger the people around. It can be said that a dead whale is also very dangerous, and Li Qi's the means is to exploit this danger. Li Qi took off the clothes on Shen Feng's body, and then took off his own clothes, and put them in a relatively hidden place in the coral forest, and then took Shen Feng to hide on the side. This is not the end. Li Qi is quietly gathering the sunlight, so that the sunlight gathers on the belly of the whale. The fermentation of microorganisms is affected by temperature. Under the influence of temperature, the decomposition speed of microorganisms will also become faster. Although photons do not have mass, they have energy. This area is still in the tropics, and sunlight itself it was strong, and now being gathered by Li Qi. The temperature of the whale's abdomen was also rising. Feng Qinghao was still looking for Shen Feng and Li Qi at this time, and while looking for Feng Qinghao, he made a decision. Li Qi, since you are obsessed with obsession, then I have no choice but to let you and Shen Feng become disparate couples. It can be said that if it wasn't for Li Qi's current obstruction, Feng Qinghao would have killed Shen Feng. Originally, Feng Qinghao wanted to come to the location of the Ring Island to find the evolution crystal. The evolution crystal of the 9th order sea beast must be very precious. But bump into Shen Feng and Li Qi who were recovering from their injuries. It would be a good time to take personal revenge at this moment. Feng Qinghao saw some clothing that could be seen in a coral forest in the distance, and was just about to approach, when suddenly a strong light from the sky shone down, causing Feng Qinghao to become blind again, unable to see clearly for a short time. But now, Feng Qinghao has already remembered the location of the other party. Shine my eyes now? It's too late. I already know where you are. Feng Qinghao sneered, and then he was using a supernatural power. The big waves kept slapping in the direction where he saw the clothes just now. The huge waves were very powerful. Under continuous attacks, Li Qi must be irresistible. However, when Feng Qinghao came to the direction of the coral forest, he tried his best to widen his eyes, and his eyesight recovered a bit. When he looked carefully, it turned out that there were a few clothes hanging on the coral. After seeing this scene, Feng Qinghao's nose suddenly became angry crooked, and shouted loudly, "Li Qi, it's impossible to keep playing small tricks. When I catch you, I will definitely let you know what despair is." But at this moment, Li Qi's answer came from a distance. "Really? Unfortunately, you have no chance." At this time, the whale's belly became bigger and bigger. From a distance, it looked like a balloon that had inflated to the extreme. The fermentation effect of microorganisms was very obvious. After the whale died, the gas in the abdominal cavity could not be discharged, so it eventually died. There is only one way, and that is to explode. Boom! The whale exploded, and the location of the explosion was calculated by Li Qi. Li Qi is not very good at long-distance attacks, because laser knives cannot attack enemies that are too far away, but he can use knowledge to defeat enemies. Li Qi can still do this very easily. The explosion produced by ordinary whales can even kill humans, but now the explosion is the only ninth-order sea beast in the world. The power of the explosion is almost on the same level as explosives. The huge air waves are mixed with the whales. All the contents of the abdomen erupted. Feng Qinghao happened to be in the direction of the gas ejection after the whale exploded. The huge impact shattered Feng Qinghao's internal organs at that time. The whole person and the nearby coral forest were also blown away by the huge air wave. I don't know where he landed. Li Qi was lying on the ground at this time, pressing Shen Feng under him to prevent Shen Feng from being threatened. As for Feng Qinghao, he must be dead, and there is no need for any doubt about this. Chapter 881 Wish Come True. During the process of evolution, Shen Feng didn't feel much, and his mind was dizzy, and he didn't know what happened outside. On the second day, Shen Feng finally woke up, looked around, and for a while I was a little dazed, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized that I was at sea, and my surroundings were still the same. No, the whales had changed. After Shen Feng saw the change in the whale, he was stunned for a moment. Did the whale have a bulging belly? Why has my stomach exploded now? There is also a strong odor in the surrounding air, which makes people feel sick. Damn, is this fried? Why is there a smell everywhere? I'll go. Where are my clothes? Shen Feng was still shocked by the surrounding environment at the beginning. There was a lot of smell on the surrounding coral. These odors all come from the contents of the blue whale's abdominal cavity. There are intestines hanging on many corals. When Shen Feng looked down, he was even more surprised, because the clothes on his body had disappeared. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that at this moment, Li Qi only has underwear left on his body, and he is sleeping on his body. Under the sunlight, his snow-white skin seems to be still. Shen Feng was almost unable to hold back the pure radiance. However, Shen Feng reacted very quickly to the current scene, and immediately began to ask, "Li Qi, wake up quickly, what happened last night? Did you taking advantage of my reputation in the process of evolution?" Li Qi needed to rest after yesterday's battle, but she was woken up by Shen Feng at this time, and she couldn't help but get angry. "You still have the nerve to say, who ruined other people's reputation? Yesterday, for you, I was fighting with all my brains, and this saved you, but now you don't appreciate me, and you are still beating me up. What? You were in danger yesterday." Shen Feng heard that Li Qi was fighting yesterday, and immediately became worried. Could it be that a sea beast appeared during his evolution yesterday? Are there still sea beasts in this place? Now at this time, Shen Feng doesn't think there is any danger at sea. The only danger is the attack of sea beasts. Although he didn't see any sea beasts yesterday, it is not guaranteed that the sea beasts will suddenly kill them. Come back, that's why Li Qi is in danger. But Li Qi then replied, "What mutant beast? It's a person. And it's not an ordinary person, it's your rival in love. Because you slept with his woman, he was trying to kill you all the time yesterday. If I wasn't protecting you, you would be dead by now." When Li Qi said this, Shen Feng immediately became puzzled, and then asked, "How could I do this? I am not such a person. Are you lying to me again?" Li Qi sneered and said, "Why are you pretending to be pure in front of me? To tell you the truth, I have already learned about your affairs in Japan from Yu Hangai. Vulgar, that's amazing. Besides, I didn't even know you had an illegitimate child." Shen Feng quickly defended himself. Wait a minute. Where did this sentence come from? Leaving aside the matter of the Japanese kingdom, it is Yu Hangai who is talking nonsense. He is slandering me, and now Yu Henggai is dead. This can be regarded as death without proof. Let's talk about the illegitimate child. How can I say this? I only have 3 children, one is a godson, and the other 2 children, a boy and a girl, are taken care of in Yezhou. If I have an illegitimate child, that's true need evidence, Li Qi sighed, and continued, think about it carefully, you shouldn't forget this kind of thing. If you can forget this kind of thing, you really shouldn't. Yesterday, after Feng Qinghao talked about Shen Feng's abandonment of his wife, his expression was very excited. It didn't look like he was telling lies. Li Qi hoped that Shen Feng could tell the truth about this matter. Get up, otherwise, Shen Feng's image in her mind will plummet. Shen Feng pondered for a long time, but he really couldn't think of any illegitimate child he had. Chang Jianyi was so strict, Shen Feng himself had no chance to be romantic and happy, and such a thing as an illegitimate child is a fantasy. There is absolutely no such thing. In short, it must be someone who is slandering me. Speaking of which, where's the enemy? Now that I have evolved, no matter who dares to hurt you, I will tear him to pieces. Shen Feng still didn't think about it, but started to ask about the traces of the enemy. Li Qi said lightly, do you want to know the enemy's location at this time? It's too late, I have already killed him, but I can remind you that your rival in love is called Feng Qinghao. Now you should understand right, however, after hearing the name Feng Qinghao, Shen Feng became even more confused. I have never robbed a woman with Feng Qinghao either. I understand, it must be Feng Qinghao who wants to rob us of the good things in our hands, so nonsense 8 ways. It must be like this. Li Qi frowned and looked at Shen Feng's current expression, and found that Shen Feng didn't seem to be lying when he said these words, and he also hesitated in his heart. Could it be possible, I really think too much? Shen Feng looked at this time and it is not a problem to be naked. There is a waterproof cloth hanging on the coral in the distance. The quality of this waterproof cloth is guaranteed, even after the baptism of the typhoon. Broken, although it is colorful, but it can be used to cover it anyway, so Shen Feng began to use his abilities. After becoming a 7th level ability user, Shen Feng immediately discovered the unusualness of his body. Now at this time, his body seems to be more sensitive to the aspect of wind perception. Sensitive, this is an unprecedented experience. Shen Feng then slowly closed his eyes, feeling the breeze carefully, and opened his eyes after a while. When Shen Feng opened his eyes at this time, the whole person became different. A gust of wind blew. Li Qi couldn't help covering his eyes. He couldn't see the outside world very clearly, but Shen Feng floated up from the ground, relying on his own ability to fly in the sky. Li Qi was stunned after seeing this scene. She looked at Shen Feng in surprise, and then asked, Shen Feng, how did you do this? Why are you able to fly? Shen Feng floated in the sky, carefully comprehended everything around him, and then said, after becoming a 7th level supernatural user, I have already discovered that everything around me has become different. I can't do it, but now I feel like I can control all the wind, and I fly naturally. In the past, Shen Feng had always dreamed of being able to fly into the sky, but he had never been able to realize it. But now Shen Feng finally achieved it when he became a 6th order superhuman. In the air, and the strong wind formed a delicate balance when lifting Shen Feng, so that Shen Feng would not lose the flat mark at this time. Shen Feng then flew to the edge of the tarpaulin, tore off the tarpaulin, stretched out his hand and tore off a piece, first of all to wrap around the waist. In the end, Shen Feng returned to Li Qi again, handed the rest of the tarpaulin to Li Qi, and said, thank you for your hard work. Hurry up and surround it, otherwise I may not be able to control myself. Li Qi said calmly, I believe this sentence, sometimes it is difficult for you to control yourself, but it happens to be at sea, and I want to take a sunbath. After finishing speaking, Li Qi threw away the tarp, took out an evolutionary crystal and said, as I said before, after you become a 7th level supernatural being, it will be my turn next. Now it was you who protected me. Li Qi didn't give Shen Feng time to react, and directly ate the evolutionary crystal, and didn't care about Shen Feng's feelings at all, so he fell into deep sleep in his underwear. After Li Qi fell into deep sleep, a nearly perfect body was placed in front of Shen Feng, and Shen Feng suddenly remembered a historical story called Jade Body Hangjin, which is similar to the historical story at this time, but you are the only one watching. Is she seducing me? Such a thought flashed in Shen Feng's mind. According to Li Qi's performance, this matter is still very possible, but is Shen Feng right? Dare to think about it, even if Li Qi has no defenses now, it is impossible for Shen Feng to do anything to Li Qi. After Shen Feng thought about it, he wrapped the tarp for Li Qi to wrap his body. The ultraviolet rays on the beach are very strong, and Li Qi was not worried about getting sunburned at all. After Li Qi was settled, Shen Feng looked at the whale in the center of the circular island. Although the belly of the whale had exploded, it was the abdominal cavity that exploded. Evolutionary crystals are usually in the cranial cavity. As long as the cranial cavity is opened, you can find the evolution crystal. So Shen Feng did what he said. At this time, Shen Feng can fly freely. Although the flying speed is not fast, he can move freely at sea. When dissecting sea animals, he can prevent falling into the water. It can be said that he has already never failed. Shen Feng first used the wind blade to cut off the skin and fat of the whale, but then encountered the hard skull. The skull cavity of the whale is protected by the skull, and the thick bone plate is really gone for a while. Way to break through. When the wind blade cuts on the skull, there will always be a clinking sound. It is not an easy task to quickly cut a skull. It takes certain means to open the whale's cranial cavity. Normally speaking, enter from the position of the whale's eyeball, which is a weak point, which is relatively simple, but at this time Shen Feng suddenly had a new idea. After becoming a 7th level superhuman, besides learning to fly in addition, Shen Feng has a lot more understanding of wind. His mastery of supernatural powers has risen sharply, and he has more ideas about the use of wind. No matter whether it is a gun or a cannon, air is actually used as power. When the gunpowder explodes, the gas will be compressed, and the compressed air is the source of power. In this case, I am the ability to control the wind. Or, can I also compress the air? Shen Feng began to think in his heart now. Generally speaking, Shen Feng's offensive methods are seriously insufficient, and the reason is very simple. Except for the wind blade, Shen Feng can either speed up himself, or use the strong wind to attack the enemy. When encountering the wind blade, he can deal with it. It's okay to say that the attack is also useful, but once you encounter an enemy that even the wind blade can't break through, then Shen Feng has nothing to do. Now, Shen Feng wants to use a more powerful attack way, and Shen Feng also did what he said, and started to try to compress air directly. After the air flows, it is called wind, and wind also has energy. That's why wind-powered generators appear in the world, which is to convert wind energy into electrical energy. In fact, the compressed air also has energy, and this energy can also have powerful lethality. When Shen Feng started to take action, the air was continuously compressed immediately. Then Shen Feng pointed the compressed air in his hand at the whale's head, and then released the compressed air instantly. In an instant, after compression the air gushed out, crushing the whale's skull in an instant. Phew, it's so powerful, isn't it comparable to ordinary missiles? Shen Feng couldn't help talking to himself. Next, Shen Feng searched carefully in the whale's brain, and finally found the evolutionary crystal of the whale. This is an evolutionary crystal the size of a human head. Such a large red crystal, I don't know how many supernatural beings can be cultivated. No wonder this is the strongest sea beast in the world. Chapter 882 The Tragic Battle Situation. In fact, from the day the typhoon appeared, the whole world has been paying attention to the situation in God's domain, but the existence of the typhoon makes it difficult for satellites to see the battlefield under normal circumstances. Only after the typhoon is over, everyone will know one thing is that God's domain above the ocean suddenly started to move again. No news from God's domain came, and the fleets of various countries were also heavily damaged. Hong Ho's aircraft carrier is fine, but the rest of the ships have all been sunk. This is the luckiest result, because when they were attacked by sea beasts before, many ships were sunk before they could fight back. Underwater guided weapons can't play a role at all. On the contrary, sea beasts can display various abilities, especially sea beasts that control water flow. It is simply a simple matter to overturn a ship. However, everyone still wants to know about the affairs in God's domain. What everyone cares most about is how the battle in God's domain is going. No one knows what is going on in God's domain, because no one has entered God's domain, and they don't know what the battle situation in God's domain has become. In the second operation to salvage the meteorite, all countries had already given up hope, because the ocean is the world of sea beasts. How could fighting in the territory of sea beasts have a good end? And now there is no news from God's domain at this time, which almost means that the second operation has also failed. Otherwise it would not be like this. And Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan, who are far away in Yuzhou, are also very worried about Shen Feng. They also know that Shen Feng set off this time to salvage meteorites, but they encountered a sudden typhoon in God's domain. Under the circumstances, it is simply uncertain whether he can survive. Fortunately, 3 days later, Yazhao contacted Wang Aoi, who was also on the scene, and they must know something about the situation as a result. After contacting Wang Aoi replied, "I don't know anything about God's domain now. When the second typhoon hit, I ran away early, but even so, still 6 brothers have fallen into the sea. Before we left, Shen Feng and Li Qi hadn't left yet. They can fly in the sky, so they should be fine, as long as they don't drop their altitude. In addition, there were too many sea beasts at that time. Yes, maybe 50 or 60, I don't know the exact situation." Wang Aoi was the first to get in touch. Apart from Yazhao who contacted him, many other forces are also contacting him. After all, this is the first man who came out of God's domain, so he must have first-hand information. Now this time is of course the most appropriate time to ask him, but in fact, Wang Aoi escaped with great difficulty, and one of his modified cargo ships sank to the bottom of the water, with heavy losses. Wang Aoi did not participate in the subsequent battle, so Wang Aoi didn't know anything. Wang Aoi wrote down the whole process of fighting in God's domain and posted it on the internet. Anyone who wants to know the news can just read the news, which is a lot cleaner. After Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoan learned about what happened to everyone in the sea, they were temporarily relieved. After all, neither Shen Feng nor Li Qi had any accidents before Wang Aoi left. This shows that Shen Feng and Li Qi, the probability of Yi surviving is also very high. Then there was a signal from the coral jungle. This is the call from K Yiming. K Yiming and Yun Lays finally came out after killing a huge turtle, and then they started to contact the headquarters. I hope the headquarters can come to pick you up soon. The aircraft carrier then returned to the coral forest. The electromagnetic field here is gone, and the aircraft carrier can also enter, but it needs to be careful when it hits the reef. Once it accidentally hits the coral, it may cause damage. The headquarters issued an order to let the two stay in the coral forest, search for living supernatural beings, and report the situation at any time. After K Yiming hung up the phone, he couldn't help but said to Yun Lays, "As the headquarters doesn't treat us as their own. They were already retreating when they encountered a typhoon before. They didn't even notify us. In the past, the captain of the cruiser would give us drift bottles anyway, but now it's all good. The drift bottles are gone." Yun Lays shrugged helplessly and said, "Who made us supernatural beings sacrificable? Aren't we all allowed to do any dangerous things?" The two were helpless, and then began to look for companions in the coral forest. There were several inflatable boats on the sea that did not leak air. K Yiming and Yun Lays cut 110 caddies of turtle meat and set off, rowing in the coral forest, looking for people who might still be alive after the battle. The coral forest was already very messy. Coupled with the devastation of the typhoon, there were broken boards everywhere in the coral forest. Even though the sea beasts had already left here, the two felt shocking when they saw the traces after the battle. K Yiming, look quickly, there are still dead sea beasts on the water, which shows that the captain and the others are very powerful in fighting, and they can kill many sea beasts in desperate situations. Maybe the captain and the others are still alive now. Yun Lays suddenly saw a huge black shadow on a piece of sea area. These shadows are also giant sea beasts, but they are dead now, and a small fish appeared, eating the corpse of the sea beast. K Yiming also nodded quickly and said, "It seems that some people may have survived after the battle. If this is the case, we can continue to make meritorious deeds. Being able to come back alive from the sea twice already proves that the strength of the two of them is now there. Are very few people who can come back from the sea alive, especially after being attacked by sea beasts. 2 years ago, only 1/10 of the people survived the attack of sea beasts, and now this I don't know how many people will be found." K Yiming and Yun Lays immediately searched for the evolutionary crystals in the corpses of sea beasts, but unexpectedly discovered that the evolutionary crystals in the hoods of these sea beasts had basically been taken away. After discovering this, but the two immediately realized one thing, that is, there are probably other people alive in this sea area. In the end, the two found Gong Changfa on a coral island after rowing. At this time, Gong Changfa looked very sloppy, his hair was messed up, and he seemed to have lost any energy. His body was intact, but the whole person has become gloomy. "Captain, I'm here to pick you up. Are you okay? Where are the others?" Yun Lays shouted at Gong Changfa on the island. Gong Changfa finally raised his head at this moment, and when he saw Yun Lays appeared, a smile appeared on his face, but the smile seemed rather bitter. And Gong Changfa felt uncomfortable at this time, as, "Are you still alive? I thought that the brothers are already dead, so it's great that you're still alive." Guang Changfa started to cry as he spoke. Neither Kei Yiming nor Yunlei expected such a thing to happen. Guang Changfa is an upright man, but at this moment, he is crying. I really don't know what happened to such a man before. Encountered a huge change, now will not be so sad, Captain, don't cry. If you think that the people in the Xiangsun Bureau are dead, we can reorganize. I still have an evolutionary crystal here, and I can still train 20 supernatural beings. Don't be sad, I will help you. You rebuild the Xiangsun Bureau. Yunlei quickly comforted Gong Changfa. He and Gong Changfa can be regarded as young, and now he doesn't want to see Gong Changfa continue to be depressed. But as soon as the words came out, Gong Changfa said, "Forget it, I don't want to form the Xiangsun Bureau anymore. When I return to China, I will find a small city to defend the city. In short, I will do it again in the future. I won't go to sea anymore, and as for the missions at the headquarters, I won't be involved anymore. I'm going to spend the rest of my life in a small place like this." Kei Yiming also persuaded, "Don't be so pessimistic. There are not many supernatural beings under the headquarters now, and at this moment, you are a very powerful combat force, and it is impossible for the headquarters to ignore you. You still have a chance to make a comeback. I'm not saying there's no chance, you guys don't understand. I've watched my entire army wiped out twice. The first time was okay, Sun Yan was still alive, but now, Sun Yan is dead, and I watched helplessly. Brothers died, or a self-organized organization collapsed. I am already discouraged, no need to persuade me, as, after I leave, if the Xiangsun Bureau is rebuilt, you must be the captain. At that time, take care do it." Guang Changfa explained that he was tired of being the captain of the Xiangsun Bureau now, and Yunlei quickly said, No, I can't. I'm not as capable as you, the captain. I'm just dawdling in my normal time. How can I manage the team? Captain, if you don't plan to form the Xiangsun Bureau, I'm also planning to find a city to live in seclusion. Kei Yiming took advantage of the opportunity and sent out an invitation, then follow me to Jinling. This place is great. It is the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, and there are countless delicacies. When the time comes, we brothers will live in Jinling. What a wonderful thing, Guang. Changfa has always felt uncomfortable. Although he survived the night of the sea beast attack, he has already figured it out after this battle. It is all because of his competitive mentality that he wants to complete the task. So much so that it hurt the brothers, and their deaths were inseparable from him. After thinking of this, Guang Changfa had the mentality of retiring, and found a small city to garrison. If there are mutant beasts, kill the mutant beasts. If there are mutant birds, if it comes, resist the mutated bird. In short, it will never go to sea again. Chang Gong found that his attitude was very firm at this time. It could be seen that he was determined to retire at this time, and Kei Yiming and Yunlei couldn't continue to persuade him. Then he took Gong Changfa and continued to search for him in the sea. Stand up. This search really found many people. Xiao Xing is still alive, his body is injured, his arms are broken, and it will take a month or 2 to recover, while Jin Ziju is on the same island as Qin Kui. In fact, according to what Jin Ziju said, it was Qin Kui who rescued him at a critical moment. At that time, he was already weak and unable to swim. Fortunately, it was Qin Kui who rescued Jin Ziju ashore. After seeing Kei Yiming and Yunlei, Xiao Xing couldn't help asking, "Have you seen Shen Feng? Is he still alive?" Kei Yiming then shook his head and said, "I didn't see it, but don't worry, Shen Feng and Yu Hangai had escaped successfully at sea before. At this time, Shen Feng must be experienced. He should be alive. After all, he can walk on water." Xiao Sheng couldn't help sighing. It's true that there are people beyond human beings. After this battle, I realized how weak I am. In the future, if I can become stronger, I must take revenge. I don't believe that humans can't beat sea beasts, compared. With a depressed Gong Changfa, Xiao Sheng is now inspired to fight. He also wants to rebuild the Ability Management Bureau, and then one day he will take revenge. Then everyone searched in the coral forest, and found a few supernatural beings who were lucky to be alive. But unfortunately they were all foreign supernatural beings. Based on the idea of caring, everyone brought these people with them, ready to return with the aircraft carrier. Xiao Sheng felt a kind of uneasiness in his heart, because Shen Feng was not found, so it seemed that it would be difficult to explain to Shen Yu if he returned to the country like this. But he had already searched the nearby sea area, and it was true that he could not find Shen Feng became a reality. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 883, Imagination and Reality. Li Qi started to check himself immediately after waking up, only to find that his body was already wrapped in a tarpaulin, and Shen Feng was still checking the items in the backpack on one side. This time going to see, it can be said to be quite rewarding. Feng not only got meteorite fragments, but also got a lot of evolutionary crystals. The most important thing is the evolutionary crystallization of whales. This evolutionary crystal is as big as a human head, far beyond the comparison of ordinary evolutionary crystals. When Li Qi found out that there was nothing unusual about her body, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, because yesterday Li Qi especially tested Shen Feng with no defenses. If Shen Feng can pass the test, it means that he is an honest gentleman. Feng Qinghao's previous accusations were all false, but if Shen Feng really made a move, Li Qi could also take advantage of the situation to pester Shen Feng and demand that Shen Feng be responsible. Now it seems that Shen Feng is completely a man who can stand the test, so Feng Qinghao's accusation is completely nonsense. Shen Feng did not do anything to abandon his wife, but Li Qi is somewhat disappointed now, because Shen Feng did not. It's not that he has evil thoughts about himself, and he failed to attract Shen Feng at this time. Li Qi began to ask, Shen Feng, what should we do next? We have no fresh water at sea, and we must make an early decision now. Shen Feng replied, now I can fly with you, find an island to recuperate, change some clothes, and then find a sailboat to go back. Li Qi couldn't help asking, why don't you just fly back? Why are you still looking for a boat? Shen Feng explained, flying looks simple, but it is actually quite exhausting. Flying half the ocean, I can't do this kind of thing. Let's take a boat. I still remember the map here. We found after getting off the ship, go to Yangon, where I have acquaintances, and then let these people send us to Yazhou. When you return to your Yanjing, I will continue to guard my Yazhou. Li Qi could not object to Shen Feng's current thoughts, and then Li Qi also wanted to try his own abilities, and then tried it, and suddenly found that his laser knife could reach a length of 5 meters. Yes, it can be seen that Li Qi's combat ability has also been improved. Seeing how happy Li Qi is now, Shen Feng couldn't help asking, haven't you watched One Piece? Li Qi asked back, what does this have to do with watching One Piece? I don't want to go to sea often. Besides, I don't like anime very much. I have heard of it, but I haven't watched it. Shen Feng nodded to himself, and said, that's it, no wonder you are timid when using the ability. If you can fire the laser when you cast the ability, wouldn't the lethality increase in a straight line? Why bother? It's hard to use the laser knife, the attack distance is also short, and the attack area is relatively small. Now that Shen Feng said this, Li Qi understood what Shen Feng meant. It turned out that Shen Feng felt that the way he used his abilities was too simple, so he had no choice but to explain, reality is different from animation. Do you think I don't want to become stronger? I really can't do it. First of all, it is not easy to condense the laser, which consumes a lot of energy. Secondly, the energy dissipation of the laser in the air is very serious. The laser in Star Wars, the gun, has not been developed. Do you think I can surpass the current level of technology? Shen Feng couldn't help feeling sorry when he heard such an explanation, and then said, then there is no other way. I actually really want to see the scene of 8-foot Kyungao shooting lasers indiscriminately in the sky, and now it seems that there is no chance. Li Qi explained, maybe I can do this when I become stronger. As for now, I still think about some practical things. If you want to fly with me, you should hurry up. Are you holding me? What about me? Or are you carrying me behind your back? Shen Feng hesitated for a moment and said, can you carry it? This way the two of us won't be too intimate. After getting such an answer, Li Qi couldn't help giving Shen Feng a contemptuous look, and asked, are you so afraid of me? Shen Feng explained, it's not that I'm afraid of you, it's that I respect you. After all, you will marry in the future. If you don't pay attention to your image, you won't be able to marry in the future. I also need to pay attention to my own image. Because after all, I also have a family. If you and I are too intimate, it will destroy my family. Li Qi saw Shen Feng saying this, and quickly replied, I don't want to destroy your family, I just want to join your family, that's all. After Shen Feng heard this kind of words, he didn't know what to say for a while. Want to join my family? Even if I agree, the two jealous jars in my family will not agree. Besides, Du Xinshi has only been frozen for a short time. Shen Feng is not in the mood to continue messing around at this time. Okay, I don't need to say such things anymore. I just pretend I didn't hear you. I'll carry you on my back, but there must be a backpack in between. Shen Feng chose a compromise method, separating the backpack between the two. In between, unnecessary contact can be avoided. Then Shen Feng started to take off with Li Qi on his back, and flew out towards the north, and not long after flying out, he saw a small boat on the water surface, floating alone. Luckily, after boarding the boat, Shen Feng made a sail out of a piece of wood, and started driving very quickly after using a supernatural power. Shen Feng and Li Qi had just left the circular island, and Kei Yiming and others also rode past here. They were originally looking for the evolutionary crystals in the blue whale, but they couldn't find it in the end. The whale's belly had exploded, and there is also a huge hole at the position of the whale's skull, and there are many cracks at the position of the hole. It can be seen that it was destroyed by external force. Who did this? It can actually cause damage at the position of the whale's skull. It is impossible for ordinary shells to blow through a bone plate several meters thick. Could it be that someone used explosives to blast it? Xiao Sheng saw it. After the scene, I was very surprised. I didn't know who was fishing in troubled waters. It was not easy to take away the evolutionary crystal of the whale before I arrived on the side of Shen Feng and Li Qi. The two have successfully landed. This is a large island in Indonesia. The population on the island is still large, but it is impossible to form a strong group in the end of the day. They are all one by one. The base originally had gold buttons on Shen Feng's clothes, and they were valuable things anyway, but Li Qi, a loser, used Shen Feng's clothes to attract Fang Qinghao, and finally disappeared in the whale's explosion. Without a trace, Shen Feng has no currency to use. After all, Shen Feng still needs clothes. The general difference between humans and animals is that humans have a sense of shame, so humans can wear clothes, but if they don't have money, they don't need to talk about it. As the saying goes, a penny can't beat a hero. Feng was stumped. In desperation, Shen Feng chose to steal. With his speed, stealing clothes is not a simple matter. After stealing clothes, Shen Feng still needs money to live in a hotel and to find a decent sailboat. Stealing clothes is nothing, but stealing other people's money is not good. Thinking of this, Shen Feng decided in order to make money, I inquired about it. There is a fourth-order mutant beast in the mountains. It is a species called green iguana. It used to be a vegetarian, but now it also eats meat. It has eaten a lot of people, so many people don't like it. Dare to enter the mountains. After hearing about this incident, Shen Feng immediately said to Li Qi, okay, our opportunity to make money has come, prepare to eliminate harm for the people. When Li Qi saw that Shen Feng was going to make money by beating around the bush, he couldn't help but said, can you make good use of your power? We are rare 7th level supernatural beings in this world. We directly went to the boss of this base and beat him up. He had a meal, and he had everything, but at this moment, you are still thinking about this kind of thing. Isn't it too ridiculous? The strong can surpass the rules. What Li Qi said at this time is also what most supernatural beings would do. He has strong strength, and the existence of this kind of strength means that he will not be short of money wherever he goes. Obedience to orders shows great destructive power. Who dares to be disobedient? In the end, Shen Feng had to make money first, and then obtain supplies. Isn't this a bit too disciplined? Shen Feng explained, I don't like to break the rules. Since the rules have been made, they must be followed by people. If I break these rules, it is equivalent to saying that I surpass the rules. Ordinary people, but in fact I am also a human being. I don't want to be treated differently. Of course, if someone offends me, then I will do it. Li Qi had no way to refute, because what Shen Feng said now did have some truth, so after thinking about it carefully, he let Shen Feng go. It was only a 2-day delay, so let's delay it. Anyway, even if I return to China, there would be nothing wrong. Then Shen Feng flew directly into the jungle to kill the 4th-order mutated lizard, and carried the lizard to the base. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by crowds. After a closer look, everyone found that this was actually the legendary Fengshen, So they started taking pictures one after another, and the city lord personally welcomed Shen Feng to his home and entertained him carefully. Shen Feng said, "The lizard is for you, and I don't care, but then prepare enough food for us for half a month, and also need a sailboat, and the most important thing is to prepare a radio station for me to send a telegram to Yazhao. Just say I'm still alive and everything is fine." The city lord quickly nodded and agreed. He naturally had to obey Lord Fengshen's request, and it was not in vain. Wasn't the mutated lizard in the mountain killed? The meat on the lizard is a good thing, and it can cultivate a lot of supernatural beings. Many people in Southeast Asia can actually speak Chinese, because they often need to receive tourists. In addition, there are many overseas Chinese living here. It is not uncommon to know Chinese. The current city lord quickly said, "We must meet the requirements of Lord Fengshen. Arrange these things now, and please stay in my mansion. No matter what you want, I will satisfy you." Chapter 884. After Shen Feng killed the Fourth Order mutant beast in the mountain forest, he was warmly welcomed when he came to the nearby base. This is a small city by the sea. In the past, it was also driven by tourists. Economical, and in the end of the world, you can only grow potatoes and cassava to support yourself. Planting crops on the ground is not acceptable, because mutant birds will always eat crops. In order to prevent the crops from being eaten by birds, we can only grow underground crops, such as potatoes and crops that have high yields and are still in the ground. Although it is impossible to completely eliminate the phenomenon of birds eating crops, but the situation of being eaten can be alleviated anyway, and the city owner of this base is just a second-order supernatural being. Respectfully, the most worrying thing for the city owner is that Shen Feng and Li Qi will cause sabotage. If Shen Feng and Li Qi really do this, it is impossible for the people present to stop these two people. Powerful enough to allow them to do whatever they want, but fortunately, Shen Feng is a very reasonable person, and he didn't do that kind of thing of robbing things by force. Instead, he killed the evil mutant beasts in the mountains and exchanged them for supplies, which is already very rare. In the end of the world, the order itself has collapsed, and the supernatural beings can basically do whatever they want without being restricted at all. As a result, at this moment, Shen Feng is willing to obey the rules, which is completely the result of the supernatural beings. Alternative in. Shen Feng and Li Qi were immediately invited to live in a small fortress of the city lord. This is also the most luxurious residence in the entire base. The residences of ordinary people are not as beautiful and practical as they are now. People with a little money, it is possible to have your own single-family house, and it is better to live in the manor, but now the place where the city owner lives is a fortress, which also takes into account the defensive attributes. There are gardens, swimming pools, and private clubs inside the fortress. Here it is already in a state of indifference to the world. Shen Feng is very satisfied with this place. Although it is not as good as Fengshen Palace, living here is considered comfortable. Although there are generators in this base, there is no network-based station, so if you want to contact Yazhao, you can only use it. The most primitive method is to send a telegram to confirm your safety. If Shen Feng has a good relationship with the headquarters, he can use the satellite of the headquarters to contact him. As long as he carries a satellite phone, Shen Feng can directly contact Yazhao as long as he is not in a particularly dangerous place. However, the relationship between Shen Feng and the headquarters has become tense, so it is impossible for Shen Feng to use the satellite phone. If he wants to contact Yazhao, he can only find a nearby base to send a telegram. Yazhao then confirmed receipt of the telegram and issued a letter to Shen Feng's base. "Please go home quickly, but be careful not to bring diseases from outside back to Yazhao. A strange virus has broken out in Southeast Asia. This virus is transmitted by mosquitoes. It seems to be a variant of dengue fever. It can even spread from person to person. Because of the lack of medicine, many people died, so Chang Jianyi, that's why I told you, don't bring the disease back to Yazhao. Avian flu is already very difficult, and prevention is already very troublesome. If Shen Feng still brings the disease back from Southeast Asia, Yazhao will be really, I don't know what to do." Shen Feng then gave instructions to the city lord, "When preparing a room for the two of us, remember to have a mosquito net. The mosquitoes here are too poisonous, we probably can't bear it. The climate in Southeast Asia is hot and humid. Basically, people will not freeze to death. It is also a good place to grow crops. However, there are also problems here. One of the problems is mosquito bites. The mosquitoes here are vicious. As long as they bite after one mouthful, people's hands will swell up in a few minutes, and the toxicity is too great. The city lord quickly agreed, and asked, "Your Majesty Fengshen and Goddess of Light, just stay with me, and I will prepare separate rooms for you. Do you have any other needs? Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are the most important things, and now there is only food left to be solved." Shen Feng then said, "There is also a problem with food. Do you have any special food here? Is there any food that tourists here often eat?" As soon as the words came out, the city lord took Shen Feng to the side, avoided Li Qi, and then said with a smile, "Master Fengshen, we really have a special seafood here, that is a kind of snake meat. This kind of meat is a great tonic, and this kind of snake is a mutated species. If you eat it after frying it, it can greatly improve the male performance. How about something like this? Are you satisfied?" When Shen Feng heard this, he frowned immediately, and refused, "No need. I'm not in such a good mood to eat these, you should keep them for yourself. In addition, just find some normal food, preferably with fruit. I know that there are many fruits in these places." The city owner originally wanted to recommend his special food here. This kind of sea snake is a great tonic, a gas station for men, and a beauty salon for women. As a result, Shen Feng wasn't interested, and the city lord had already touched his nose, so he had no choice but to give up and prepare normal food to entertain Shen Feng. However, at this moment, Li Qi said that he wanted to watch the cooking of the food in the kitchen. Shen Feng also knew that Li Qi was worried that someone was poisoning him, so he let her go and observe it, so as not to worry about it. Capsize in the gutter. Shen Feng started to sleep in the room. He has been using supernatural powers for the past few days. There are too few things to eat. There is nothing to do except to catch fish. However, the fish meat is basically protein. There is no fat or sugar. Shen Feng feels that he is hungry and thin, and needs to take a good rest. After Li Qi came to the kitchen, he found the chef and said, "I heard that there is a special sea snake in your place. I am going to try it, but I hope there will be no sea snake in this dish. Look, can you do this, now?" That Li Qi said this, of course the chef had to follow suit, but the chef was still somewhat worried because he needed to do this kind of thing. He couldn't help asking, "Just now the city lord told me not to make sea snakes. Now if you make this dish, wouldn't you be violating the intention of the city lord?" "That's because Shen Feng doesn't want to eat it, but I want to taste it. Do you understand? How many sea snakes are there? I made them all for me, understand? Otherwise, I can't forgive you." Li Qi coldly said, "She is not as disciplined as Shen Feng." Li Qi is still used to using fists to speak at critical moments. After speaking, Li Qi seemed to still want to prove his own strength, so he summoned a laser knife with his hand, and chopped off the beef spine next to him. When the beef spine was cut off, the chef they were all taken aback. After seeing the strength of the supernatural person with their own eyes, they also knew that the end of provoking the supernatural person would be very miserable. If they were cut, they would definitely be cut off on the spot. "Just do it right now. We have 100 sea snakes here. If they are all made into dishes, ordinary people will not be able to bear them, because the effect of this kind of snake is very powerful. If a person with supernatural powers eats them, it may be difficult to bear." The chef was still reminding Li Qi at the last moment. Li Qi said calmly, "It's okay, cook as much as you have. Remember my request, it can't be seen as snake meat, but it must be delicious." The chefs were very helpless, and then began to make it. It is not too difficult to see that it is snake meat. As long as the snake meat is removed and mixed with other meat, there will be no problem. Various methods of frying and frying have been used. Finally, more than 100 sea snakes have been made. These snake meats have been incorporated into many dishes, such as 60 meatballs and black chicken soup. There is this kind of meat in it. So, when it was time to finish the meal, Li Qi warmly greeted Shen Feng for dinner. Originally, the city lord wanted to entertain Shen Feng and Li Qi, but Li Qi drove the city lord away with the excuse of being too tired up. The place to eat is in Shen Feng's room. Li Qi explained, "This is because it is necessary to ensure that the food will not be drugged by others. Don't worry, these meals are made by me watching the chef with my own eyes. If you have any questions, and you don't know if the food suits your appetite, you should try it quickly. Shen Feng has a big appetite. There is nothing delicious on the sea." Shen Feng has already lost a lot of hunger. At this moment, he finally has a lot of delicious food in front of his eyes. He came back alive from the previous battle, so he naturally wanted to eat more to celebrate. "Hey, This 60 meatball is a bit strange. The taste doesn't seem very authentic. It seems that the level of the chef here needs to be improved. Shen Feng's appetite has actually grown during these years in Yazhou. After trying 60 meatballs, I noticed something was wrong. It seems that the meat here is not very fresh, otherwise why would there be a strange smell? Li Qi quickly explained, is that so? If you try other dishes, I don't think there's any problem. Could it be something wrong with your sense of taste? After Shen Feng tried the rest of the dishes, he also felt that there was a strange taste. So it's so strange, maybe it's because of the chef's problem. Afterwards, Shen Feng didn't care about the taste of the food anymore. Just be weird if it's weird, as long as you eat it, you'll be fine. So Shen Feng started to eat in a whirlwind way. Li Qi chewed slowly at the side. His eyes were fixed on Shen Feng all the time, as if observing Shen Feng's current changes while eating. Shen Feng realized something was wrong. After eating the food, his whole body became hot. This is a normal phenomenon. After all, after taking in a lot of nutrients, human beings will speed up metabolism, and metabolism will generate heat. Eating. It is also reasonable to have a fever after eating, but this kind of fever is different. Shen Feng can feel it. It's not because of the body's metabolism that he feels hot all over his body, but because of some other ingredients that are at work. Shen Feng put down the bowl and chopsticks, and said seriously, no, there is something wrong with these meals. My body is getting hot now. This is not normal. But after Shen Feng said these words, Li Qi unhurriedly filled Shen Feng with a bowl of chicken soup and said, this is normal. I asked the chef to put chicken soup in many dishes. After eating medicinal materials, such as ginseng and velvet antler, it is normal to have a fever after eating it, because the effect of the medicine is produced. Come, have a bowl of soup. Shen Feng was relieved when he heard that the medicine was working, but he still couldn't help criticizing Li Qi. Eat well when you eat well, why take supplements? Our supernatural beings are in such good health, there is no need to take supplements. There is no need to replenish the body. Shen Feng still obediently drank the chicken soup that Li Qi handed over. After eating a meal, Shen Feng felt his blood boil, and Li Qi was still wearing cool clothes at this time. Shen Feng couldn't help but look at him. Li Qi was peeking at him. I'm going to take a shower, and you should go back to your own room as soon as possible. It will be dark later. If you are in my room, I can't tell if it gets out. Shen Feng said. After talking, he entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and used cold water to reduce the fire for himself, but it didn't work. Shen Feng took a full half an hour of showering in the bathroom before he felt his body recover a bit, otherwise the heat on his body would be completely irresistible. After walking out the door, Shen Feng muttered, what the hell kind of supplement? The medicine is so effective. Chapter 885. After leaving the bathroom, Shen Feng finally felt a lot better. Taking a shower for half an hour finally reduced the heat on Shen Feng's body, but after Shen Feng entered his bedroom, he was stunned immediately, because at this time Li Qi was lying on his bed, wearing close-fitting pajamas, showing his perfect figure, with a pair of long legs exposed. Li Qi was still pointing at Shen Feng and said, come here, you are still waiting what? Shen Feng was taken aback, and quickly asked, why are you in my room? Go back to your own room quickly, I'm going to sleep. Li Qi looked at Shen Feng with a smile and said, I'm waiting for you now, don't you feel that there is something wrong with you? To be honest, you have been tricked, and I can't wait any longer. You are a very good man, I have been longing for you all the time, so I have learned some methods of scumbags. Now, what are you waiting for? Only then did Shen Feng understand why he was hot all over, and it turned out to be Li Qi who was playing tricks, so he quickly said, stop messing around, can't we be ordinary friends? Why do you still pester me? Forget it, anyway, I'll go out solve physical problems. Shen Feng is also very clear about Li Qi's feelings. Li Qi had already revealed it when Yanjing parted before, but he didn't expect Li Qi to learn such a dirty trick, and he was doing it for himself. Prescribing medicine, obviously this is what a man should do, but at the last moment it turned out to be Li Qi's behavior. Li Qi saw that Shen Feng was about to go out to find a woman, but he still had no idea about himself, so he rushed up and closed the door, and asked, am I ugly? Did I not fall into your eyes? Question mark. Or do you hate me? Shen Feng explained, you are a rare beauty in the world, and I don't hate you, but I really can't do this. You get out of the way, or I won't be polite. It's already come to this time. Why are you still unwilling to accept me? Obviously I have done so many things, but you still reject me. Li Qiyi continued to ask. Shen Feng explained, you know the reason. I already have a family. Du Xinqi's appearance has already made them angry for a long time. If I accept you, they will definitely not agree at first. Li Qiyi continued to question, then let me ask you, when you were in Wa Kingdom, you were still playing songs every night. Did you think about family at that time? This matter was told by Yu Hengyi and K Yiming to Li Qiyi. At that time, Shen Feng's alias was Shen Fuyo and he did whatever he wanted. At that time, Shen Feng didn't think about family at all, but at this moment, he actually used such an excuse to prevaricate himself, which makes no sense at all. Shen Feng was at a loss for words for a while, and said in a hurry, that's because I just play with them. What should I consider, then? Can't you play with me at this time? Li Qiyi continued to question, pressing every step of the way without giving Shen Feng a chance to breathe. Shen Feng explained, it's different, we are friends. If something happens to me with you, I need to be responsible. That's why I can't do rude things to you. You understand the meaning, then? I just want to tell you what I mean. I don't need you to be responsible. I just need your actions to prove that you like me. That's enough. No one will know what happened tonight. Is it okay now? Li Qiyi continued to retreat. She already understood what Shen Feng meant, but she still didn't intend to give up. Finally, Shen Feng was dazzled by desire, picked Li Qiyi up and threw him on the bed, and the final boundary between men and women was about to be broken. When the sun of the next day has appeared, Shen Feng wakes up slowly. The biological clock has been formed, and it will automatically wake up at about the same time, and Shen Feng also gets up and opens the curtains. When Shen Feng is standing on the ground, for a while, he didn't stand still, and his legs softened a little. The sun had already appeared, passing through the window and shining on Li Qiyi's body, and Li Qiyi's flawless white body had also appeared in front of Shen Feng. Shen Feng also had lingering fears when he thought of the madness last night, because Li Qiyi was simply it's a beautiful snake. It's really terrible when it's stalking people. After Li Qiyi woke up, he looked at Shen Feng with a smile and said, "Good morning, husband." Shen Feng was taken aback when he heard this title, and said, "You said it last night. You said that I am not responsible, so don't use this title." Li Qiyi got up, and while getting dressed, said, "How many women have you seen keep their promises? Anyway, I'm already entangled with you now, and I have no way if you want to dump me. Speaking of which, at this moment, if I return to Yanjing, I will most likely be excluded, so I have no choice but to join you." Shen Feng quickly shook his head and said, No, you can't go to Yazhao. If you go to Yazhao, because you are a supernatural person and don't have a heart attack, my 2 wives must fight with you. So it's absolutely impossible. Li Qiyi put on his clothes and looked at Shen Feng seriously, but Shen Feng turned his eyes away, looking guilty. "Well, I knew you were an irresponsible person, so I won't embarrass you anymore. I'll just go back to Yanjing in the future. As for the questioning from the headquarters, I took out an evolutionary crystal, and everything was settled. But in the future, I want you to visit me every year, so it's okay, right?" Li Qiyi said immediately, I'll try my best." Shen Feng said hastily. Li Qiyi sneered, "What do you mean by trying your best? If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't do it, you can't do it. I made it clear, if you don't come to me, I will come to you in person already." Shen Feng nodded quickly, "No problem, I will definitely come to you every year, and I will do what I say. Unless I am really not free, because you also know that sometimes I often fight outside, and you always need to consider special circumstances of." Li Qiyi nodded, and said in his heart, the purpose of going out this time has finally been achieved, although, due to external resistance, Li Qiyi cannot accompany Shen Feng, but as long as he can maintain an underground relationship, this is also Li Qiyi's choice to take a step back. The cruelest thing in life is not getting what you want. It's okay if you never meet, because it's just heard, it's not a big deal, but after meeting, there is an intersection, and life is no longer related. That's too sad. What Li Qiyi is most worried about is that she will never have anything to do with Shen Feng in the future. If this happens, Li Qiyi would rather be killed. After all, she has lost her family. If you can't get it, life is meaningless. After experiencing the incident with Li Qiyi, Shen Feng has already seen that Li Qiyi is definitely a bad woman. If she is pushed into a hurry, she can do anything. She is a good woman, but at this moment she chooses despicable methods. What? A bad woman? She's so scheming. Shen Feng couldn't help muttering, "What are you talking about?" Li Qiyi seemed to have heard Shen Feng's muttering, and asked directly at this moment. Shen Feng quickly said, "It's nothing, I didn't say anything, I think it's time to go. Hurry back to Yazhao as soon as possible. The mosquitoes in this place are also very vicious, if you continue to stay, you may even get sick." Li Qiyi said to Shen Feng after thinking about it, "Are you in such a hurry? Play on the island for a week before setting off. That's the decision, now go shopping with me." After finishing speaking, Li Qiyi stretched out his hand, and Shen Feng also held hands quickly, and obediently gave in. Thinking of the problems that might arise in the future, Shen Feng felt a headache, and now he can see that Li Qiyi is not a fuel-efficient lamp. However, if Li Qiyi came to the door in the future, Shen Feng would not be able to deal with it. Now, I can only take one step at a time, and I can't do other things. Shen Feng muttered in his heart after spending a week on the island. The relationship between Shen Feng and Li Qiyi has finally evolved into lovers. They will habitually hold hands when shopping, and Li Qiyi will also serve Shen Feng with vegetables when eating. In the end, the time to sleep at night is also in a bed. After the week ended, Shen Feng and Li Qiyi also set off again. It took half a month to arrive in Yangon by sailboat. There are many people from Yunnan province here, and they all know Shen Feng's. I think Shen Feng also came to help when he was attacking the mushroom forest, so everyone hurriedly sent Shen Feng off and provided the glider. After having the glider, Shen Feng arrived in Yazhao, and a day after arriving in Yazhao, Li Qiyi also knew that it was time for him to leave. This was Shen Feng's home, but not his own. "I'm leaving now, do you have anything to say?" Li Qiyi asked. "Outside the city, this is a forest outside the city, and no one would come during normal times, so I put the farewell place here so that no one else would see it." Shen Feng suddenly remembered something, so he immediately found a head-sized evolutionary crystal from his backpack, and said, "I almost forgot, this is for you. Going out to sea, it's hard to let you get nothing. The evolution crystal is very precious, so let it be a gift for you. As long as you put this evolution crystal in front of the headquarters will not be able to embarrass you." What Shen Feng is most worried about now is that Li Qiyi will be embarrassed by others when he returns to Yanjing. If this happens, he has no way to protect Li Qiyi, so he simply gives away this evolutionary crystal. Can also be regarded as a farewell gift. However, after seeing the gift from Shen Feng, Li Qiyi laughed out loud, and then asked, "Do you really understand or do you not understand? This is the only one in the world. The evolutionary crystal of the 9th level sea beast is more precious than the meteorite fragments in the backpack. If you give it to me, won't you feel it is a pity?" Shen Feng smiled wryly, and said, "Our relationship cannot be known by others, so I am sorry for you, so I have to give you some compensation. Only these things, precious as they are, give you as you give them." After hearing what Shen Feng said, Li Qiyi was somewhat moved, and then said, "No need, such precious things should be kept in Yazhao, but you must keep them safe, maybe there will be more in the future. Great use, as for me, just take a small evolutionary crystal." After finishing speaking, Li Qiyi set off, and gave Shen Feng a kiss before parting. Shen Feng could only stand there sadly, watching Li Qiyi leave blankly, although he wanted to prevent Li Qiyi from leaving, but could not speak. "Maybe I'm not a qualified husband, I can't do anything well, and I always make the women around me sad. If only I could have a harmonious harem like the male lead in the harem comics." Shen Feng felt helpless in his heart. Thought in many harem-type anime, the male protagonist always hugs left and right, so there is no need to worry about the harem being unharmonious. Women get along very well with the male protagonist and will not be jealous, but this kind of cartoon is only in the imagination. It will appear, but in reality it will not be so simple. But having said that, the reason why these harem comics are enduring is also because they cater to the tastes of readers, and everyone likes to fantasize about these unrealistic things. Chapter 886 Strange Ability. After Shen Feng returned to Yazhao, he immediately received a warm welcome. Everyone heard about the battle at sea last month. Only a dozen people survived the battle. It is said that every battle with sea beasts at sea has been full of tragedy, but Shen Feng has experienced 2 meteorite salvage incidents and returned smoothly. This kind of strength is obvious to all. With such a powerful city lord, state security is also guaranteed. And after Shen Feng returned to Yazhao, some people also felt dissatisfied. The reason is very simple. That is, Shen Feng is still ranked 3rd in the ranking of the world's superpowers. It's too low. Obviously the City Lord has great strength, so he should be ranked 1st. The person who made this leaderboard for supernatural beings is mentally ill. The subjective judgment is too obvious. It is clear that our City Lord should be number 1 in the world. In the end, the City Lord is still 3rd. That's right. Look at this. There are still some small characters who can enter the top 10, relying on the so-called record as the judging standard. This is too subjective, and it is completely unreasonable. The people in Yuzhou immediately began to complain about the leaderboard of the supernatural beings, because everyone thought it was unfair. As for Shen Feng, he didn't pay attention to these. It is actually very difficult to compete for combat power among the supernatural beings. Because many abilities are very powerful, but they must be restrained by weaker abilities, so the relationship between strengths and weaknesses between people with abilities is not unstable. If you want to really choose a no easy thing, the headquarters is very embarrassing, and the reason is very simple. The Xianlong Bureau, which was originally supported by one hand, has been disbanded, because the main members have been jointly wiped out by Shen Feng from Yuzhou and Wang Aoi from the southeast. There are only 2 members left in the election bureau, and Gong Changfu himself is even more disheartened, and he is autistic, planning to find a small place to hide. K. Yiming and Yunlei's also proposed to go to Jinling to guard the lower reaches of the Yangtze River, and the number of supernatural beings under the headquarters suddenly became even rarer. Although the headquarters had already signed a contract with all the supernatural beings recruited before, the binding force of the contract on the supernatural beings is still too low. For the supernatural beings, the contract is just waste paper. It's okay to say that the family members of the supernatural beings are concerned, but many supernatural beings don't have family members, so it's impossible to restrain them even if they want to. So the most embarrassing thing about the headquarters right now is that there are no superhumans who can use it. Xiao Xing wanted to rebuild the supernatural administration, but he didn't have any supernatural potions in his hands. The headquarters reluctantly made one evolution potion into 20 supernatural potions, and gave Xiao Xing used it, and Xiao Xing officially became the captain of the Ability Management Bureau. Qin Kui was demoted to an ordinary member because of poor management, and the headquarters didn't want to see a scene where one family dominates, because if one family dominates, it will be difficult to check and balance, so someone from the headquarters found Guang Changfa. It was just a blow. Before that, you also encountered the disbandment of the Xiangxun Bureau. Now at this time, the headquarters still hopes that you can take the lead. As long as you want to rebuild the Xiangxun Bureau, we still have a long time to go. It is an evolutionary crystal, which can be used by you so that you can continue to serve as the captain. The people at the headquarters said to Gong Changfa was firm, and said, "No, I'm not a qualified captain. Besides, I don't want to see the organization that I finally formed be destroyed again. You should let other people do it." In short, it's impossible to do this. Gong Changfa has a firm attitude. He has decided to retire now. No matter how much the headquarters persuades him, he can't change his decision. In the end, he has no choice but to agree. However, he still asks Gong Changfa to station in the Northeast Plain, which is a big granary in China. There is no room for loss. It is also very appropriate for Gong Changfa to garrison. The Xiangxun Bureau was completely disbanded, because no one remained in the Xiangxun Bureau, but the headquarters also needed a new organization of supernatural beings to check and balance the supernatural administration, but there were no candidates for a while, and the headquarters began to encounter difficulties. If you want to become the captain of a supernatural person, you must first require this person to be a supernatural person, and it is best to be a powerful person. Ordinary people can't control the people below, and you must have a smart mind. You must have a good overall view. It is obedient. Such a person is not easy to find. Even after thinking about it, there is no such candidate immediately afterwards. Li Qi had also returned to Yanjing at this time, and was directly questioned when she returned to Yanjing. Even if Li Qi became a 7th level superhuman, she still needs to abide by the regulations. The headquarters ordered Li Qi to ease the relationship between the headquarters and Yuzhou. As a result, Li Qi took Shen Feng to see Yi, lawless and act without authorization. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Li Qi found an evolutionary crystal from his body, and said, "Actually, I am going to make up for my mistakes. This is the evolutionary crystallization I obtained after working hard at sea. I don't know if it is. Can't you make up for my mistakes?" The Harvest of the headquarters sending the fleet this time is actually 2 evolutionary crystals. Now Li Qi has contributed 1 evolutionary crystal on his own initiative. After obtaining such a precious thing, the headquarters has to forgive Li Qi, as long as if there is a harvest, then everything is easy to say. So the headquarters said, let's not take this as an example. Just write a review of this time and send it to the leader. In addition, the headquarters is currently planning to form a new organization of supernatural beings. Are you interested in being the captain? Li Qi is now a 7th level supernatural user, and his strength is absolutely nothing to say. At this time, Li Qi may be stronger than Xiao Sheng, and he is smarter. He is definitely qualified as the captain. Although there are occasional outrageous actions, but she is also a native of Yanjing, and she is considered reliable, so the headquarters also hopes that Li Qi will become the captain of the next organization. As for the research in the laboratory, Li Qi is not the only one. As a researcher like Yi, there is always a way in the laboratory. Li Qi refused without even thinking about it. No, I don't have such an idea. I'd better go back to my laboratory. There are still a few months before autumn is coming. You should think about how to do it. Let's deal with the crisis of mutant birds. After hearing Li Qi's answer, the headquarters had no choice but to find other personnel, and the only way to do it was to select new personnel to become superhumans, and then see which of these superhumans performed the best. Okay, then select appointments from there. It's just that at this time, many people are not willing to join a supernatural organization at the headquarters, because many people can see that after becoming a supernatural person, they will be sent to do very dangerous things. If you want to die in battle, you only need to do a careful calculation. There are already more than 80 dead people with supernatural powers under the headquarters. It can be said that the average survival time for each supernatural person is more than 1 year. Under such circumstances, no one wants to die in Yazhou. Shen Feng has also been questioned by Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan, because Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan saw a picture circulating in Southeast Asia, in which Shen Feng and Li Qi has a close relationship, and it is necessary to ask to find out exactly what the situation is between the two of them. Moreover, at this moment, Chu Chaoyan held a 2-month-old Shen Yishi in his arms and pressed Shen Feng. You answer in front of the child now. What is the relationship between you and Li Qi? Friendship. If I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning. The origin of this picture is not what you imagined. At that time, Li Qi had a heat stroke, so I went to help him, that's all. Shen Feng quickly explained, but he himself felt guilty to some extent, and he didn't know if there was really a theory of retribution. Chang Jianyi and Chu Chaoyan were skeptical, but Shen Feng did not bring Li Qi back, which showed that the relationship between the two was not very good, and it was useless to continue to question, so the two decided to give up. Shen Feng also started interrupting, holding Shen Yishi and Chu Chaoyan's hand, and said softly, "Daddy is here, do you miss Daddy?" Shen Yishi was only 2 months old, and during this time she was with Chu Chaoyan, and she hated people she didn't know, so she immediately started crying. Chu Chaoyan quickly snatched the child away, and said, "The child is still young, don't scare her, wait until you get to know her better in a few days before hugging her." Shen Feng shrugged, said nothing, and turned around to hug Xiaohu. Now the child can speak, although the words he speaks are only simple words, but he can already express his meaning. When he saw Shen Feng appearing, he wanted to make out a bid. At this time, Wang Ziqiang ran over and said to Shen Feng seriously, "Master, I may have awakened my abilities." Shen Feng was a little surprised when he heard Wang Ziqiang say this, and then asked, "What kind of power is it? Is it strong?" Wang Ziqiang hesitated for a moment, and seeing the two teachers and wives here, he was embarrassed to speak, but said to Shen Feng, "It's inconvenient to say, Master, I can't explain this matter for a while, let's talk about it in another place, here cannot say." Seeing that Wang Ziqiang was so careful, Shen Feng had no choice but to hand Xiaohu to Chang Jianyi, and followed Wang Ziqiang to a remote room. Wang Ziqiang immediately took off his pants and said, "Master, my ability is a bit weird, look, I will understand." Shen Feng was a little surprised when he saw Wang Ziqiang's action, and thought, could it be that Wang Ziqiang's ability strengthens the body type, not other parts but the spongy body? Theoretically speaking, this possibility really exists, but Shen Feng has never heard of it before, and now he doesn't know if it is true. But then Shen Feng found out that he had guessed wrong, because Wang Ziqiang urinated at the corner of the wall, and as a result, Small beads appeared on the ground. These small beads were white. After seeing it, Shen Feng reflected. Here it comes, it's urea. Could it be a substance-type supernatural being? The substance he manipulates is none other than urea. Shen Feng pondered in his heart. If this is the case, it would be a good choice for this kid to work in a fertilizer factory. Wang Ziqiang said pitifully, Master, I discovered this after I woke up. I don't want this ability. Chapter 887. Children actually cannot obtain supernatural powers directly after eating supernatural potions. Extraterrestrial elements are combined with the nervous system, so if they want to display supernatural powers, they must first wait until the nervous system is fully developed. And this is the reason why Wang Ziqiang has been unable to perform supernatural powers before and after awakening the ability. It is a very good thing in itself. After all, from now on, you will be a real ability user, and among the ability users, the material type ability user can be considered powerful, such as controlling the soil. Or rocks can also change the terrain in battle. This kind of ability can be considered powerful, but if the substance controlled is urea, it will really make people want to laugh. Everything can be changed, but it turns out to be a dirty thing for you. Isn't this too hip? Just imagine that when other people's hands control the flames and water flow, it looks very spectacular. In Wang Ziqiang's hands, there are white beads that turn out to be urea. If such a scene occurs, doesn't that make people laugh out loud? In addition to nausea, there is another problem that restricts Wang Ziqiang's abilities, and that is the environment. Every time you fight, you can't be next to the toilet, right? Or do soldiers need to pee during battle? Otherwise how would they kill the enemy? So for the current ability, Wang Ziqiang didn't want it at all, and his face was very wronged. If he knew that he would control this kind of ability after becoming a person with abilities, he would say nothing about becoming a person with abilities. Shen Feng thought for a while and said, now you should quickly wipe off all the water stains on the corners of the wall here, and then I will take you to the laboratory and ask the professor to study these abilities. If you really want to manipulate urea, it's fine, and you can go to work in a fertilizer factory in the future. Don't underestimate this job. Farmland also needs fertilizers, and you can just use your ability in this matter. Wang Ziqiang had no choice but to clean up the water stains in the corner with a mop, and followed Shen Feng honestly to the laboratory. After arriving at the laboratory, Shen Feng explained the situation clearly. Professor Niu led a group of old men in discussion. This ability that has never been heard of requires serious analysis. There was nothing to drink in the laboratory. Someone brought sugar water, put white sugar in hot water and brought it over. Wang Ziqiang sat on the sidelines and watched the professors in the laboratory discussing absent-mindedly. There is no smile on the face. Speaking of which, no matter who encounters such a thing, it is generally impossible to laugh. Wang Ziqiang stirred the white sugar in the cup with a spoon, hoping that the white sugar would dissolve sooner, but the dissolution speed of the white sugar was too slow, and Wang Ziqiang could only think wildly in his heart, thinking, is my fate really going to be like this? Is it miserable? Will you eventually become the director of a fertilizer factory? Others are fighting on the battlefield, but I can't. I can only stay in the fertilizer factory, and the gap in life is really too big. However, at this moment, Professor Niu saw what Wang Ziqiang was doing now, and immediately realized that something was wrong, because the white sugar in the cup had never melted. Own guesswork? Could it be that this child's ability is not actually manipulating urea, but other abilities? Professor Niu had a new guess at this time. Then Professor Niu ordered to the young people in the laboratory, go find a glass of salt water, find a glass of glucose water, hurry up. After Professor Niu gave the order in this way, the others were already stunned, because they couldn't understand what it meant. But the people below did so, and then brought over the salt water and glucose water. The professor put both glasses of solutions in front of Wang Ziqiang, and said, stir the 2 glasses of solutions. Wang Ziqiang doesn't know why. First of all, you have to drink water, can't you stir it yourself? Secondly, even if I need to stir it for you, all of it has been dissolved, so what's the point of stirring now? Although I don't know why, Wang Ziqiang is still doing it. Anyway, it won't hurt you if you do this. After stirring the solution with a spoon, something strange happened, because crystallization began in the solution. Originally, 2 cups there are no impurities in the solution, but now it is all white crystals. After seeing this scene, Shen Feng was also confused, and asked with a frown, what does this mean? Could it be that Wang Ziqiang's ability is to control salt? Professor Niu said in a deep voice, If I'm not mistaken, this is not a material type ability, but a natural type ability. This ability should be crystallization. When Wang Ziqiang heard this, he immediately became energetic. As long as his ability is not to control urea, then everything is easy to talk about. Professor, are you saying that my ability is a crystallization? What effect will it have in the future? Wang Ziqiang asked quickly. At this moment, he just wants to know what effect his ability will have in the future, but for this question, the professor replied helplessly, I really don't know what the effect of your ability is. You can only explore it by yourself in the future. However, I recommend you to go to school, mainly to study physics and physics. In terms of chemistry, after learning the relevant knowledge, you may be able to learn how to use abilities. Have you heard that? You have to study hard in the future. Now that you know what supernatural powers are, you should study hard. Shen Feng said to Wang Ziqiang. Wang Ziqiang said with a bitter face, Master, I want to go to the battlefield. I don't want to continue studying. Anyway, reading is useless. I can also learn to use abilities on the battlefield. If this is the case, why do I need to study? Shen Feng couldn't help shaking his head, and said, You have only read a few books? Now you already feel that reading is useless, and you will have no skills after that. Go to study obediently. The current situation is not so bad that you, a future go to the battlefield as an adult. You should continue to study. When you grow up, you will definitely be needed to go to the battlefield. After saying this, Wang Ziqiang had no choice but to give up. It is impossible to escape such things as reading, and this year has come to select students to become direct disciples, and the assessment time happens to be the time of the final exam. Now, the students in Yazhou know that the results of this exam are related to their own destiny, so they have given their due. For strength, it would be best if you can get the first place in the test, but if you can't do it, you will have a good future if you get the top 100 in the test. But now at this time Shen Feng has no shortage of supernatural potions, so in addition to choosing smart orphans to be his children, he also rewards his employees, especially the first group of people who followed him. They have no credit but hard work. Giving some supernatural potions can give them some comfort. This year's climate is abnormal. In the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River, there has been no rain for a whole summer, and the crops are growing slowly, and in some places there is even a complete failure of harvest. The famine has a tendency to expand for a while. Shen Feng is very helpless about this kind of thing. Yazhou's current food reserves are just enough. Although the mountainous areas in the south are also starting to farm, but the effect of farming is slow in a short period of time. The land in the mountainous areas, it has been 3 or 4 years since the wasteland was abandoned, and it is difficult to turn it into fertile soil if it is reclaimed in a hurry. The production of chemical fertilizers in Yazhou is also relatively low. If there is no chemical fertilizer, modern agriculture will be compromised. Famine is famine. I can't take care of so many things, as long as Yazhou is fine. Shen Feng thought in his heart, and after autumn, Yazhou also needs to fight. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the autumn harvest, the mutated birds in the forest must be cleaned up in time, otherwise once the mutated birds become the climate, there will be problems in the autumn harvest, and Yazhou will also explode. Famine. Shen Feng has been guarding in Yazhou. As for the matter of cleaning up the mutated birds, it is handed over to Guo Pinming. Guo Pinming has always been loyal to Shen Feng, so I entrust this matter to him, and I believe he can complete it. Task. Xiaolong in the hospital also woke up. After eating Shen Feng's evolutionary crystal, he slept in the hospital for 3 months. During this period, he completely relied on glucose and normal saline to maintain the energy needed by his body. After waking up, Du Fencheng wanted to find his parents, and finally Shen Feng appeared in front of him, and he stopped crying. Xiaolong, don't cry, Dad is here, look here, Dad is here. Shen Feng rushed to the hospital and saw that his son was safe and sound. Finally he felt comforted in his heart. If Xiaolong really had an accident, Shen Feng really didn't know how to face Du Xinqi, since he had promised her that he would take good care of the child when she fell into deep sleep. Fortunately, at this time, Xiaolong has woken up safely and soundly. Du Fencheng still wanted to see his mother, but was rejected by Shen Feng again. After crying for a while, he finally accepted the fact that his mother was not around. The situation is changing too fast. In China, which was still calm before, there is suddenly shocking news. The northern mutated birds are gathering now, and they seem to be preparing to attack the city. This is a fact that satellites have discovered. Compared to last year, there are far fewer mutated birds this year, because more than half of the mutated birds have been infected with the virus and died miserably. But even if it has been reduced a lot, the number of mutant birds is still considerable. The terrible thing is that the mutant birds and mutant beasts have joined forces. The satellite found that, in addition to the mutated birds, the mutated beasts deep in the mountains had also gathered. Once winter came, the mutated beasts in the mountains had nothing to eat, and they would go down the mountain. And this kind of thing usually only happens in winter. This year, for some reason, the mutated beasts gathered in advance, which seemed to echo the mutated birds. After Yanjing discovered this situation, it quickly notified all places that soldiers from all over the country were needed to come to Yanjing to defend the city. Today Yanjing is the largest city in the north, and it is also the capital. If it is broken, then the end will inevitably be chaos. But this time the mobilization of soldiers at the headquarters was not very smooth, because the southeast refused to send troops, and Yunnan province is still digesting the forces of Burma, and has no time to support Yanjing. Yazhao pretended not to hear, only the soldiers from the north gathered. However, Xiao Sheng, whom Shen Yuxin was thinking about in Rongcheng, has not come back for a long time. Originally, they had already agreed that as long as Xiao Sheng can return safely, then the next step is to get married first, but Xiao Sheng is busy now. There is really no time to get married when rebuilding the Ability Management Bureau. In desperation, Xiao Sheng called Shen Yu. Xiao, you also know that I really can't get away at this time. Today's north is in troubled times, and Yanjing City is very important now. If something happens to Yanjing, if it happens, the world will be in chaos, so the marriage can only be postponed. For this matter, Shen Yu still understands very well, because she also knows Xiao Sheng's difficulties. The current situation in Yanjing is critical, and the mutated birds have gathered and can attack the city at any time. At this time, Xiao Sheng must be. It is necessary to consider the affairs of the family and the country first. Ever since, Shen Yu said softly on the phone, it's okay. At this time, the outside affairs are more important. You should deal with the outside affairs first. Anyway, we are supernatural beings, and we have a long lifespan together for a long time. Xiao Sheng was very moved in his heart, and quickly said, I promise that I will go back and marry you when this war is over. In fact, the matter of getting married has been finalized before, but there is no time to do it, because there are too many trivial things, and Xiao Sheng has to procrastinate. But Shen Yu is still so considerate. Xiao Sheng was greatly encouraged. Chapter 888, Mutated Bird and Number 039, S Revenge. There is a lot of panic in the north today, because the mutated birds in Siberia have already gathered, and the mutated beasts deep in the mountains have also gathered immediately, and it seems that they are going to act together, although I don't know how the mutated birds and mutated beasts are. They are in contact, but what is certain is that if the two act together, the air force can provide cover, and the ground force can attack the fortifications, which is indeed difficult to deal with compared with the problem of mutated birds in China. The mutated birds in North America are the most serious, because North America has a large area and few people, and the reproduction speed of birds is very fast. Before, many birds died because of the virus attack. Now, North America, the mutated bird has already started to retaliate. The Eurasian continent has not yet started fighting, because the autumn harvest is generally still in various places. As a result, at this time, North America has already started a war. Countless mutated birds went south from the north of the Great Lakes, crossed the Rust Belt, and directly began to attack New York and Washington. The counterattack of the mutated birds can be described as crazy. There are many ferocious mutant beasts in just one day. The two big cities were destroyed one after another. People evacuated the cities one after another and turned to the countryside to fight on their own. Washington was destroyed, and the lighthouse state announced its disintegration. The states fell into a closed-door situation. The condition of the snow in front of the door after North America was attacked by mutated birds and mutated beasts. Asia and Europe have also been alerted. The joint operations of mutated birds and mutated beasts often start with the air strikes of mutated birds. If there is not enough air defense force, then a lot of big cities would look vulnerable. Yanjing attaches great importance to the news from North America, and immediately began to arrange, in order to deal with the attack of mutant birds, we must dig air raid shelters, and then strengthen the air force. Fighters and bombers must be sufficient. Set up anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns to ensure that all mutant birds can be shot down at critical moments. Report, the mutated birds have gone south, and the mutated beasts in the mountains have also taken action. At this time, News came from the intelligence department that countless mutated birds located in the far east of Siberia had already moved at this time, and countless mutated birds were on the way, going south, and the mutant beasts in the mountains all over the place are also going down the mountain. When the news came out, the headquarters was extremely anxious and contacted the army in the southeast to let the army go north to rescue Yanjing, but there was still no movement in the southeast direction. In fact, this is also a very simple reason, because the suppression of the southeast by the headquarters has been the people in the southeast are aware of it. Last year we sent the army to the rescue, which caused problems in the autumn harvest in the southeast and a decrease in the grain harvest. You banned us from joining forces this year. Since you can't take care of our interests, why should we help you? The southeast also needs the autumn harvest, and the southeast also needs the protection of troops in the end. When the migratory birds went south, Yanjing could only get support from a part of the troops in the north. As for whether it could deal with the attacks of mutant birds and beasts, no one knew. What did Yazhao say? Have they taken any action at this time? The headquarters began to inquire about Yazhao's movements, as if hoping that Shen Feng could come to the rescue at this time regardless of past suspicions. Unfortunately, Shen Feng is still in Yazhao busy with the autumn harvest. The leaders of the headquarters couldn't help getting angry at this time. Now the people in these places are all incapable of commanding. They are all short-sighted guys. Once the headquarters is threatened, the world will be in chaos in the future. They don't know the truth. It's a pity that it's useless to get angry now, because the mutation is going south, and the war is imminent. The first to be attacked were the 3 northeastern provinces, which are also known as the area outside the customs. When the mutant birds of Siberia go south, they will first reach the northeast. There is also the Daxingen Mountains nearby. I don't know how many mutant beasts there are in the mountains. After the war started, northeast is in a hurry. Standing on the city wall of Sangin, Guangchengfa looked at the mutated birds flying all over the sky. At this moment, he was in despair. He wanted to find a place to hide, and then ended his life. Unexpectedly, after he came to the northeast, he encountered a large number of mutated birds going south. This is the Songnan Plain, a large area of food production. Now it is facing such a huge threat, and it is basically impossible to defend it with only one Songin, Mr. Guangchengfa, what should we do at this time? Songgin's leader found Guangchengfa and began to ask about the situation. Looking at the densely packed mutated birds in the sky, Guangchengfa felt a wave of despair in his heart. After a moment of silence, he said, "Now there are 2 choices, either fight or run. There is no other option. This choice is left to you. Although the current situation is very dangerous, but I'm sure I'll survive." But not everyone else in the city. Chang Guang found out that he is a 6th-level supernatural user. He was not well known before, but that was because he was hidden in the snow for half a year. When it comes to combat power, his combat power must be ranked among the top 10 in the world. I thought he was just here to guard a food production place, but unexpectedly encountered such a major change. He had to fight, but how many people around him can survive? In that case, we will have to fight to the last man. Song Yuan's leader gritted his teeth and said after hearing this. After Guangchengfa learned of everyone's thoughts, he was silent for a long time, and said, "In this way, people in the whole city may die." Taking advantage of the fact that there are not many mutant birds now, and many people can survive after running away, we can preserve the vitality, but once the battle starts, it will be difficult for most people to survive. But everyone in Sangin still insisted on fighting, and they said seriously, "Fighting mutant birds, even if you die, you will sacrifice your life for the country. If you retreat at this time, we will be sorry for the country at all. Mr. Guangchengfa, we know if we are unfortunately killed in battle, the survivors of Sangin will be taken care of by you." Guang Chengfa smiled wryly when he heard this, and said, "I can't even lead a team of dozens of people. Now you want to hand over a city of people to me. How can this be done? Women and children have been sent to air raid shelters now. We have been digging air raid shelters since last year. Unfortunately, it seems that we men don't need air raid shelters now. Mr. Gong, you are very powerful. We also believe that you can take good care of them. Please." After saying these words, a tall and thick man knelt in front of Guangchengfa and solemnly kowtowed. The rest of the people also knelt down after seeing this scene. They all knew that in this war, their side was probably the living. Those who don't come down, as for the wife and children, they can only be taken care of by Guangchengfa. Seeing the people kneeling before him, the shock in Guangchengfa's heart is indescribable. He never thought that a loser like himself could gain everyone's trust, so Gong Changfa also seriously replied, "Since you trust so much me, then I promise. As long as I am still alive, I will definitely protect the women and children in this city." Before that, Gong Changfa had actually lost all his confidence, and he just wanted to live in a daze. The previous 2 failures had hit him hard, and he was doubting whether he was a suitable captain, because the people around him were always being bullied. Killing one by one, Sun Yan, who grew up together, was also eaten by sea beasts, which made Gong Changfa lament his arrogance, and then he became an autistic person. Hard work is useless, the honor is also false, and it is true to live. But at this moment, Gong Changfa found that there were still people who trusted him so much, so he could only cheer up and prepare to deal with the next mutant bird. After the mutated bird appeared, everyone treated it nervously. Their family members were basically sent to the air raid shelter, and now, in order to survive, they had to fight to the end. There was no reinforcements, no way out, and they could only fight in the end. Look, there are all mutant beasts under the claws of these mutant birds. It seems that these mutant birds are going to repeat the same trick, and they are going to airdrop mutant beasts into the city. People with good eyesight saw the monsters in the sky situation, so he quickly started to remind Gong Changfa. Hurriedly shouted, "Get ready to shoot." The mutated bird must not be allowed to enter the sky above the city smoothly. Shooting started in the city immediately, and a barrage of countless bullets shot towards the air. At this time, aiming is meaningless. As long as you shoot, you will definitely hit the mutant bird, because the sky is covered by the sky. The mutated bird covering the sun is flying. No matter how you shoot, you can hit the mutated bird. Gong Changfa looked at the mutated bird in the sky, and felt a strong anxiety in his heart. He had already participated in resisting the mutated bird when he was in Yanjing, but the mutated bird at that time was only for the purpose of robbing food. Now sometimes, the mutated bird seems not to snatch food, but to kill people. These mutated birds are very strange. It seems that their purpose is not to rob food, but to attack the city. After seeing the current situation, Gong Changfa made his own judgment. There are too many mutated birds. Just attacking the city and uniting with mutant beasts, this must be for killing people, not for grabbing food. But now any analysis is useless, because the war has already begun. Many mutant beasts dropped from the sky by the mutant birds, and the mutant beasts started to attack the people around them after landing. Fortunately, the old, weak, sick and disabled in the city, after hearing the air defense alarm, they all hid in the air raid shelter, so the damage was limited at the heights of the city. Many air defense forces have been set up at this time, including anti-aircraft guns and machine guns. When the mutated birds appeared, the guns began to counterattack. Even ordinary soldiers were shooting at the sky. The fired bullets formed a bullet chain, and the countless bullet chains formed a barrage. For a while, black shadows in the sky fell down one after another, as if it was raining. However, there are too many mutated birds. After the mutated birds in the front were killed, the mutated birds in the back appeared again, one after another, as if they were not afraid of death at all. At the beginning, the city could still gain an advantage relying on the existing air defense forces, but as time went by, the consumption of bullets became serious. When the air defense firepower could not keep up, the mutant birds also occupied a huge advantage. Coupled with a mutant beast that was finally thrown into the city, the soldiers finally couldn't hold on anymore. They held on for a day, and Sangye ensued. The soldiers have been fighting bravely, but there are at least several million mutated birds attacking Sangye. The mutated birds also have air superiority. Casualties, but a city has been breached. Gong Changfa was standing on the city wall, and he was still attacking constantly. No matter how many mutated birds came, as long as he touched him, he would die instantly. When it comes to destructive power, Gong Changfa is definitely the leader among the supernatural beings. Gong Changfa also no longer remembered how many mutated birds he had killed, but it was a pity that it didn't help. Now, the gunshots were hardly heard in the city, and Gong Changfa also knew that Sangye had fallen. I'm really a lone star. No matter where I go, everyone around me will die. Such days are enough. When will I be free? Gong Changfa thought sadly in his heart, but when he remembered the entrustment he had received before, Gong Changfa could only pull himself together. The old and weak women and children in the air raid shelter still needed their own protection, and they couldn't fall down. After thinking of this, Gong Changfa jumped off the city wall and hid in a bunker middle. After the mutated bird went south, the war started. It took only one day. Changchun, Shenyang, Siping, and Tongliu were defeated one after another. Another day later, the mutated bird brought countless mutated beasts to the outside of Yanjing City. Chapter 889 Yanjing and number 039, S strongest belonger. I understand why this is the case. This is the mutated bird taking revenge at this time. It must be like this. I can't guess wrong. It must be the situation I said. The mutated bird has already had a preliminary wisdom with the concept of revenge, and last year, North America poisoned and killed most of the mutated birds, and the mutated bird started to retaliate after realizing this. In the research institute in Yanjing City, a zoologist is shouting loudly, if you want to know why mutated birds attack cities, you also need to know the behavioral logic of mutated birds, and this matter is generally studied in animal behavior. By studying the behavior of animals, you can know the logic behind animals doing this kind of thing. Now at this time, zoologists have also come up with the logic of the mutated birds attacking the city. Now Yanjing is already in a state of panic. People have also heard the news that all the cities outside the pass have fallen. All of them have been breached by mutated birds and mutated beasts. Even if this kind of thing is a fairy tale, it may not be able to deceive children, but this kind of thing has indeed appeared in front of everyone's eyes, so they have to believe it. But at this time, an assistant asked, "Teacher, it's not us who put the virus in, but the bacteria and viruses put in by people in North America. Even if the mutated bird wants revenge, should it come to us?" The zoologist looked at his student and said helplessly, "What are you talking about? Is there any big difference between an orangutan and a silverback gorilla from a human perspective? In my eyes, it is enough for birds to know that it is human beings that have caused their population to decline sharply. There are people in North America, but are there no people in Asia? At this time, Yanjing is already very dangerous, because the mutated birds have arrived outside the city of Yanjing. Although there is no attack for the time being, there are too many mutated birds in the surrounding areas, and there are always mutated birds in Yanjing. Dangerous. Teacher, what should we do next? Should we hide in the air raid shelter?" The student began to ask. The zoologist shook his head helplessly, and said, "You can hide for a while, but you can't hide for a lifetime. The mutated bird has now regarded human beings as the last enemy. If you want to survive, there is only one way, or you can destroy all the mutated birds. It can only be crazily retaliated by the birds. There are actually acts of revenge among animals. Whether it is a bear or an elephant, they can remember the appearance of humans and take revenge. Among the birds, crows are smarter. After more than 10 years, crows have not will forget to take revenge, so for human beings, they are now hostile to the mutated birds. If they want to survive, there is only one way to survive, and that is to completely wipe out the mutated birds, otherwise, the war will not end. Is there no better way? Like eliminating the hatred between the two parties and living in harmony?" The student continued to ask. "After all, it is too difficult to eliminate the mutant bird, and it cannot be done overnight. It's a pity that such an illusion was ruthlessly pierced by the professor." Harmony? What are you thinking? When did humans and animals coexist harmoniously? The so-called harmonious coexistence means that humans occupy most of the resources, and animals get a small part of the resources that humans don't need. Now that the mutated birds have become stronger, they are bound to get more resources, such as food and habitats. Humans can't tolerate these, so in the ending is it is already doomed. Humans, mutated birds and mutated beasts are now in an endless situation. After the professor explained the essential contradiction between humans and mutated birds, the students have already understood why the mutated birds must attack humans at this time. Apart from revenge, it is also to snatch resources. With a lot of resources in his hands, this will definitely not be accepted by the mutant bird at this moment. An air defense siren sounded over the city, and the people in Yanjing City hurriedly searched for the surrounding air raid shelters to take shelter, while the soldiers were already in position, and the combatants stood on the streets and on the roofs of buildings one after another, preparing for the attack of the mutated birds. At this time, fighter jets had already taken off from the airport in Yanjing, and 3,000 fighter jets took off one after another, carrying enough weapons on the fighter jets, including missiles and machine gun bullets sitting in the cockpit. Wu Xianwen said to the team members behind him, "Remember to follow me when flying later, don't be surrounded by mutant birds, our battlefield is outside the city, and save ammunition, don't throw bullets at once, light up everything, don't fly too fast, remember to save fuel, and return later." Wu Xianwen is no longer the immature soldier he was at the beginning. Now he has become the captain at this time. and there are several team members under him. Now he suddenly understands how the captain he sacrificed at the beginning thought of him. After leaving the battlefield, I have to be responsible for bringing these children back, which is really a heavy task. The young team members have heard that the captain participated in the defense of Yanjing a few years ago, and they were just hiding in the city at that time. Now, the team members have also started to ask, "Captain, I heard that you participated in the defense of Yanjing before, isn't it true?" Wu Zian said calmly, "That's right, there is this incident, and it is precisely because of this incident that I will ask you to make preparations every time before setting off, especially the preparation of ammunition, otherwise, it will be easy to sacrifice." Wu Zian can't forget until now how his captain died back then. No one expected that at that time. The Corpse King had joined forces with the mutant birds, and the original fighter jets were only carrying out a mission of bombing the zombies. But afterwards, in order to prevent the mutant birds from approaching, the captain and the rest of the old pilots rushed, going up and risking his life in exchange for Yanjing's defense time. "Captain, how do we fight with so many mutated birds?" Suddenly a team member started asking, interrupting Wu Zian's thoughts. Wu Zian then replied, "When the time comes, you can just follow me and fight according to the formation you trained before. Remember, you must fly very high during air combat. If you don't fly high enough, you will be surrounded. Mutant birds are very good at using life-for-life combat methods, so we must avoid dogfighting and use the advantage of maneuvering to win." After speaking, it was his turn to take off. Wu Zian said, "Keep in touch, the microphone is turned on at any time, ready to take off." Wu Zian made up his mind that the players behind him must also bring them back safely. The attack of the mutated birds has begun. Yanjing still has a population of more than 6 million. It is an absolute big city. The mutated birds are obviously very aware of this, so especially when the flocks of birds outside the city have gathered tens of millions. The attack will only start when the number is high, facing the mutated birds rushing over. The first line of defense was surface-to-air missiles, which were aimed at places where the mutated birds were densely populated, and a single launch could kill hundreds of mutated birds. The second line of defense is the anti-aircraft guns. Some anti-aircraft guns are aimed automatically, while others are manually controlled. It is hard to tell which one is good and which is bad, because the automatic control is not easy to use once it fails, and the manually controlled anti-aircraft guns are not enough accurate. But in the face of endless mutated birds, as long as a series of bullets are shot out, blood will rain from the sky. At this time, aiming does not make much sense, mainly because the firepower is sufficient. The third line of defense is the anti-aircraft machine guns, coupled with the defensive power of the soldiers on the ground. Although the power is not as powerful as the first two, it is better in large numbers. After the battle started, the mutated bird caught the small mutated beast and set off. After reaching the sky above the city, it would directly drop the mutated beast it caught from the air, causing the mutated beast to cause chaos in the city. While the mutated bird was constantly harassing in the air, the supernatural beings also stood on the top of the building to deal with the mutant birds. Li Qi was the most eye-catching existence at this time. She stood on the top of the tower in white, and she became the focus. The light in the sky seemed to have disappeared. All gathered on her body, she looks so holy, coupled with her title of Goddess of Light. At this time, she is the real goddess in the hearts of many people. Li Qi did not expect Yanjing to encounter such a crisis. If this is not handled properly, Yanjing City will be breached. Now that Li Qi is using the light, the strong light keeps blooming from her body, blinding the mutated birds in the air. The eyesight of birds is very strong, but because the eyesight is very sharp, as long as they are irradiated by strong light, they can be easily blinded. At present, Li Qi is constantly irradiating the eyes of birds, causing the blinding effect. After being blinded, the mutated bird lost its eyesight, and eventually had to fall to the ground. As long as it fell to the ground, after falling to the ground, it lost the advantage of flying, and the bird could only be slaughtered. After the elite among the mutant birds found out how tricky Li Qi was, they immediately started a sneak attack, but Li Qi had a very good grasp of the light, and there was no blind spot in the 360-degree field of vision. For the mutated bird, Li Qi could split it into two by directly summoning a 2-meter laser knife in the distant direction. Jin Ziju, Xiao Sheng and others were together, and they were also surprised after seeing Li Qi's amazing performance now, and Jin Ziju even said directly, Li Qi has definitely become a 7th-order superhuman. Otherwise, according to her current way of performing supernatural powers, Her physical strength would have been exhausted long ago. It seems that the title of Yanjing's strongest supernatural being can only be given to Li Qiyi. After seeing Li Qiyi's performance at this time, both Jin Zizhu and Xiao Xing could see that Li Qiyi had definitely broken through the barrier of evolution at this time, otherwise it would be impossible to perform so shockingly. As for why Li Qiyi had evolutionary crystals, they also knew very well. When they were at sea, Li Qiyi and Shen Feng took advantage of the fire and stole several evolutionary crystals. Before that, many people were still in dispute about the ownership of Yanjing's strongest superpower. Some people thought it was Xiao Xing, and some people thought it was Jin Zizhu. But after seeing Li Qiyi's performance today, everyone at this moment, the strongest person in Yanjing is definitely Li Qiyi. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 890, Broken Mountains and Rivers Part 1. Naturally, Jin Zizhu and Xiao Xing were not reconciled to watching the title of Yanjing's strongest supernatural being fall into Li Qiyi's hands. Before, there was Gong Changfa competing with the two for the title, but later on, after Gong Changfa left the northeast, the contenders for this title became Xiao Xing and Jin Zizhu, because counting carefully, only 3 of the original 6 geniuses of the Ability Management Bureau were still alive, and Yu Henggai was killed. They were shot, Feng Qinghao and Zhang Zi died at sea. Qin Qi didn't want to fight, so it stands to reason that this title can only be given to Xiao Xing or Jin Zizhu. But in the end, before the two could compete for a result, Li Qiyi wanted to snatch the title away. As for this kind of thing, Xiao Xing had no choice but to say, "Who made us have no evolutionary crystals? If there were evolutionary crystals, we would have already become 7th level supernatural beings. Next, let's consider fighting. If we keep Yanjing, all issues will be easy to discuss." Jin Zizhu and Xiao Xing are also trying their best to resist the attack of the mutant bird, but the effect is not very good at this moment. The two of them can't fly, so they can only passively wait for the mutant bird to come down and enter their space. The attack can only be carried out after the attack range, and in this case, the main force to resist the mutant bird is still the soldiers. The soldiers kept shooting at the sky, and black shadows fell in the sky. Yanjing's defense force was not as weak as the cities outside the pass. The population alone was many times larger than those cities outside the pass. Moreover, the firepower is completely sufficient, and there is no situation where the firepower cannot keep up. Ever since, under the defense of the soldiers, the mutated birds kept falling, blood was also splashed on the ground, feathers fluttered mixed with broken bones and fell to the ground or trees. As for the mutated beasts that were thrown into the city, basically, it has been solved by the soldiers on the ground. It is impossible to fall from a high place without any damage, and all the broken bones are everywhere. Occasionally, there are intact mutant beasts that fall on the ground, and they are immediately given by the soldiers' kill. Yanjing's defenses are very strict. Under normal circumstances, the mutated birds and beasts will not be allowed to cause chaos in the city. Even if the mutated birds are boundless, there is no risk of being breached in the city in a short period of time. Because the supply of ammunition has always been sufficient, as long as the firepower is sufficient, it is impossible for the mutant bird's attack to break through the city. After all, at this time, the satellite also detected a large group of mutated beasts outside the pass. A beast king appeared in the deep mountains and old forests in the northeast. He rushed to Shanhaiguan with millions of mutated beasts, as if he was going to cross the Great Wall. The mutated bird can only carry small mutated beasts to fly, but it can't do it with large mutated beasts, so currently only mutated birds are attacking Yanjing. If the mutated beasts are allowed to enter, Yanjing will eventually face a huge pressure. Faced with this situation, the headquarters made a decision: fighters carry out bombing missions to blow up the beast hordes, and we cannot allow mutant beasts to enter the customs. Now, at this time, the mutant beasts are going south to take revenge. This is something no one expected. I thought that the purpose of the mutant birds gathering was to snatch food, but now it seems that the purpose of the mutant birds is not only that. It seems that they want to cooperate with the mutant beasts to drive humans to extinction. This is caused by the hostility of mutant beasts and mutant birds towards humans. In a few million years, the emergence of human beings wiped out a large number of wild beasts, and there are too few wild beasts that can survive, and the mutant beasts are not what they used to be. The number of human beings keeps increasing, but the number of human beings is decreasing every year. Under the ebb and flow, the offensive and defensive power becomes easier. The powerful mutant beasts and mutant birds want to take revenge and seize enough living space. Birds are no longer satisfied with just living in the mountains. The bomber set off immediately, saying that it would definitely solve the problem of the mutant beasts going south from the north of the Great Wall, and even if they couldn't kill them, they would definitely break them up at this time. In addition to the Ability Management Bureau, Yanjing also formed a new organization of people with abilities. The name of this organization is the Special Operations Bureau. The meaning is very simple. It specializes in special operations and finally chose a temporary captain. His name is Yikin. He is the great-grandson of the marshal. He was originally an ordinary person, but because not many people are willing to join this dangerous department, so Yikin signed up to join. At this moment, he is only a third-level supernatural user and wants to become stronger. If so, it will take more time. The headquarters also knew that the Special Operations Bureau would not be able to form combat power in a short period of time. It happened that Qin Qi was excluded at this time, so the headquarters thought, since Qin Qi was excluded, it would be better for Qin Qi to go to the Special Operations Bureau temporarily command a battle. Ever since, Qin Qi appeared in another area of Yanjing, where Qin Qi was responsible for training supernatural beings to fight. Listen to me. You are all one in battle, and you must cooperate properly. No matter what personal grievances you have, you must wait until the battle is over before resolving them. During the battle, you must not entrap your companions. Qin Qi was command the supernatural beings to fight. This newly established department is very loose, and the sources of members are also very different. Some are the children of high-ranking officials, some are selected from the army, and some are selected from other systems. Yes, there is a strong distrust between each other, and if you want them to form a whole, you can't do it in a short time. There are mutant beasts falling from the sky all the time, and the task of these supernatural beings is also very simple, that is to kill these mutant beasts dropped by air. Qin. Big sister, it's really hard for you, and I need to trouble you to help us train. Qin came over with a cup of tea at this time, hoping that Qin Qi could take a rest at this time. However, seeing the mutated beasts falling from the sky, Qin Qi didn't have time to rest, so he politely rejected Qin and said, Mr. When commanding battles in the future, you must discover the enemy's weaknesses and then deal with them. You can't be fooled, and the most important thing is that you are the captain now, so you must know what your players are good at and what they are not good at, so that you can deal with it. Qin learned a lot of knowledge, so he nodded quickly and said, I understand, I will definitely follow your teaching. You can already be regarded as our instructor, and we will definitely listen to you. Although Qin Qi is no longer the captain of the Ability Management Bureau, she has long been famous, so many people have heard of Qin Qi's reputation. At least Qin Qi's strength is on the table. It is also impossible to be Qin Qi's opponent. Speaking of which, I have a bit of a headache recently. You take my command now, and I will watch from the side. If there is any danger, I will take care of it. Qin Qi then handed over the commanding power to Qin, and let Qin be here commanding from time to time. As for herself, she leaned against a corner of the wall to rest. Qin quickly put down the tea. He also knew that the instructor has been suffering from headaches recently. It is said that this is a problem that he has suffered from a long time ago, and he will have it from time to time. After sitting down, Qin Qi couldn't help covering her head. At this time, she couldn't help but feel severe pain in her head, and the pain went deep into the bone marrow. Along with the pain, what appeared in her mind were pictures that she had never seen before. There is one thing in common in these pictures, that is, there will always be a young, handsome and sunny guy by his side, but this guy has already died a long time ago, and his name is Yu Hengai, because he killed many people in Yanjing before. The crime was extremely heinous, so he was finally killed. Why do I think of him now? He is obviously a villain. Qin Qi didn't know why he would think of such a person for no reason. This is obviously something that should not be done, because he also killed his own husband. I shouldn't have thought of Yu Hengai at all. It has been more than a year. Qin Qi thought that she had forgotten about this kind of thing, but when the previous scene appeared in her mind, she still couldn't help but start to recall, muttering in her mouth, speaking of which, I have experienced many dangers at sea with him. How could I forget him? Originally, Yang Yun had to seal Qin Qi's memory every once in a while. Human memory cannot be deleted, because all memories will be stored in the brain. If you want to delete the memory, You must know where is this memory saved, and human beings don't know much about the brain, so even supernatural beings can only seal the memory instead of deleting it. It's just that Qin Kui has been very busy during this time, and the sealed memory in her brain will soon be restored. Yang Yun has also forgotten about it, and the power of the seal is getting weaker and weaker, so the seal appears. There are also more pictures in Qin Kui's brain. Qin Kui remembered a lot of things, which seemed to be a long time ago. At that time, Qin Kui and Yu Henggai were performing various tasks together. After the two of them matched up, many problems could be easily solved. Among them are two people going down into the cave to find zombies in winter. By the way, I shouldn't forget this matter. We were a group at the beginning. After entering the cave, we were trapped for about 10 days. How can I forget such an important thing? Qin Kui suddenly complained. Obviously at the beginning, he and Yu Henggai were still exploring the distribution of zombies underground. This kind of thing should have impressed me deeply, but I actually forgot such an important thing. Next, there was a picture of the two killing mutant beasts together in Yeziao. At that time, Shen Feng used his ability to blow away the fog in the juniper forest. As a result, Kai Yiming ignited the pollen, causing a dust explosion, and Yu Henggai was dying. The skin has been burned off in many places on the body. At that time, I clearly carried Yu Henggai's back to the hospital, but how could I forget such a thing? Qin Kui became puzzled. At this time, she had already noticed that something was wrong. These memories were not what she said before, and would cause pain. Instead, it is a good memory of getting along with Yu Henggai. Could it be? Qin Kui already felt that he might be in a conspiracy at this time. Obviously these memories are very important, but in the end they were sealed by Yang Yun, which is really strange. If the pictures that appeared in my head are all true, doesn't it mean that what Yu Henggai said to me before is true, but I didn't choose to believe him? Qin Kui finally understood that he might be wrong in Yu Henggai. He may have made a big mistake. In the following time, more pictures appeared in Qin Kui's mind, and Qin Kui also saw more strange scenes, such as himself and Yu Henggai confessing at sea, and after two people fell into the water, Yu Henggai facing the matter of his proposal of marriage. Memories flooded in one after another like running water, and Qin Kui has now figured out everything. Sister Qin, wake up soon. A young man's voice suddenly appeared in Qin Kui's ear. At this moment, Qin Kui woke up suddenly. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she had fallen asleep at some point. When she woke up, she saw a person standing in front of her. When she looked carefully, it was Qin. There are no more mutant birds, Sister Qin. You must be too tired. You'd better have a good rest tonight. Qin said with concern. After dark, the eyesight of many birds will be affected. Even if the sky above the city is brightly lit, it is not suitable for the battle of mutant birds. Therefore, after persisting until night, the attack of mutant birds has stopped up. Understood. I will have a good rest tonight. Qin Kui nodded, stood up and prepared to leave. She was already confused at this time, whether the things she saw in her dream were real or fake. After the mutated bird left, the city's alarm was lifted, and people came out of their homes or air raid shelters one after another. After the battle started, people either closed all the doors and windows in their homes and nailed them with wooden boards, or simply hide in the air raid shelter. And now the alarm is over, and it is almost time for many people to cook and rest. Chapter 891, Broken Mountains and Rivers. Qin Kui was walking on the street, walking towards her home, full of confusion in her heart. She felt very headache during the day, and then a picture appeared in front of her eyes. These pictures seemed to be real. Many of them were according to the past experience between myself and Yu Henggai. According to the content of these memories, Qin Kui and Yu Henggai should be a couple, but in the end the two turned against each other, which is already full of doubts. Are the things that appeared in the dream real? These things seem to have happened, but why do I forget? Qin Kui can no longer distinguish between dreams and reality, and the whole person has become confused. Qin Kui wants to know the truth of the matter, but Yu Henggai has been killed now, and it is said that his body has also disappeared without a trace. This matter is full of weirdness, and he wants to ask the impossible in person. And now if you want to know the truth, you can only start with other insiders. Originally, the best choice was Shen Feng. After all, everyone knew that Shen Feng and Yu Henggai had a good relationship. Even Yu Henggai's actions in Yanjing were helped by Shen Feng's subordinates. Gong Changfa should have known the reason for being released, but Gong Changfa went outside the pass, and it is not known if he is still alive. As for Shen Feng, he is far away in Yuzhou. If he wants to find Shen Feng and ask him the truth, he has to wait until the war is over. Who should I ask about this matter? Qin Kui said to himself at this time. It seemed that it was not so easy to find someone who knew. When Qin Kui was at a loss, a group of people walked past him. The group of people were still discussing today's battle situation. Although ordinary people did not participate in the war, many people were hiding in their own rooms. Looking out through the gap, everyone is very confident about the final result of the battle, didn't you see that during the daytime today, the goddess of light appeared on the top of the tower, and she was so handsome. The goddess of light at that time was really too powerful, and countless rays of light bloomed on her body. As long as these rays of light shine on the bird on the human body, the bird was about to lose its side and fell to the ground, and the goddess of light was fighting all day long. She was too strong. The young man couldn't help applauding after seeing today's battle. After the rest of the people heard about this incident, they began to ask, keep talking, what's going on? Human beings like to gossip, and they can't help but explore what they want to know. Even if the situation is dangerous now, everyone still wants to know what happened in the future. The young man continued to narrate. After the goddess of light appeared, countless mutated birds were besieging her, but suddenly a long knife grew out of the goddess of light's hand, which was formed by laser light. No matter how many mutated birds besieged her, in the end they all died under the laser knife, and in the end, the mutated birds didn't dare to attack her anymore. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman already has a boyfriend. If you think she is a goddess, maybe she has already been fucked by a man behind her back. Immediately, someone beside him began to laugh. Taking a strange treating women like goddesses is ridiculous. Shut up. If you still dare to insult my goddess, I will fight you. The guy who spoke just now was already impatient. In the minds of many people, Li Qi, who exists as the goddess of light, has an unshakable status. She is a powerful supernatural being, and she is beautiful. She is definitely the dream lover of many young men. As a result, now Li Qi was questioned, and her fans immediately became anxious. Did it say anything wrong? You just can't believe it. You don't believe the goddess in your mind. She is just a guy who has been fucked by other men a long time ago. It has been exposed on the internet, Li Qi, and there is an ulterior relationship between Shen Feng. You still don't believe it? It's ridiculous. This person continued to laugh at the guy who praised Li Qi just now. At this moment, the young man who was speaking finally couldn't take it anymore, and roared angrily, no matter who my goddess likes, you can't insult her. You are going to die for me. After finishing speaking, the young man started to do something, wanting to teach this rude guy a lesson. By the way, what am I still thinking about? If you want to know the truth of the matter, isn't everything solved by looking for Li Qi? Qin Kui suddenly woke up at this time. It should be expected that the relationship between Li Qi and Shen Feng has always been very good. Just ask Li Qi about this matter. Wouldn't you know everything about it? Qin Kui did what he said, and went directly to look for Li Qi. After arriving at Li Qi's house, Qin Kui knocked on the door directly, and then the door was opened. Li Qi appeared in casual clothes, looking very leisurely. Qin Kui? What can I do for you? Li Qi asked quickly. The relationship between Qin Kui and Li Qi was very ordinary, so Li Qi was very surprised by Qin Kui's arrival. Now, I have a few questions in my mind that need to be answered urgently, and no one else can help me, so I have no choice but to come to you. Qin Kui said quickly. After hearing this, Li Qi shrugged helplessly, and said, come in, please. I just happen to be cooking, so I happen to have some food together. Seeing that you are in a hurry now, and you are still wearing a military uniform, you must not be wearing a military uniform. I came here when I got home. I must have not eaten. The food at my house is not very good, but I can barely eat it. Excuse me. Qin Kui then entered Li Qi's house. Originally, Qin Kui wanted to ask Li Qi right away, but at this time Li Qi said, no matter what important things are, you can talk about them after dinner. If you want me to answer your questions, just listen to me. In desperation, Qin Kui could only enter the living room, and then began to observe Li Qi's residence. Li Qi lived alone. Although he only lived alone, the room was tidy and tidy. At first glance, she looked like a person who is good at cleaning up household affairs. At this time, Qin Kui has also been attracted by the altar in front of the living room. There are many photo frames on the altar. There is an incense burner in front of the photo frame. There are many thick incense ash around the stove. This altar is obviously used to commemorate the dead of people. The photo frames are all gray and white photos. Generally speaking, people nowadays use color photos, and only dead people use black photos. There are many people in these photos, including Lee Ki-e's parents. After the scene, Qin Kui also knew that Lee Ki-e was a woman with a story. How long have you been living alone? Haven't you considered finding someone to live with? Qin Kui asked while looking at the photo frame. Qin Kui is also similar to Lee Ki-e. People around her died one by one, and now she has no other relatives in the world. It is precisely because of empathy that Qin Kui does not want Lee Ki-e to die alone. At least find someone who likes her. People living together. But Lee Ki-e said, if you like someone you shouldn't like, that's the end. I've already seen it. As long as Shen Feng visits me once a year, that's enough. To put it bluntly, there is nothing in this world pleasure. Next, Lee Ki-e finished cooking, and the table was full of food, including braised pork, sweet and sour carp, and the rest were vegetarian dishes, mainly cabbage and potatoes. After all, these two kinds of food are the most common. At this time, there is still meat to eat. Many people who are surrounded are satisfied as long as they have vegetarian dishes. After finishing the meal, Qin Kui couldn't wait to ask, I hope you can tell me everything about Yu Henggai. I want to know what kind of relationship between him and me. Today, I suddenly remembered I thought of him, and remembered a lot of things that seem to have happened in the past, but I'm not sure if it's true, so I had to come to you to ask. After hearing this, Lee Ki-e didn't intend to hide any more, and started talking directly. Actually, the relationship between you is very simple. It can be summed up in 2 words, that is, lovers. When you were at sea before, you have already confessed to each other. At that time you were a couple that everyone envied, but later you actually forgot about this relationship. I don't know what to say. Do you know that these things happened for real? Qin Kui had completely doubted himself at this time. If all the pictures that appeared in his mind were true, wouldn't it be that he personally sent Yu Henggai to the execution ground? Seeing Qin Kui's distraught look, Lee Ki couldn't help but said, after you came back from the sea, you have changed. I wanted to contact you several times during this period, but I never saw you. A lot of things should have happened during this period, but I don't know what happened to you, and you can only explore this matter yourself. Qin Kui was trying hard to recall. She wanted to remember what happened after returning from the sea at this time, but she couldn't remember all of it for a while. During those few months, this memory seemed to disappear. Same. What's wrong with me? How can I forget such an important thing? Remember it quickly. In desperation, Qin Kui began to beat his head hard, as if he wanted to use this method to remind himself of the past memory. Qin Kui's head was beaten loudly, and Lee Ki hurriedly stopped her after seeing her crazy appearance. Okay, you can't remember if you keep beating yourself. Let me give it to you. You do a check. Lee Ki was also worried that something would happen to Qin Kui, so he asked himself to check Qin Kui's head now. Maybe he could understand why Qin Kui's memory disappeared next. According to Lee Ki's instructions, Qin Kui leaned on the chair, and Lee Ki put his hands on Qin Kui's head. The ability of light to penetrate is also very strong, and the stronger one is the ray. Lee Ki can also use his abilities to perform physical examinations on others. Lee Ki's hands began to glow, and the sides of Qin Kui's head also glowed, which indicated that photons had entered Qin Kui's brain, and photons had no quality and would not cause damage to the brain. It's weird in your brain because energy blocks appear in your brain and block the conduction of neurons in your brain. Memory formation is related to the dendrites of neurons, and at this time your neurons there is a problem in the specific area of conduction, which means that this memory is also sealed. Only when the energy block disappears can you know what happened after you returned from the sea. Just wait and see, maybe one day the energy block disappears, then you can think about everything clearly. Lee Ki said slowly, but at this moment, Qin Kui was very flustered. She knew that she might have done something wrong. If she and Yu Henggai were really in a relationship, why did she marry later? Also, why was this memory sealed? My mind is so messed up, I really don't know who to trust. Qin Kui whispered. Lee Ki could only sigh at this time, and said, to be honest, from my point of view, you have been deceived, and you haven't noticed it since you were deceived. Maybe you were cheated by a strange means. It's under control, and now you can get rid of this control, which is a good thing. Qin Kui remained silent, Not knowing what to say at this time, in the end she could only stand up and say goodbye, saying, "I'm leaving, take care too, Li." Ki said goodbye to Qin Qa, and then shook his head helplessly watching Qin Qa's leaving back. A Will Eternal Chapter 892. When the bombers found the beast horde, they began to carry out the bombing mission, and the beast horde could not continue to approach the Great Wall. A powerful bomb was thrown from the air, and after falling on the ground, it began to explode. There were bursts of explosion sounds, boom boom boom, and the mutant beasts were blown to pieces, even though they had grown in size. Yes, but in the final analysis, mutant beasts are just beasts. In the face of modern technology, mutant beasts have no advantage, but even after being bombed, the beast horde continued to move towards the Great Wall, which meant that the Beast King was not affected. The beast tide is under the control of the Beastmaster. There are extraterrestrial elements in the Beastmaster's mind. They have no supernatural powers, but they have the ability to control the surrounding beasts. If it is a competition of combat power, the Beastmaster is not actually strong, but after the Beastmaster took control of the mutant beasts, the combat power changed. Relying on the superiority in numbers, the threat posed by the beast horde was really too great. Report to the headquarters. The bombing mission is over, but the beast horde has not been greatly affected and is still advancing. The bomber immediately reported the results to the headquarters. After hearing this, the headquarters was silent for a long time, and replied, "Go back to Yanjing and continue the bombing after loading up the ammunition. The mutant beasts must not be allowed to cross the Yanshan Mountains, especially the tide of beasts cannot enter the North China Plain from Shanhaiguan or Zhongjiago. Now, Yanjing is already facing the threat of mutated birds. Fortunately, Yanjing has a large number of soldiers. At this time, it can barely complete the work of guarding the city. If the mutated beasts also break through the siege and start attacking the city, it will be really bad." The headquarters made up their minds and must successfully block the mutant beast. If the mutant beast arrives at the Yanjing city, then Yanjing will inevitably suffer chaos, so no matter how much ammunition is spent, the mutant beast must be contained, saying it seems that the big cities outside the pass have fallen. If Yanjing can't hold it, the central plains will also be in danger as a result. The bombers flew day and night, relying on satellite positioning to continuously bomb the beast hordes. During this period, the satellites have also observed giant mutant beasts in the beast horde. These mutant beasts are obviously huge in stature, and their body length even exceeds it is 20 or 30 meters long, which is comparable to that of dinosaurs 100 million years ago. I found the Beastmasters. These Beastmasters are presumed to be sixth-order mutant beasts. There are brown bears, Siberian tigers, wolverines, and black wolves. There are 15 in total. After the intelligence department passed the satellite detection, it was obviously at this time the weakness of the beast tide has been found under normal circumstances. The beast horde is also formed under the leadership of the Beast King, so as long as the Beast King is killed, the crisis of the beast horde will be resolved immediately. Let the fighter jets carry missiles to attack the Beastmaster. After hearing the news of the Beastmaster's appearance, the headquarters immediately made arrangements. For this huge Beastmaster, ordinary bullets are useless, and missile bombing must be used. Only then can a certain effect be produced. Fighter planes are bombing every day, and all kinds of bombs have been used. There are incendiary bombs, white phosphorus bombs, cluster bombs, and cloud bombs. Many areas outside the customs have turned into scorched earth. Xia has already surrendered long ago. Even if he didn't surrender, he would have already been defeated. It's a pity that what everyone is facing is not an ordinary army, but a horde of beasts who fear no death. As long as there are mutant beasts alive, the horde of beasts will die. Keep going. After the bomber was equipped with missiles, it started to set off. Wu Xiannian was in this team. More than 30 fighter jets were equipped with missiles. To deal with the 15 beast kings, it was obviously Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a piece of cake before departure. Wu Xiannian said to the team members, "You are all young people, and it is not your turn to launch missiles, so I set off as the captain. You perform well in Yanjing, and wait until I come back, and continue to fight the mutant bird." The team members hurriedly said to Wu Xiannian, "Captain, be careful and come back safely." Wu Xiannian then set off. He has experienced 4 years of fighting in the Doomsday, and now he is a very skilled pilot, and the job of killing the Beast King has also been entrusted to him. As long as he can complete it, he will definitely become a battle hero. However, Just after Wu Xiannian and his 30-odd pilots arrived at the predetermined area, a message came from the headquarters: "Be careful around, there are mutated birds surrounded, retreat immediately. Stop attacking, and quickly return to the city." It turns out that the satellite has detected countless mutated birds taking off in the surrounding mountains and forests, and they are preparing to encircle the frontline fighter jets. At this time, they must return quickly. As long as they rely on the speed of the fighter jets can leave before the encirclement is formed. However, Wu Xiannian and others have already understood that the continuous bombing a few days ago has alerted the mutated bird. The mutated bird must spend a lot of energy to stop the bombing in the next few days, and it may never stop the Beastmaster again. Here's the chance. Wu Xiannian wanted to understand this, and then said into the walkie-talkie, "Now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, the next time you want to kill the Beastmaster, you will be greatly hindered. Therefore, someone must sacrifice. Then, it is our turn to sacrifice this time, and we request to continue fighting." The headquarters understood the thoughts of the fighters on the front line, and then approved the actions of Wu Xiannian and others. "Then continue with the mission. Be sure to find the Beastmaster as soon as possible and kill him. The satellite will help you lock the Beastmaster, but after that the encirclement circle formed, it will be difficult for you to leave, so you must be quick, now." Killing the Beastmaster has become a race against time, because the mutated bird obviously understood at this time that it should protect the mutated beast to enter the customs, and countless mutated birds have also come to the predetermined route. If the mutated beast has air support, if it is, the speed of passing through the Great Wall will be greatly accelerated, and now the task must be completed as soon as possible. Fortunately, besides fighter jets, there are detection planes on the front line this time. There are radar devices on top of the detection planes. The existence of these devices can be used to detect surrounding objects. It is not difficult to find the Beastmaster. The fighter jets had already found the Beastmaster, and after locking onto the target, they began to attack one after another. The speed of the missiles was extremely fast after they were launched, and it was already too late even for the Beastmasters to dodge. When the missiles landed on the bodies of these Beastmasters, they immediately produced an incomparably huge lethality. This kind of huge lethality caused without destruction. The Beastmaster's body was shattered in an instant after a huge black wolf was hit by a missile. The back half of its body disappeared immediately. After seeing this scene, the pilots also felt a little relieved, but for a while, the black wolf did not die, but it was yelling at the sky continuously, and then a fighter jet fired a missile, hitting the head of the black wolf, and this was the complete solution to a Beastmaster. After the battle on the front line, the pilots have also discovered at this time that the Beastmaster's vitality is very tenacious. On average, when dealing with a Beastmaster, it takes 2 to 3 missiles to kill the Beastmaster. We still need to save some missiles and save them for use later when we break out of the encirclement. We still have to go back to Yanjing as much as possible. A pilot said at this time. Wu Xiannian replied, "Kill all the Beast Kings, otherwise, it will be meaningless for us to continue." The crowd searched for another 10 minutes, and found all the Beast Kings in the Beast Tide. In the dark beast crowd, the Beastmasters were too huge, and they could be seen easily. For the commanding ability of ordinary mutant beasts, it is like the Corpse King's control over zombies. The fighter jets continued to fire missiles, killing all the Beastmasters. After discovering the fighter jets, the Beastmaster wanted to use ordinary mutant beasts to protect himself. Unfortunately, facing the missiles falling from the sky, the Beastmaster couldn't find a place to hide. Complete the mission and prepare to return. The pilots saw that all the Beast Kings had fallen, and knew that the mission was over, and they were about to evacuate. The command quickly reminded the pilot, "Keep the flight altitude. It is best to raise the flight altitude and pass through the clouds. Very few birds can fly into the clouds. As long as they fly high enough, the encirclement of mutant birds is useless." The pilots responded quickly after hearing the instructions from the headquarters. "Got it," immediately raised the altitude of the flight and returned safely. Although the mutated birds have become much bigger, the flying height of many birds has not been improved, because wanting to fly higher is related to body size, but it is not the only connection. The types of wings are different. Birds with long wings like petrels can fly higher than sparrows with short wings. Therefore, even if you are surrounded, you can leave the encirclement of birds as long as you raise the flying height. I've already seen the clouds, so there shouldn't be any danger in the future, right? A pilot half-jokingly said that the new fighter jets are not a bit stronger than birds, and the speed alone is far faster than birds. No matter how birds fly, They can't reach the speed of sound, but fighter jets can do it. The pilot breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the fighter jets slowly approaching below. It seemed that he had already escaped from the encirclement, and it wasn't as tragic as he had imagined. However, at this moment, the detector detected an abnormality, so he quickly reminded, "Be careful of UFOs in the clouds." As soon as the voice fell, a string of black shadows emerged from the clouds and slammed into the fighter jet. After a closer look, it was discovered that these were black swans. Swans can fly over the Himalayas. The flying altitude is naturally high. Unexpectedly, the black swan is already waiting among the clouds. "It's too bad, I can't escape. Protect your head," the pilot in front shouted quickly. Chapter 893 Mountains and Rivers Broken Part 4. Obviously, too fast is not a good thing. The speed of fighter jets exceeds the speed of sound, which means that ordinary birds cannot keep up with fighter jets. But similarly, if fighter jets find danger, it is difficult to change their speed and direction. A large black swan came out of the clouds and hit the fighter jet. The pilot with a fighter jet reacted quickly and shot directly. The shooting guns on the fighter jets are specially made, and can automatically fire 20mm bullets, called machine guns, which can directly tear a person's body apart when hit on a person's body. Even dinosaurs can't withstand such shooting. When the bullets started firing, the black swans rushing out of the clouds were all killed one after another, completely without the slightest ability to resist. A large number of black swans were torn to pieces. It seems that there is no danger, but there are still many broken bones in the sky, and the fighter jets are still flying at supersonic speed at this time, and immediately hit them hard. Countless the broken bones hit the fighter plane like sharp bullets. The fighter jets are all new fighter jets. Even the glass in the cockpit is bulletproof glass. When the broken bone hits the bulletproof glass, there is a bursting sound immediately. There are cracks on the glass, which are distributed on the glass like spider webs above, but even though it has been cracked to the present point, the glass still shows no signs of breaking. No. 3. Fighter number 3, answer quickly, what's the matter with you? At this moment, a hurried voice suddenly sounded, and everyone hurriedly observed the surrounding companions. After the black swan was killed by the machine gun, the threat to the fighter jet was obviously reduced, but when countless broken bones and long beaks hit the fighter jet was also equivalent to experiencing a strafing of bullets. The two fighter jets fell down, and the position of the cockpit was also a bloody mess. "I don't know what's going on in the cockpit. Number 6, please answer as soon as possible now. How are you doing?" The pilot began to call another companion on the number 6 fighter plane. Wu Xiannian was already covered in blood, and in front of him was a blurred instrument panel. Besides, there was a whistling cold wind blowing. When he looked down, his chest and abdomen were already covered in blood. It turned out that he was hit by a broken bone during the encounter with a black swan just now. The blood was flowing continuously, and there was the call of his companions in his ears, "Maybe. I can't do it anymore. When you go back, tell my team members that you must observe the surroundings at any time during the battle, and don't act recklessly." At this time, Wu Xiannian was already very weak, and he could only confess his last words to his companions. Number 6, hurry up and eject, activate the eject button, and we will look for you then. The rest of the pilots hurriedly called out, as long as the companion is still conscious, there is hope of being rescued. Wu Xiannian can no longer operate the fighter jet, and the instrument part of the fighter jet has also been damaged. Even if he is awake, he may not be able to change the situation of the battle. This is an altitude of 10,000 meters. Only then can there be a way to survive. Wu Xiannian's consciousness has been blurred. When he saw the eject button, there are two ways to eject. One way is to press the eject button, and he will be ejected into the air at that time. The other way is to pull the operating lever. Now Wu Xiannian doesn't have any strength to pull the joystick, so he can only press the eject button. After the ejection button was pressed, there was a bang in the cab, and then a person tied to the seat was ejected. There is an intelligent system on the seat that can distinguish the surrounding terrain. When descending to a certain height, the seat will open the parachute, and there is an emergency first aid kit in the seat to ensure that the pilot can heal himself after landing. Fortunately, the sixth child still has a chance to land, but the third is probably dead. The pilot said with emotion, in the recent battles, the mutated beasts basically used the same method of attack, that is, to rely on the advantage of numbers to win. When the fighters appeared, the mutated birds would rush up. The fighters were flying very fast. No matter what it hits, it will suffer a strong attack. The casualties of fighter jets are often caused by collisions with mutant birds. Pilots are very careful about this. They cannot be surrounded, and they must occupy the commanding heights. Only this time, no one thought that the mutated bird could carry out an ambush in such a situation. 2 pilots lost contact in a hurry. However, the task of killing the Beast King has now been completed. The casualties this time it is also acceptable. Commander, we are currently returning to Yanjing, and the goal of killing the Beast Master has been completed. The pilot then reported the completion of the mission, but at this time, the headquarters discovered a very strange phenomenon through the satellite. That is, the animal hordes did not disperse at this time, but tended to gather. Seeing this situation, the headquarters then began to question, has the Beast King really been killed? Why hasn't the beast tide dispersed at this time? Did you miss a few Beast Kings? The pilots obviously didn't expect this to happen. They had indeed killed all the Beast Kings with missiles just now, but in the end there was still a wave of beasts gathering. This is really outrageous. We are sure that the missiles have killed all these Beast Kings just now. The pilots clearly said in the intercom. The headquarters sighed helplessly, and said, anyway, come back at this time, now. At this time, the beast tide has already received air support from mutant birds. In this case, fighter jets will be useless in a short time. However, there are medium-range missiles that can be launched in Yanjing City. Next in the game, satellite positioning is needed, and then the Beast Master is killed remotely. As for the effect, it is hard to say. The fighter jets finally returned to Yanjing, but the mutant beasts had also arrived near the Great Wall. Originally, Yanjing was already threatened by air power. It is an unknown thing to successfully prevent the approach of the mutant beast at this time. Qin Kui was still training supernatural beings to fight. Once the day came, the mutated birds would attack Yanjing. At this time, people already knew to hide in the air raid shelter without the air defense alarm. It can be said that people nowadays, it has been trained by the mutated bird to the point of conditioned reflex. At night, people got out of the air raid shelters one after another, returned to their homes to light a fire, cook, and rest. By the way, Qin Kui has always wanted to figure out the whole thing. It seems that many things have happened to him before, but these things can't be remembered now for some reason. At this time, there is no need to force, and he can only wait. As time goes by, memories will slowly emerge. Instructor, are you okay now? He suddenly saw Qin Kui holding his head at this moment, so he couldn't help but become concerned. Qin Kui quickly shook his head and said, I'm fine. It's because of the existence of energy blocks in my brain, so I can't remember many things. Wait for a while, and then I can remember everything, but, now at this time, as long as I recall it, I will have a headache immediately. He heard that Qin Kui still had energy blocks in his brain, so he volunteered and said, well, I can use my supernatural ability to heal you. Instructor, don't worry, now I have mastered supernatural abilities. Very skilled, Qin Kui also knows why he said this. Qin's ability is gamma rays. This kind of ray is very powerful and contains a lot of energy, so it is a relatively dangerous ability. If he is given enough time to grow, maybe he can become a strong man like Gong Changfa. Qin Kui thinks about it for himself. At this moment, he has no other way. If he wants to know what happened, he must clear the energy blocks in his head. Right now, he can only believe that he can do it well. Qin is not a child. He will not do things that he is not sure about. Next, Qin was going to treat Qin Kui, and he also had his own doubts at this time, and then he couldn't help asking, Instructor, how long do you think we can last? If the mutant bird still hasn't left in winter, what will happen to us after? This question was asked. Qin Kui has also been silent. The current situation is different from the past. Now the mutated bird has treated human beings as enemies. It is a situation of immortality, and it is very likely that it will be winter. The mutated bird still hasn't left. If things really develop to this point, then something bad will happen. Qin Kui was silent for a while, and said, I don't know what will happen in the future. I only know that we must guard this city. When the birds have no food in winter, they will naturally leave. Even mutated birds need to be supplemented with food. As long as this matter remains unchanged, Yanjing will still have a huge advantage after winter. Then Qin's treatment began. Qin had a very strong control over the ray in his hand. He controlled the ray to enter Qin Kui's brain and smash the energy block in Qin Kui's brain. The process needs to be very careful, otherwise, The brain will be damaged if you are not careful. The energy blocks are gradually being shattered, and at this time, the activity of Qin Qi's neurons will no longer be hindered, and the memories of the past have also emerged one by one, and pictures appear in front of her eyes. These things really happened. It was only now that she could recall. Damn. What a bunch of bastards. They actually sealed my memory, and tried their best to deceive me, let me marry a scumbag, and in the end, let me kill Yu Hengai. What a bastard. Revenge. When the energy block in her brain was shattered, Qin Qi understood everything, and she understood why she couldn't recall the key things that happened. It turned out that her memory had been sealed many times. Every time I am about to wake up, the memory will be sealed once thanks to Hekin's help. At this moment, Qin Qi finally woke up. For a while, memories appeared in her mind like flowing water, and scenes from the past had emerged. There is still deep hatred in the existing Xianlong Bureau. She is resentful that her life has been changed by others. Sister Qin, has your memory recovered? It seems that my ability is still useful. Qin was relieved when he saw Qin Qi suddenly stand up. It seems that his ability has not failed, although it's a little hard work, but as long as it works, it's enough. Qin Qi woke up, looked at Qin, and said, Mr. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for your help, my memory is still not enough to recover. Qin quickly said, it's just a little effort, nothing to worry about, as long as you don't have a headache. Instructor, Qin Qi said slowly, in the future, I won't have a headache anymore, because those who have used me, I will kill them one by one. At this moment, Qin Qi feels that he has been played by the whole world. He was used by the Black Hands behind the scenes to kill his dear ones with his own hands. Instead, he feels sorry for the death of a scumbag. All of these are because of his tampered memory. Now at this time, the memory has recovered. Qin Qi decided to make everyone who hurt himself and Yu Hengai pay the price. Chapter 894 Mountains and Rivers are Broken 5. Qin Qi's memory has been completely restored after the energy block was shattered. At this moment, she remembered what happened after returning from the sea. At that time, she could not accept the fact that Yu Hengai was dead. So she locked herself in the room all day, and she didn't know when she had a hallucination in front of her eyes at first. Qin Qi thought it was because of his mental problems, but later he realized that there was someone with illusion trying to control him. Qin Qi appeared in the illusion, surrounded by the figure of Yu Hengai who had been swallowed by the sea snake. He was tortured in the illusion for a month, and finally caused a mental breakdown. But at this moment, that hateful man when the scum appeared, he pretended to take care of himself, but he kept collecting information immediately afterwards. Yang Jun from the Xianlong Bureau also appeared, and Yang Jun also appeared. His ability is to seal other people's memories, so in the end, a section of beautiful memories are sealed deep in the brain. As long as you try hard to recall, she will feel extremely painful, and after being tortured for a long time, she is finally controlled. At this moment, Qin Qi's mind had been unsealed by accident. At this moment, she couldn't believe what she had done. She personally sent her beloved to the court and sent him to the court. When he arrived at the execution ground, he even cried bitterly for a scumbag, and set up a tablet for him at home. At this time, Qin Qi can still recall Yu Hengai's helpless eyes at the beginning. At that time, he must have hoped that he could wake up, but unfortunately, in the end, Yu Hengai still failed to see this scene, and Qin Qi also recalled it well. The scumbag Hekanwan took all his savings away and spent his days outside, feeling sad for him, completely unaware. After waking up, Qin Qi had only one thought in his mind, and that was revenge, killing all the guys who plotted against him. Only by killing all these hateful guys, can he avenge Yu Hengai who was wronged. Because Yu Hengai was also framed at that time, Long Jin found a lot of supernatural beings from other places, luring Yu Hengai to take the bait step by step, and finally made Yu Hengai make a big mistake, and was finally executed by justice. Xiao, I was controlled before and that's why I misunderstood you. Now, I'm going to avenge you. Qin Qi said in a deep voice. After saying these words, Qin Qi didn't care about the task he was performing, turned around and walked towards the place where the enemy was. She couldn't wait to take revenge. Instructor, where are you going? Now we are still on a mission, how can you just leave? Seeing that Qin Qi recovered his memory, Hekan seemed to be going to take revenge, so he quickly started to stop him, as if he didn't want to at this time. Qin Kui left his post without authorization, but now Qin Kui is eager for revenge, and it is completely impossible for her to stop at this moment. Qin Kui said coldly, "Now I don't care about performing tasks anymore, now I just want to get revenge. I remember that two people from the Xianlong Bureau are still alive, they are called Yang Jun and Wang Like, and now I will kill them personally, you'd better not stop me." He Kitun quickly said, "The headquarters has always prohibited private fighting. If you kill someone, you will be punished by the headquarters. You must calm down." Qin Kui didn't care about these things, she was about to leave immediately, and most people would not dare to stop her departure, because after all, the supernatural beings present were all taught by Qin Kui to attack her. It is completely impossible for the instructor. Qin Kui then left. Because of his special status, ordinary people dare not stop him. Everyone knows that this is a supernatural being. He must have a special task to perform. Qin Kui's important matters were delayed. Qin Kui finally found the location of the current Ability Management Bureau, and then went directly to the roof of the building, and found that Xiao Xing and Jin Zijia were also training at this time, and now the Ability Management Bureau can support the facade at this time. There were only the two of them left, and the rest had long since died at sea. Be smart when fighting, and kill the enemy while protecting yourself, but don't use all the abilities in one go, it will consume a lot of energy. Jin Zijia is constantly yelling at the newcomer. Many superpower users don't know how to use their supernatural powers, which makes me mad at this time. Qin Kui had also found Yang Jun and Wang Like, and now the two men were shooting with rifles on one side. After finding the enemy, Qin Kui also rushed up. Being controlled, of which Yang Yun accounted for half of the credit, it was because he sealed his memory several times at critical moments, which led to his repeated mistakes in the end, and most importantly, even everyone because of trust. The supernatural potion that was given to him for safekeeping was also taken away. This guy has committed a heinous crime, and Yang Yun had seen Qin Kui appear here at this time, and then said enthusiastically, "Qin Kui, do you have a headache? I haven't treated you for a long time. You must have remembered a lot of unhappy things happened, and now I will help you heal." But what appeared on Qin Kui's face now was a cold expression. Yang Yun also felt something was wrong at this time, and said in his heart, could it be that Qin Kui has recovered his memory at this moment? Qin Kui started to cast his supernatural power without saying a word. A long ground thorn came out of the ground and penetrated Yang Yun's body in an instant. This scene appeared on the roof of the building. Suddenly everyone was stunned. Qin Kui, what the hell are you doing? This is our teammate, you are hurting him, are you crazy? Xiao Xing almost went crazy after seeing this scene. When he was training recruits, Qin Kui actually appeared here, and that's all there is to it. As a result, Yang Yun was penetrated on the spot at this time. Qin Kui must be crazy to do such a thing. Qin Kui said slowly, now I'm just killing the guy who used to control me, don't stop me, I don't want to turn against you. After finishing speaking, Qin Kui was still walking slowly towards Wang Like, as if he wanted to kill another guy. Qin Kui also knew that in the matter of plotting against him, one person from the Xianlong Bureau counted. It is inseparable from the relationship, and Wang Like also participated in the plan to assassinate him. But how could Xiao Sheng ignore it? At this moment, Xiao Sheng is already the captain of the Ability Administration Bureau, and although Yang Jun and Wang Like joined his camp from the disbanded Xianlong Bureau, they are also his team members anyway, and he is now. If you just sit idly by and ignore them, you are not a qualified captain. Qin Kui was about to get close to Wang Like, but at this time Xiao Sheng had already stood in front of Qin Kui, and said in a deep voice, no matter what kind of grievances there are between you, let me know when the war is over. Let's talk about it later. Now that the enemy is in front of you, you actually want to kill your own people. I absolutely disagree with this kind of thing. At this time, Yang Yun's abdomen has been penetrated by the ground thorn. This is the ground thorn formed by the cement board, and there are barbs on it. It can be said that although it has been penetrated, it cannot die quickly. Instead, it can only feel the pain. Pain in the thigh. Help me, save me quickly, I don't want to die now. Yang Yun started calling out loudly at this time, as if he wanted to rouse everyone's sympathy. It just so happens that among the newcomers of the Ability Management Bureau, there are people with abilities that can promote wound healing. Jin Zijia also said at this time, what are you still looking at? It's already at this time, why don't you hurry up? To help? Save people now. Qin Kui didn't want to completely turn against Xiao Xing at this time, She explained in a deep voice, I was sealed before the memory, and the people who did this kind of thing are a bunch of bastards from the Xianlong Bureau. Under the control of these people under the circumstances, I did a lot of things I didn't want to do, and they also cheated you of the supernatural potion that you gave me for safekeeping. After cheating the supernatural potion, they also sealed my memory, causing I can't think of anything, so these two people should be our common enemy. Do you still want to stop them? This is the first time Xiao Sheng and Jin Ziju know about this kind of thing, and now after hearing Qin Qiuyi's explanation, they finally understand why Qin Qiuyi keeps saying that he has never seen a supernatural potion, and it turns out that it is related memory it has been sealed. If this is the case, all this is the fault of the gang of Xianlong Bureau. Xiao Sheng looked at Wang like who was hiding behind him at this time, and Yang Yun who is receiving treatment. At this time, Yang Yun was defending himself. It was Long Jin who instructed us, so we made mistakes. Actually I don't want to do this kind of thing, I was forced. At this time, the director of the Xianlong Bureau has gone overseas to look for meteorites in the Middle East, so Yang Jin saw that the situation was not good, so he pushed all the responsibilities on Long Jin. Anyway, Long Jin is not there now. In the presence, it is impossible for him to refute Wang like is also defending himself. Captain, this bastard Long Jin really planned this kind of thing, because he thinks that Qin Qiuyi has a lot of supernatural potions in his hands, so he designed these things, but in the final analysis, I am now a member of the Ability Management Bureau. How can the things that my department did before be involved in me? Xiao Sheng also had a very headache. On the one hand, Qin Qiuyi wanted revenge. Now that the truth is revealed to the world, these two people are indeed his enemies, but on the other hand, these two people are really his subordinates. Sitting idly by the danger, that is not a qualified captain, so in the end Xiao Sheng still made a decision. At this time, Xiao Sheng said directly to Qin Qiuyi, Qin big sister, I know I am very angry at this time, but everything will wait until the end of the war. Okay? At this time, we still have to resist mutant birds, and it is unreasonable to commit suicide without authorization, and the headquarters will not allow such things. You should wait for a while. Qin Qiuyi looked at Xiao Sheng, and then asked back, so, are you going to help me? Xiao Sheng said hastily, Qin big sister, it's not that I don't help you, but the overall situation is the most important thing. Qin Qiuyi looked back at Jin Ziju and asked, what about you? Aren't you going to help me? Jin Ziju nodded and said, I want to help you, big sister. We have always respected you before. Maybe we did not respect you a while ago, but I guarantee that I just didn't. Talking to you is not hating you. If you want revenge, I will help you, but, needless to say, I understand, you have to stand on the side of these two enemies, right? Qin Qiuyi was not happy when she heard the long list before, because she knew that after all the words, there would be a word but, as long as these two words appear, all the previous words are nonsense. Mr. Lu Xun once said that to be strict with a gentleman, to be lenient to a villain, and to think that you know the details, is actually to help the villain to open his eyes. At this time, you have been persuading me to put the overall situation first, but I can't swallow it in my heart. Therefore, this matter it must be endless. You just wait for me, I will definitely take revenge. Qin Qiuyi saw that Xiao Sheng and Jin Ziju had already stood on the opposite side, and knew that revenge was impossible. It is difficult for Qin Qiuyi to defeat Xiao Sheng or Jin Ziju with his ability, but now that these two are on opposite sides, it is impossible for Qin Qiuyi to be their opponent. Wei could only leave, and after she left, she went to find the leaders of the Ability Management Bureau. Chapter 895 Mountains and Rivers Broken 6. Seeing that Xiao Sheng and Jin Ziju did not stand on her side, Qin Qiuyi saw that she was the victim, but in the end the real villain was protected, as if she had done something wrong. She must ask for an explanation. If others don't give her an explanation, she can only fight for it herself. Next, Qin Qiuyi walked directly to the office building of the Ability Management Bureau. Although there are only more than 20 real members of the Ability Management Bureau, there are 50 or 60 people working in the office building. How many people are working? The director is an ordinary person, and in normal times, he also sends messages to the headquarters and the supernatural beings. In normal times, after the headquarters has important meetings, the supernatural beings generally do not participate, and the people who attend these meetings are usually the directors. After the meeting is over, the things that should be known to the supernatural beings will finally be passed on to everyone in theory. The director also has the power to manage the supernatural beings, so Qin Kui now pins his hopes on the director. As long as the director can uphold justice for himself, then he can justifiably give these two bastards to him executed. However, just after Qin Kui found the director and told him what happened to him, the director said unhurriedly, "Qin Kui, this matter of yours is very difficult. What do you say? I was assassinated, but where is your evidence? Is there any evidence? Or is there physical evidence?" Qin Kui quickly said, "I don't have any physical evidence, but if it is a personal witness, as long as Yang Yun and Wang Like are arrested, they will say anything, and the physical evidence must be kept in the hands of the Xianlong Bureau. This is a real thing that happened, director. I have no reason to lie." When Qin Kui said this, the director nodded solemnly and said, "I will definitely deal with this matter seriously. It is simply unforgivable to do such an excessive mind control to my companions. This kind of thing it must be dealt with seriously. This is a typical failure to understand the spirit of the headquarters. I did not understand the various instructions in the document and made an unforgivable mistake. I will definitely punish these two people severely. I will prove it with actions. It is impossible for a person with supernatural powers to get away with it in the end." After Qin Kui heard these words, she also felt that the director was caring about herself at this moment. Otherwise, why would she say so much? And then she continued to ask, "Then when will the punishment be imposed? Helping people do such an outrageous thing, not killing them is not enough to anger the people." But when it came to this point, the director said to Qin Kui, "I will definitely investigate this matter. In short, you should go back to your post now. I promise, I will definitely do it as soon as possible. After the investigation is clear, then I will use Operation Thunder to bring these two people to justice. Don't worry, you always give me time to do these things, don't you?" Qin Kui understood after hearing what the director said. This is the use of dragging tactics. No matter what the occasion is, no matter what time it is, dragging tactics will always be the most effective method, even if it is a matter of life or death. As long as you use the dragging tactic, there will be no problem. What if the foreman fails to pay back the wages and arrears and is approached by the workers? At this time, it is useless to say that there is no money, because others will not believe it at all. If I want to make a floor shop in the company, I won't leave if I don't give money. This way of saying can fool 80% of the migrant workers, or to put it another way, they obviously have the ability to pay wages, but they deliberately don't pay them all. First give a quarter, and say, "This is what I urged for 4 wages. The result of a month's time, if you wait a little longer, the money will definitely be available, so," and so on. After saying these words, the workers have to rest for a while. In this way, the dragging formula can be used continuously, but the final effect is very good. It is easy to delay one thing for a year and a half. Relaxed Qin Kui is no longer a fledgling girl. After seeing the director's current attitude, he also knows that the director is hopeless. At this moment, he only wants to delay time and follow the twists and turns in the workplace. To urge, the first thing is to fill in the form, explain the matter clearly, and do it again. Just say that you need documents. In short, it is impossible to complete a process in a short time, and the staff will be very patient. Explain the reasons for the system, but everyone knows that he only cares about the progress of things, not why the system is designed in this way. I will appeal this matter to the headquarters. I have the right to go directly to the headquarters to explain the situation, because I am a supernatural being." Qin Kui said in a deep voice. After saying these words, Qin Kui stood up and left. She was completely disappointed in this place. Next, Qin Kui went to the headquarters. The headquarters looked very busy at this time, because the mutant birds were attacking every day, and all kinds of things were crowded together. It was not easy to deal with all these things. Even though he was busy, there were still special people from the headquarters to receive Qin Kui. The person sitting in this office is a middle-aged man, a little bald, sitting behind the desk without getting angry. There is naturally a strong aura in his body, and at this time he started to ask, "What's the matter?" The headquarters is still busy defending against the attack of the mutated bird. "What kind of thing made you come here?" Qin Kui once again told what happened before, but after hearing what Qin Kui said, the middle-aged man in the headquarters directly scolded, "Qin Kui, you simply don't care about the seriousness. Do you know that the overall situation should be the top priority now? Right now, you should be defending against the mutated birds, but now, in order to sue, you don't care about the comfort in the city at all. I don't know right from wrong. Qin Kui was very unconvinced after hearing the other party's accusation at this time. He was obviously a victim, but now he still suffers groundless accusations. Who is right from wrong? The middle-aged man continued. That's right, you really don't know right from wrong. Do you need me to say it clearly? Where did you guys get the supernatural potion that you secretly hid? Did you hide it before? Headquarters, did you say that the corpse king's head needs to be handed in? What did you do? But now I'm talking about the fact that I was controlled by the mind. I have done many things that I don't want to do. The matter of the power potion is not important. The important thing is to punish these two guys from the Xianlong Bureau. Qin Kui hurriedly argued that the matter of the supernatural potion was indeed a mistake made by the Supernatural Power Administration, but now what Qin Kui said had nothing to do with the supernatural potion, but now it has been taken repeatedly. It's not appropriate to stand up and talk about things, the middle-aged man sneered, and then said, people from the Xianlong Bureau combined with outsiders to control you. This is their mistake, but your mistake has already appeared earlier, didn't it? If you deal with it in order, you, Qin Kui, take the lead in hiding supernatural potions, and you will be punished first, after. Qin Kui heard this, he was stunned. The headquarters was messing around, and probably ignored what he said, and instead made a fuss about other things. It is not feasible to solve the problem through the channels of the headquarters, do you understand now? The overall situation is the most important thing. If I deal with two supernatural beings because of your report today, in the next time, I won't be able to live safely. Get out now and return to you. Go to the post, do you understand? The middle-aged man growled, his aura was almost man-eating. Qin Kui lowered his head silently, left the office, and then did not return to his post in the Special Operations Bureau, but returned to his room. When he saw He Kanwun's memorial tablet on the altar, he felt sick for a while. Thinking that he would be a widow for such a scumbag, Qin Kui then pulled the tablet, and with both hands, broke the tablet into two halves, threw it out of the window, and sat down on the sofa. It is easy for women to go to extremes, and Qin Kui is also like this. When she found that her reasonable demands could not be resolved, she recalled Yu Hengai. Now she knew that she could not forgive Yu Hengai. The reason was to save himself, but instead he sent Yu Hengai to the court, and finally stood opposite him. I think the indifferent look on Yu Hengai's face at that time was also because he didn't know right from wrong. No one is willing to help me, no one is willing to extend a helping hand to me, everyone is sneering at me, everyone is on the opposite side of me, as if I want revenge. This thing is like doing something wrong. Why is it like this? Not only my former friends stop me, but even the people above are playing football one by one. Qin Kui asked himself in his heart. Qin Kui still couldn't understand this point, and the more she thought about this problem, the more Qin Kui became extreme. She knew that she was not wrong, and killed those who manipulated and played with her. What's the point? Wrong place. The wrong person should not be himself, but the whole world. Finally, Qin Kui completely fell into extreme thinking. Since I am not wrong, then the one who did wrong is someone else. Everyone who stops me should be damned. I want to take revenge on this world. Just because I have always been easy to talk, so everyone thinks that I can be bullied, so everyone tells me that the overall situation is the most important thing, but no one has ever helped me get justice, so if this is the case, everyone should stop living. Anyway, this is a world without justice. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Kui suddenly laughed, and the laughter gradually became louder and louder, and finally seemed a little arrogant. If her current crazy appearance was seen by others, she would definitely be terrified. Because of this, at that time, she had become a stranger. After Qin Kui went to the extreme, she began her own revenge. At this time, she regarded the whole world as an enemy. Since the enemy is the whole world, then she must take revenge, and the means of revenge must not be random. Let it go casually, but make it unforgettable. I heard that the mutated beasts crossed the Great Wall. When the mutated beasts surrounded Yanjing, the city wall suddenly collapsed. At that time, I don't know how many people will die. Qin Kui's spirit became a little uneasy. It's normal, because she was thinking about how to die together. Chapter 896, Broken Mountains and Rivers VI. The battle in Yanjing lasted for a month, and many forces are also observing the situation in Yanjing. It is already early winter in the north, and the Little Ice Age has arrived, so winter has arrived earlier, and it has snowed around Yanjing. The attacks of the mutated birds and mutated beasts never stopped fortunately. With Yanjing's powerful firepower, the city is not in danger of being breached, and people have gradually gotten used to the current life, because a similar incident happened last year, and Yanjing at that time was also it was extremely dangerous, but at the last moment, the battle was won, and everyone believed that it would be the same this time. Qin Kui was still fighting on the post during this period, and it seemed that all the words of revenge he said before had been forgotten, and Xiao Sheng and Jin Zijia were also considered to be the same after they learned that Qin Kui had no abnormalities. Don't worry, because in the eyes of the two, no matter what it is best to wait until the war is over. Old Jin, these two bastards Yang Yun and Wang Like are really too much, especially this Yang Yun. If what Qin's big sister said is true, then our supernatural potion was given by these people stolen. Long Jin seems to have gone abroad. When the war is over, we will take care of these two people, and we can give Qin big sister an explanation. Xiao Sheng took the time to say to Jin Zijia. Jin Zijia also nodded and replied, I think it's okay, just send these two people out to perform tasks, and then kill them quietly. In this way, everyone is happy. Xiao Sheng and Jin Zijia completely considered that it was during the war, so Qin Kui could not be allowed to kill people at this time. If Qin Kui really killed the team members, then she would definitely be severely punished by the headquarters. So in the final analysis, the two of them wanted to keep things under control as much as possible. As everyone knows, during this month, Qin Kui has been observing the weak areas of Yanjing. At this time, she has become an extreme guy. As long as she can take revenge on the world, she is willing to do anything. During this time, she didn't move, just because there was no suitable timing, and at dusk that day, Qin Kui was ready, because the beasts in the deep mountains and old forests in the northeast had already gone south, and there were mutant birds protecting them along the way, and several beast kings were still alive, the biggest of which was the brown bear. This brown bear is also called a human bear. It can walk upright like a human being. The main character in Bears Haunted is this thing. After the mutated brown bear stands up, it can reach a height of more than 30 meters, standing taller than the city wall. When it was attacked by fighter jets before, the brown bear was hit by several shells, so after being attacked, it fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. The pilots didn't know that the brown bear was playing dead, but only saw the missile hit the brown bear. It fell down directly, so the pilots logically thought that the brown bear was dead. At this time, brown bears have thick fat in their bodies. Brown bears in the north have to hibernate. Before winter comes, brown bears will eat a lot of food to make themselves fat. After having fat, they can hibernate. There is enough energy to support the energy consumption in the cold winter. In today's Yanjing, the air has been blocked by mutated birds, while on the ground there are countless hungry mutated beasts. The sky and land are surrounded. Although it is possible to communicate with the outside world, no supplies or anything can be sent into Yanjing. Beijing. With the passage of time, Yanjing's supplies have also been seriously consumed. Qin Kui took a fancy to this opportunity, and started preparations at dusk, and waited until the early morning to start taking advantage of the dusk. Everyone has already drilled out of the room or the air raid shelter, and the battle has come to an end. Everyone is preparing to eat. Qin Kui came to Li Qi's house at this time. Now at this time Li Qi is the only person who can be missed by Qin Kui in Yanjing, because only Li Qi helped him before, and now Qin Kui also wants to prepare Li Qi. Seeing Qin Kui coming, Li Qi greeted Qin Kui quickly. Are you here? I happen to be cooking, so you can go after eating. I heard that you have been angry for the past few days. You must be very uncomfortable. Just tell me what's on your mind. Qin Kui then ate with Li Qi, and said slowly during the meal, before, I always thought that although the world had come to an end, it could be saved anyway, but now I just understand, this world is already terrible. Even I, a supernatural being, can't control my own life at all. When I just want to get justice, almost everyone is telling me that I should take care of the overall situation. All kinds of methods are used. Li Qi was listening to Qin Kui's narration while eating, and after Qin Kui had someone to confide in, he finally said what was on his mind. Li Qi has now noticed that Qin Kui's mental state is already a little bit wrong, and he must have been mentally tortured during this period of time. The more Qin Kui said, the angrier he became. Obviously I am the victim. Those bastards made me marry a scumbag, controlled me by various means, framed Yu Hengai, and killed him in despicable ways. But now everyone is not going to punish the bad guys. Instead, they are talking about the difficulty of handling this matter, delaying my time, changing the subject, trying to make me obey the majority. What is the majority? Is justice the majority? So what should a weakling like me do? When it came to the end, Qin Qi's eyes were red, and the chopsticks in his hand were cut off abruptly. One can imagine how angry she was at this time. Li Qi quickly comforted him and said, "It's okay, don't be angry because of this incident, it's not worth it, there is always a chance for revenge, just find a way in the future. If you are too angry at this time, you will be angry, it's useless outside of the body." Qin Qi was going to leave after eating, because she was going to complete her task. Before going out, Qin Qi said to Li Qi, "Don't sleep too hard tonight, because it's too late tonight. Sometimes, there may be accidents, so you should be more careful about your own safety." But after Li Qi heard this, he showed a panicked expression, and asked quickly, "What are you going to do?" I said, "Don't let yourself be overwhelmed. If you keep the green hills, you don't have to worry about running out of firewood." Qin Qi's current state is really wrong, and at this moment Li Qi has also discovered that what Li Qi is most worried about is that Qin Qi will do extreme things at this time. If that's the case, that's really bad. Qin Qi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm fine now. Goodbye. I'm going home to rest." Li Qi quickly warned, "Then you must have a good rest. You have to fight tomorrow. If you don't rest well, it will affect tomorrow's fight." Qin Qi nodded and left. Li Qi closed the door and waited for the next day. At night, people in Yanjing are already sound asleep. Almost every household uses wooden boards to nail the doors and windows to death. As long as the doors and windows are closed, it is impossible to break into the house with the size of a mutant bird. As for the glass, yes, it breaks if it breaks, as long as the board is fine. Originally, Yanjing had heating, but now it is a special situation. It will consume a lot of resources to get heating. Whether it is oil or natural gas, it needs to be supplied to military factories. Therefore, many people in the city have no way to heat, and the family has no choice but to squeeze together and cover them with more quilts. If you are a bachelor, you'd better have stronger firepower, otherwise, Yanjing's winter is not easy to endure. When dawn was approaching, there was just a twilight in the distant sky, and there were still soldiers patrolling the city walls of Yanjing. If they found mutant beasts attacking the city, they had to warn immediately, but at this time, some soldiers noticed that the city wall under their feet suddenly began to tilt, and then the city wall collapsed. Boom! The 20-meter-high city wall can already stop most of the mutant beasts, and there are missiles at the artillery position behind the city wall, so the Beast King dare not approach at all. But at this moment, the city wall suddenly collapsed, and countless dust was produced in the shock wave of the collapse, and the high ones flew into the sky. Some people in the city have already woken up at this time, and more people are still asleep, but at this moment, there is a loud noise, and countless people have been awakened. Many people are shocked by this huge sound. There is a shadow in my heart, because everyone heard this kind of voice last year. Only later did I realize that it was Yu Henggai who was on a killing spree, but Yu Henggai had already been killed, and the execution process was broadcast live nationwide. But at this time, there was another loud noise in the city, and no one knew what happened. What happened? Why is there such a loud noise? Could it be an earthquake? If there was an earthquake, there wouldn't be such a loud noise. Most likely the missiles exploded around the city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a loud noise. After hearing the sound of the explosion, everyone began to speculate in their hearts. They all wanted to know what happened in Yanjing, but most people couldn't see anything even if they went out, so they could only guess wildly. The headquarters is different. The headquarters can get the latest information from the front line at any time, so the headquarters directly started to inquire, and finally learned the fact that a section of the city wall several hundred meters long has collapsed. After hearing the news, the headquarters was dumbfounded at the time. The city wall outside Yanjing is very strong, with foundations 5 meters underground. It was built by countless people in Yanjing, but now, the city wall is still falling down. This is simply a joke. It is completely impossible for such a solid city wall to fall down. Why did the city wall fall? Obviously, when the city wall was built, the factor of the earthquake was considered. Even if there was an earthquake, the city wall should not have fallen. Why did the city wall suddenly fall down now? The headquarters then began asked. After the inspection, the front line replied quickly, it certainly didn't fall naturally. The preliminary judgment may have been made by humans. As for who did it, we don't know, but the most important thing at this time is to defend against the enemy outside the city. The mutant beast. A report came from the front line. The headquarters has panicked at this time. Many people in Yanjing have always believed that staying in Yanjing is the safest thing, and the reason is that Yanjing has the largest city wall in the world. With a city wall, no matter the city, no matter what the situation is outside, people can live safely inside the city, but at this time the city wall has fallen down. If this news gets out, the inside of the city will definitely panic. A gap of only a few hundred meters can still be defended. The heavy firepower is approaching the collapsed city wall. We must defend the city wall. It seems that the attack of mutant birds and mutant beasts is about to start. The damaged city wall is absolutely unacceptable. Lost. The headquarters issued an order. In short, nothing happened to the city wall, and the mutant beasts must not rush into the city. However, at this time, the wall on the other side of the city collapsed again, and the mutant beast also launched an attack at this time. Who is it? Who is doing the sabotage? The headquarters is already very angry, and now the city walls are falling down one after another. If this continues, how can Yanjing be able to hold on? Not long after, news came from the front line. Someone saw Qin Qiyi at the place where the two city walls collapsed. It is very likely that Qin Qiyi did it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 897, Mountains and Rivers Broken 8. And when everyone in the headquarters heard the answer from the front line, everyone was stunned for a moment. They didn't expect the truth of the matter to be like this, but everyone didn't understand that Qin Qiyi had been working hard all the time. I don't have any complaints about the headquarters, but at this time today, the city wall was knocked down. What the hell is this for? Didn't she know that when the walls fell, millions of people in the city would die? Everyone on the front line quickly said, this is just a guess. No one knows the specific situation. Maybe Miss Qin didn't do it alone, but at this time, a person from the headquarters stretched out his hand and stood up. This is a middle-aged man, and he said with a bitter face, this matter may really be done by Qin Qiyi. Qin Qiyi recovered a few days ago. In my own memory, she wanted revenge, but I stopped her. She must be dissatisfied, that's why she did such a bad thing. Everyone also thought about it for a while at this time. After thinking about it carefully, being able to tear down the city wall is not something ordinary people can do, and only powerful people with supernatural powers can do this, and Qin Qiyi just meets the conditions. Then, contact Qin Qiyi as soon as possible. In short, we can't let her continue to make trouble. Please meet her needs as soon as possible. The city wall is the most important thing at this time. If the city wall falls, we will definitely not be able to defend Yanjing. The commander in the headquarters hastily said at this time, okay, I'll contact her right away. Someone from the headquarters started calling. The war has been going on for a long time, and Yamkaochi has not fallen. It is because of the existence of the city wall that the mutant beasts cannot easily enter the city. But now that the city wall has fallen, the mutant beasts will rush directly into the city. Time does not know how many people will die, and no one thought that the turning point would appear at this time. It is obvious that winter has arrived, so continue to wait. When the cold winter comes, the mutated birds can't find food. In the end, they must go south, but now, things are not as everyone imagined. Instead, it was because of Qin Qiyi's loss of control that the city wall began to fall, but there is still a problem at present. That is, Qin Qiyi is a powerful supernatural being, and ordinary people can't subdue her. If she can't be persuaded successfully, then her destruction will continue, and it will really be over by then. The call was made smoothly, and a female voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Qin Qiyi. Hey, hello, what's the matter, Qin Qiyi? Where are you now? What are you doing? If you have something to do at the headquarters, come over immediately. At this time, the headquarters is not sure whether the collapse of the city wall was caused by Qin Qiyi, so now Qin Qiyi can only let Qin Qiyi quickly come to the headquarters. But on the other end of the phone came Qin Qiyi's sneering voice. What am I doing? Of course I'm destroying the city wall. What else can I do, now? Qin Qiyi just doesn't pretend, she can directly state her purpose. Because she knows that no one can stop her destruction next. After hearing Qin Qiyi's words, the headquarters panicked. They didn't expect that she really did it. How could it be like this? She was obviously a very good supernatural person before, but now, she unexpectedly did such a dangerous thing. The headquarters quickly began to persuade, Qin Qiyi, you must calm down. You can't be impulsive at this time. We must deal with you immediately. Are you going to take revenge? I will help you deal with it later. In the end, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. In the past, the headquarters did not respond to Qin Qiyi's normal appeal, but kept delaying and changing the subject, blaming Qin Qiyi. But now, when Qin Qiyi really started her revenge, the headquarters agreed to her request instead. Nowadays, everyone in the headquarters has an expectation, that is, they expect that Qin Qiyi is only threatened by his own abilities. If it is only a threat, it will be easy to handle. As long as her requirements are met, then it will be fine. It's a pity that things backfired. Qin Qiyi no longer needed the help of the other party, and at this moment, she was already desperate, and in her despair, the way she chose was to die together. Therefore, Qin Qiyi continued to sneer and said, it's really strange. Obviously, no matter who I was looking for in the past, your answer was that the overall situation was the most important thing, and you were covering the bad guys. Now, I don't expect your help anymore. Now, I don't care about revenge or anything, I just hope that everyone in Yanjing can be buried with me, that's all. When Qin Qiyi said this now, many people were frightened immediately. After the game, the headquarters did not expect that no matter how crazy the attack was from the mutant bird or the mutant beast, they had already resisted it. In the end, at this moment, the overall situation turned out to be destroyed in the hands of a supernatural being. Qin Qiyi, calm down, don't you want revenge? We'll do it right away. In short, stop now. If you persist in your obsession, you will definitely hurt many innocent people in the end. Everyone in the headquarters continued to persuade Qin Qiyi, the matter is not so bad that it can't be handled now. As long as Qin Qiyi can change his mind, Yanjing can still hold on. However, Qin Qiyi had already made a decision, and she said calmly, I have been waiting for a month, waiting for you to bring me justice, to avenge me, and to rectify Yu Hengai's name. By the way, but in the end, you didn't do anything. For a month, you didn't even question Yangjun and Wang. I've given up hope, it's too late to agree to my request now. It's too late. After saying these words, the phone was disconnected. From the sound, it seemed that the phone was dropped directly, and the call ended here. The satellite has actually located Qin Qiyi's location at this time through the phone call, but at this time, even knowing Qin Qiyi's location is useless, because Qin Qiyi is a very powerful person, and she can. If you want to escape, you just need to drill down into the ground, and any threats are useless. Everyone in the headquarters looked at each other in blank dismay, and they already had a premonition that something bad was going on. They didn't expect Qin Qiyi, who is always talkative, to do such a thing irrationally in the end. Now it is not so easy to save the situation. My surname is Li. How do you do things? Why did a good person with supernatural abilities become an enemy now? Someone from the headquarters began to accuse, and the target of the accusation was the middle-aged man who received Qin Qiyi a month ago. And this middle-aged man also had a wry smile on his face, and said, I also put the overall situation first. During the war, Qin Qiyi wanted to kill his companions. How can this be possible? Besides, Qin Qiyi is also famous in normal times. It's easy to talk. I thought it would be alright to suppress her thoughts this time, but I didn't expect her to be irrational at all, and she did such a shocking thing. In the eyes of many people, if a person is easy to talk, then the whole person is mostly a soft persimmon that can be handled, and this kind of problem often occurs in work. That is, it is obvious that the other party has done something wrong, but due to various reasons. It was me who was a good talker who was criticized. It's just that these talkative people are not the so-called honest people who can be manipulated at will, but the anger in their hearts has not yet reached the critical point. Once it reaches the critical point, even good people will burst into thunderous anger. Unfortunately, Qin Qiyi is in this state. When Qin Qiyi found that it was impossible for her to take revenge under normal circumstances, she immediately went to extremes. Now at this time, she only wants to use her own means to complete revenge. All the things are out of the question. It is impossible for the headquarters to leave Qin Qiyi alone, so they immediately issued a notice. Qin Qiyi has betrayed Yanjing and is doing things that will damage Yanjing, so everyone must be the first to see Qin Qiyi. After seeing Qin Qiyi, kill Qin Qiyi immediately. After This news was released. Not only the supernatural beings saw it, but many soldiers also saw it. Many people did not expect this kind of thing to happen. Qin Kui was clearly a good person before and won the title of hero. He has always worked hard to complete the task, but at this moment, Qin Kui turned into an enemy in a sudden transformation, which is something that many people would never have imagined. Qin was the most surprised when he heard the news, because he never expected that Qin Kui would betray Yanjing. During these days, Qin Kui has not shown any abnormalities. Everyone thought that Qin Kui had given up on revenge, but now, Qin Kui has gone to extremes. Qin Kui, how could you do such a thing? When Li Qi saw the news, he couldn't believe what he saw for a moment, and then thought of the city wall falling down in the early morning. According to the news, Li Qi had already deduced the truth of the matter, and she really did not expect Qin Kui to come to this point at this time. Going out at this step will stand on the opposite side of everyone in Yanjing, because Yanjing still has a population of 6 million at this time. If so many people are in danger, Qin Kui will become a sinner through the ages. However, at this time, Li Qi suddenly thought of someone, that is Yu Henggai. A year ago, Yu Henggai also did something irrational and was finally tried, but now Qin Kui not only did not learn his lesson, instead, they are doing something more dangerous. Qin Kui, please be blessed, I can't help you. Li Qi sighed, and then began to pack his luggage. Li Qi judged that the next Yanjing could no longer be defended, because Yanjing was very huge, which meant that the battle line would definitely be stretched, and the existence of the city wall was nothing. With the help of the city wall, coupled with matter and firepower, the city is almost indestructible, but once the city wall falls, tens of millions of mutant beasts outside the city will swarm up. Countless mutant beasts rush into the city, and it will be over by then. However, the collapse of the city wall is still continuing at this time. Qin Kui used the earth escape, and after entering the underground position, he first came to the bottom of the wall, and then cast his supernatural powers. There is no need to destroy the entire city wall, just pry a point of the city wall, then the towering city wall will lose its balance and fall heavily to the ground under its own gravity. In almost a few minutes, a section of the city wall was about to fall, and the location of the collapse was still uncertain at all. The sound of rumbling came one after another, and the city wall continued to fall, and the fall of the city wall was unstoppable. It is insignificant in front of the city wall. It is also impossible for the mutant beasts and mutant birds to let go of this excellent opportunity. At that moment, the mutant bird flew over from afar, and when it flew over the city, it dropped the mutant beasts one by one. It is absolutely impossible for the mutated bird to come to the sky over the city so easily, but today is different. After the city wall fell, soldiers had to defend the front in large numbers, and there was a shortage of troops. The airdrop plan of the mutated bird was successful. What to do? What to do? Mutant beasts are about to rush in. Can Yanjing not be able to defend? Everyone in the city has already sensed that something is wrong. It seems that something is wrong with the battle on the front line. Instead, it has come to the sky above the city. It's better to pack your luggage as soon as possible, or run as soon as possible, or stick to the room. Someone gave an answer, and now there is no other choice but these two options. Xiao Xing and Jin Zijia started to look for Qin Kui in the city, and now they are also in a state of shock. Before, they thought that Qin Kui had given up revenge, but now it seems that Qin Kui did you give up revenge? She is brewing a big plan. Now, we have to stop Qin Kui's destruction. If Qin Kui is allowed to continue to destroy, Yanjing will really be over. Xiao Xing said to Jin Zijia. Chapter 898, Broken Mountains and Rivers. Ikes. Qin Kui has always been very talkative, and she is also a good person in the eyes of others. This has something to do with her own experience. She is already in her 30s. After the end of the world, she has actually been in society. I have been struggling for a few years, even if there are edges and corners, they have basically been smoothed out now, so I become a good old man in the eyes of others, and when this image appears on Qin Kui, she only accepts it passively, but now Qin Kui has let go of all his worries. After letting go of his worries, Qin Kui has become unscrupulous at this time. Anyway, he is already desperate, and he is already desperate for this world, so he will take revenge on others, to let the rest of the world feel their own despair. Ever since, Qin Kui was destroying the city walls crazily, and the city walls collapsed at this time. Every time he saw a section of the city wall collapsed with his own eyes, Qin Kui felt very happy. At this time, she was actually crazy, Mutant beasts appeared in the city, and the frontline army could no longer hold on, because at this time the Beastmaster had also appeared, and there were only 3 living Beastmasters left. 2 were brown bears, and the other was a Siberian tiger. Under the control of the mutated beasts, the mutated beasts flooded in like a tide, and fighter jets flew from the sky above Yanjing, carrying weapons of mass destruction, such as cloud bombs and gasoline bombs. The mutated beasts that were looked at were killed. However, the Bird King unexpectedly appeared in the sky at this time, leading numerous flocks of birds to attack the fighter jets. Although the speed of the fighter jets has an advantage, the number is not dominant at all. After all the bullets and the machine guns have been fired, the fighter jets can only rely on speed to contain the mutant birds. There were also a large number of casualties in the crowd in Yanjing City. Some people wanted to escape, so they rushed out of the street with their luggage at this time, but there were mutant beasts in all directions, and even if they wanted to run, they couldn't find their way at all. These people were all killed by the mutant beasts that rushed into the city. Fortunately, many people hid in the room. The room was nailed to death with thick wooden boards, and the mutant beasts could not enter the house. In this way, the casualties were reduced a lot. Finally, Jin Zizhu and Xiao Sheng found Qin Qi. At this time, Qin Qi had just emerged from the ground, and was blocked by these 2 people as soon as he appeared. Afterwards, the 2 began to question Qin Qi. What on earth are you going to do? Are you crazy? Qin Qi found that he was blocked. He couldn't help laughing, and said, I'm probably crazy, but why don't any of you help me? It was you who made me feel hopeless first. Now I want to let others know what despair is like. When Qin Qi said this, Xiao Sheng immediately became furious. He pointed to the flames in the distance and said, this is what you did? What else do you have to say now? I don't know how many people will die because of your personal enmity. Did you hear the wailing of these people? Both Qin Qi and Jin Zizhu were really angry. This is Yanjing. Such an important city should be destroyed because of Qin Qi's desire for revenge. This is simply too selfish. But Qin Qi just replied lightly to other people's accusations. Really? These people were crying, but I was crying before. Why couldn't you hear it? It's also despair, mine despair. It seems that there is no people can feel it, right? Jin Zizhu said, this is different. You are only one person, and you are a supernatural being, so you can bully me at will. Qin Qi asked back, my life has been ruined. These people from the Xianlong Bureau have harmed me and made me marry a scumbag I don't like, and framed Yu Hengyi on just death. Even if I want revenge, I will do everything possible to stop me, so don't blame me for being vicious. I was also forced. Xiao Sheng continued, don't excuse yourself. It's a fact that you made a mistake. It's also a fact that you will kill most people. Anyway, no matter what you say now, I will arrest you. You understand, catch me and judge me, right? I will be treated the same as Yu Hengyi was, right? I have no turning back now, and I know very well that after I do this, I will become a devil in your mouth. But this is imposed on me by you. If you helped me even once, I would not do it, but none of you helped me, so I will simply stand on the opposite side of you. Qin Kwei said with a smile. Xiao Sheng said, as long as you can correct your evil and return to the right, we will help you, because we are friends. Xiao Sheng still doesn't want to do everything right now. If Qin Qi can turn around at this time, she will be a great helper in resisting the attack of mutant beasts. But Qin Qi refuses. Now, I will give you 2 choices, either get out of the way or kill me. Qin Qi said seriously now that he has embarked on the path he decided on. No matter what others say next, Qin Qi will not change his mind. Xiao Sheng and Jin Zizhu couldn't bear to do anything at this time, because after hearing Qin Qi say so much, they already felt that Qin Qi had experienced a lot of unfair treatment, perhaps in the one where she was tortured by illusions. For a month, she hoped to get help from others all the time, but in the end no one showed up. Yu Hengyi, who wanted to save people wholeheartedly, was killed in public. Obviously, he was the only person who was kind to Qin Qi. Poor, so pitiful that no one helped her, and in the end she also fell into hell. However, it is impossible for Xiao Sheng and Jin Zizhu to pretend that they did not see where their responsibilities lie, because if they pretended not to see, Qin Qi will definitely do more things that endanger Yanjing. Wait a minute, wait a moment, Sister Qin, I brought people over. At this moment, Qin and his men had already rushed over after being selected. The superhumans of the Special Operations Bureau have always been trained by Qin Qi, And Qin Kui is also a highly respected instructor in the eyes of many people, but now Qin Kui has come. They couldn't sit idly by the opposite of everyone, so they rushed here as fast as they could. Instructor, we have brought your enemies here. Look quickly, these two are the guys from the Xianlong Bureau. If you want to deal with them, you can do it at any time. We can also help. You must not stop being obsessed with it. He Kidun said seriously. Next, many supernatural beings dragged the two guys out. The limbs of these two people had been interrupted, and they could not move at all. And these two people were Yang Jun and Wang Like. Qin Kui continued to make mistakes, so he took the initiative to go to the place of the Ability Management Bureau and arrested Qin Kui's enemies. Qin Kui was very moved after seeing this scene, because there are still people in the city who are willing to help him, but unfortunately, everything is too late. It would be great if this scene could appear earlier, but unfortunately now, it's all over. After speaking, Qin Kui turned around and was about to run away. Jin Zijia shot out instantly, and a bolt of lightning shot out from his hand, hitting Qin Kui's body instantly. Although the speed of lightning was not as fast as the speed of light, it was still far beyond the speed of sound. Even Shen Feng might not be able to withstand this attack, so Qin Kui was hit by lightning before he had time to dodge. Jin Zijia said quickly, "Tie her up quickly, I've exhausted my strength, she's just paralyzed, she's not dead yet." Qin Kui's body exuded a burnt smell. If Jin Zijia thought about it, Qin Kui would be electrocuted to death at this time, but Jin Zijia couldn't do anything at this time, so he had no choice but to let Qin Kui faint. At this time everyone rushed up to tie Qin Kui up, and injected a tranquilizer into her arm. By the way, after seeing this scene, he breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "It's a good thing that we haven't reached the most dangerous time, and it's a good thing that there is still a chance of salvation at this time." But at this moment, Li Qi came from afar, with a backpack on his back, and he seemed ready to leave. The most dangerous time has come. The west of the city has been breached, and two beast kings have entered the city. Now, hundreds of thousands of mutant beasts have also broken through the defense line, so get ready to break through. After Li Qi brought this astonishing news, everyone in the room immediately despaired. It seems that Qin Kui made a big mistake in the end. If Yanjing had not been breached, there was still some room for redemption. But now, the defense line has been breached, and the mutant beasts rushed into the city. It was too late. What should we do with these two people? Suddenly someone pointed to Yang Yun and Wang Like on the ground. At this time, these two people were very miserable. Because of their identities as supernatural beings, he personally cut off their limbs. It was destroyed. It was destroyed by using gamma rays. The limbs were directly necrotic, and it could not be cured at all. However, even at this moment, Yang Jun is still begging for mercy. "Please let me go, I just obey orders." The real mastermind behind the scenes is Long Jin. I can tell you Long Jin's real name. His name is Chen Xinqin. He is the younger brother of Lu Liangshan's boss, and his family is from the Northwest Forces. This is very confidential information. Most people don't know about it. In order to survive, Yang Jun told all the news he knew at this time, and even Long Jin's true identity had been exposed. However, the information is useless now. Xiao Sheng shook his head helplessly, and said, "Kill it, the guys from the Xianlong Bureau are the culprits. They tortured Qin's big sister, they framed Yu Hengai, every one of these people's good thing. Kill it." He Kidun nodded, and the supernatural being next to him also understood, took out a knife from his body, and wiped Qin Kui's two enemies on the neck. However, everyone was also confused at this moment. The city of Yanjing was already on fire, and the streets were full of people and mutant beasts. What should they do next? Seeing the silence of the crowd, Li Qi bowed his hands to the crowd and said, "Everyone, I'm leaving. I'm going to Yeziao. I can still find a place in Yeziao. As for Yanjing, I can't keep it anymore. Goodbye." Li Qi's home has long been gone, so she can leave gracefully after packing a little luggage, but others can't. Many people's family members are still in Yanjing. Now that Yanjing has been breached, if they leave, what about the family? Also, even if you leave, where else can you go in the future? Where is my home? For a moment, everyone didn't know what to say. Everyone was enveloped in sadness. The mountains and rivers were broken and the wind was blowing, and the life experience was ups and downs. Chapter 899 Breaking out of the encirclement. The mutated beasts began to wreak havoc in the city, and the three beast kings who had pretended to be dead had rushed in. They failed to completely kill the beast king at the first chance, so they would not be able to kill the Beast King in the next time. There is a chance, and at this time, hundreds of thousands of beasts have rushed into the city, and the soldiers on the front line have already made resistance at the first time. They have been working hard to kill the mutant beasts, but helpless. With the existence of the Beastmaster and the boundless swarm of beasts, the line of defense was eventually breached. When one line of defense is breached, there is no need to hold on to the other lines of defense. Yanjing has only one means of defense, which is the city wall, but it was this city wall that blocked the largest wave of corpses in the world. It also played an incomparably huge role. The city wall was established and has never been breached, but at this moment, Yanjing's indestructible city wall was finally breached due to internal and external effects. Countless mutant beasts rushed into the city, and the millions of residents in the city suddenly didn't know what to do. They have lived in the city for decades, and they already have deep feelings for the land under their feet, and it is hard to leave their homeland. This is not the most important thing. Even in the place where I have lived since I was a child, my life is still the most important thing in the face of life-threatening. If you can escape, you should run for your life. But at this time, there are terrifying mutations outside the city. As a beast, even if it wants to escape, it cannot be done casually nowadays. Whether it is inside or outside the city, there are terrifying beasts eating people everywhere. The mutated birds in the sky are still grabbing burning branches and throwing them down at this time, causing fires everywhere in the city and thick smoke billowing up. In the cold winter season, every household has accumulated a lot of wood at home. After all, it is going to survive the winter. How can we do without firewood? However, once the firewood in the city is lit, it cannot be extinguished at critical times. The city of Yanjing has turned into a hellish place at this time, and the raging fire is constantly burning. People are running around the city with their children in their arms, all wanting to find a safe place to hide at this time, but this kind of thinking is only possible. It's just a delusion, whereas there is a safe place in the city now, and the chaotic crowd directly dispersed the formation of the soldiers. Without the suppression of the powerful formation, the mutant beasts and mutant birds would have no scruples. There is a lack of food, and there are too many people fleeing for their lives in the city. To these mutated animals, human beings are completely a walking buffet. As long as they eat, they can replenish their energy. In the end, Yanjing was extremely chaotic, and everyone was running and crying on the street. Some people were running for their lives with their families, and some people were still imagining that the chaos in Yanjing would end in the end. However, the city walls of Yanjing have been breached now. Even if you want to defend, you have no position at all. It is completely a luxury to hope that the chaos in Yanjing will end suddenly. Thousands of helicopters in the city flew up from the ground and flew towards the distance. The patterns on these helicopters were different, and many of them were private jets. These planes took off suddenly, and the result was obvious. Rich people. After seeing the current situation, I knew that Yanjing would not be able to defend in the end, so I flew away without hesitation. Even if there were mutated birds in the sky, it was still very difficult to block a large number of helicopters, especially when the ground is full of people. The mutated birds must give priority to eating ordinary people, but they have no interest in helicopters at this time. Li Qi didn't miss it either. A huge laser knife had appeared in his hands. With the existence of the laser knife, no matter what kind of mutant beast it was, it couldn't last around in Li Qi's hands. Everyone saw this scene. I was also very shocked. In the future, I only knew that the goddess of light was very strong, but now I discovered that Li Qi had the ability to kill from Yanjing. So many people followed behind Li Qi, heading towards. He rushed out in the direction of Nanchang. Li Qi also found the people following him. These people seemed to regard him as their last resort and followed him closely. Although such a huge momentum will definitely attract the attention of mutant beasts and mutant birds, but Li Qi doesn't care at all at this time, because she only needs to protect herself, and as for other people, if they can keep up, come on. Whether she can survive is not something she can guarantee. Rich people can take a helicopter to leave a dangerous place. Even in the most dangerous time, they are protected by powerful bodyguards, but civilians have no means of protecting themselves, even with a few kitchen knives. Resisting the mutant beasts is a tragic situation right now. He was also helpless. He really wanted to turn the tide, but this was already impossible. Even hundreds of thousands of soldiers couldn't stop the mutant beast. What could he do with a supernatural person? So he and his subordinates, the able person, made it clear, hurry up and bring your family members to the bureau. After an hour, we will break through and I will go to my great-grandfather. You should also hurry up. Kitten and the others then began to search for their respective family members, and Kitten also found his bedridden great-grandfather in his home. He was over 80 years old. Everyone was busy running for their lives, and no one was taking care of him at all. "Grandfather, I will take you away. Yanjing is over now," Kitten said hastily after finishing speaking. Kitten carried his great-grandfather on his back and tied him with a soft rope. The great-grandfather was already very weak, and at this moment he didn't even have the strength to grab others, so he could only do something wrong. This was his relatives are also his spiritual guides these years, even though others have abandoned him, an old man who is dying, but he can't do it himself. Marshall, he said weakly at this time, "I'm running out of time, my body is weak, and I don't know how long I can last. You'd better run for your life and leave me alone." But Kitten didn't listen to these words, but said in a deep voice, "You are my closest relative, you have raised me up to this day. If I run away at this time, I am not a human being. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you. If we go out of the city, then we will go south, whether it is Luoyang or Kaifeng." Next, Kitten left with his grandfather on his back. It would be most appropriate to use a cart to break through, but the road conditions in Yanjing are really bad, so he can only walk on his two legs and try his best to rush to the gathering place. When the people from the Special Administration Bureau gather, they will break out one after another. They have already brought their families with them. Fortunately, they can still find their families at this time. If they get separated during the war, it will really be all it's over. "Captain, the city is in a mess now, and mutant beasts are constantly rushing out of the city. It is not easy for us to get out now," the team members said to Kitten. Kitten also became confused at this time. He didn't know in which direction he should break out. There were mutant beasts in all directions. If he wanted to leave at this time, he had to find the enemy's weak point. But where was the weak point? All of you should also think of a way to see where we should break through next. Kitten asked quickly. At this time someone got the latest news about a breakout, so he quickly said, "I heard that Li Qi, the goddess of light, has led tens of thousands of people out, and she chose the south. At this time, let's follow Li Qi. If one can do it, so can others." The rest of the people nodded seriously after hearing this suggestion. Since the answer is already in front of their eyes at this time, as long as they copy it, it will be fine. But at this moment, the marshal who was tied to Kitten's back said, "Don't be reckless. It's no longer possible to be reckless at this time. You must use your brains. Gather the civilians and rush out from the west in one breath. Take the lead at this time, and others will naturally follow behind." West side? Wasn't the western city wall the first to be breached? Kitten felt something was wrong at this moment. It was obvious that the mutant beasts rushed in from the west side first. If they rushed out from here, they would easily suffer huge losses. Although Marshall is weak at this time, he is still explaining seriously, "Don't be deceived by false appearances. You must see the essence of things. Judging from the distribution of mutant beasts, the south seems to be the weakest place, but someone has already gone out before, so the mutant beasts will definitely strengthen the defense here. Instead, it is on the west wall. Because the mutant beasts rushed in too early, their forces have dispersed, and they're rushed out from here. The opportunity is the greatest, but the prerequisite is that you must gather a lot of people. At least 50,000 people can do it." Marshall. His experience and insight played a role at this time. Most people will definitely copy the answer when they see the answer in front of them, but they have not thought about the answer, and it will change with the situation. Blindly copy the answer but don't see the question, but the wrong choice. The fact is indeed what Marshall Lee said. When Li Qi rushed out of the city with tens of thousands of people, the mutant beast also strengthened the troops in the south. It is not so easy to reproduce the scene of Li Qi. On the contrary, there are still many opportunities in the west. No problem, we'll go gather people right away, and then rush out. Kitten was very courageous at this time. He had always listened to his elders, and now is no exception, because with the elders' teachings, he was able to make the right decision. Today's Yanjing is full of wars, mutant beasts are still eating people in the city, and there are tragic situations everywhere. It is not that simple to quickly recruit people. If you want to recruit people, you must first use your own slogan. Next, we will shout slogans as we walk west. The slogan is "Follow us and rush out." Kitten thought of a way out of a hurry, and for a long time the slogan was no good. It is used for surface engineering, but don't forget that shouting slogans is the easiest thing to motivate people. A group of people then rushed to the west city, shouting slogans while beating Follow us and rush out, follow us and rush out. Ordinary people follow blindly, because when encountering a major crisis, they would rather believe that a tall man will stand up to the sky, but now when there is smoke everywhere and no one knows what to do, someone suddenly shouted the slogan of going out. Everyone naturally followed suit immediately. Heikyo's slogans worked. A group of people were shouting slogans loudly. While shouting slogans, they headed towards the West City. More and more people shouted slogans along the way, and more people joined the group. Gradually, the number of people increased, reached 50,000 to 60,000. When the number of people had gathered enough, a group of people went straight to the outside of the city. There were countless mutant beasts on the street, trying to stop this group from leaving, but in front of the supernatural beings, the mutant beasts were even more vulnerable. The formation of mutant beasts is also very scattered now, which just gave this group of people a chance to rush out. Everyone is united. No matter what kind of threat they face, they will not disperse. There are mutated beasts charging from the side of the group, but the crowd is so dense that even the mutated beasts cannot charge into the crowd. Under the strength of unity, everyone works hard. Rushed out. Fortunately, they didn't encounter the attack of the Beast King when they rushed out of the city. If they were restrained by the Beast King on the way, it is conceivable that tens of thousands of people would die because of it. It is not bad to have the leadership of the supernatural beings. Ordinary people can rush out under the leadership of the supernatural beings, but when the supernatural beings break through one after another, the millions of people in the city have no hope at all, and countless people are in despair. If you die in the middle, Yanjing is over. Chapter 900, The Truth. Shen Feng, who was far away in Yuzhou, was lost for a moment after learning the news that Yanjing had been breached, because he did not expect that such a huge city as Yanjing would be breached. This is the largest city in the world. Even if it is in the doomsday, Yanjing also had a population of 6 million, but now it has been broken by mutant beasts and mutant birds. The mutated bird this time must not be underestimated. Even Yanjing has been breached, so the mutated bird will definitely go south. It won't be long before Yuzhou will also be attacked. Shen Feng made the following judgment: since the mutant bird is so powerful, we must not underestimate it. We should hurry up and discuss countermeasures, and be prepared to be attacked at any time. Chang Jianyi also said in a deep voice, I'll invite everyone to a meeting right away to discuss how to deal with the mutant bird. Shen Feng said afterwards, in the past, everyone had heard about the division of states in North America, but everyone didn't think so at the time. After all, there are only 30 million people there now. It is certainly not easy for such a small number of people to resist the crazy attack of mutant birds. Yes, it will be breached in the end, which is also reasonable, but it seems abnormal that a city as large as Yanjing has already been breached. The only explanation is that this time the mutated bird's revenge is too fierce. Even if the number has been weakened, the mutated bird's attack can still destroy a large city in an instant. With a cold wave going south, the mutated bird will definitely the target will be placed in various cities in the south, and Yuzhou will definitely not be spared. The next step is to think about the problem of dealing with mutant birds. Everyone, I called you here early in the morning because I have received important news that Yanjing has been compromised. What should we do next? Let's talk about it. Shen Feng gathered everyone in Fengshan Palace. Everyone discussed in the main hall. On both sides of the long table sat the important figures of Yuzhou, and at the top were Shen Feng and Chang Jianyi. It was still early in the morning, and as soon as he heard the news, Shen Feng had already called a meeting of the important high-level personnel of Yuzhou, and even his 3 major advisors had already sat aside. Hu Jingren was in charge of entertaining the guests at this time, directing the people below to serve tea to the people in the hall, while Cheng Haoji was taking care of the children at this time. Has Yanjing really been breached? If that's the case, our cities, which are weaker than Yanjing, can't bear it even more. We have to make preparations earlier. Yang Chang's face was serious. He knew the strength of Yanjing. Even the hundreds of millions of zombies at the beginning failed to break through Yanjing, and it turned out that Yanjing was broken at this time, which is simply unimaginable. Guo Pinming analyzed. At this moment, what is the situation in Yanjing? Why is the city being breached? We don't know all of this. Without knowing the enemy, our judgment will be misled. It is suggested that on the one hand, we seize the time to strengthen the air defense force, and on the other hand, we should inquire about the situation. I completely agree with this suggestion, because if we don't know the situation, our judgment will be misled. It's no problem to focus on defending against the attacks of mutant birds. As for the mutant beasts, There is no need to worry. Thousands of miles away, how could mutant beasts appear here? Xiao Fuli also asked quickly. In addition to strengthening the air defense force, it is also necessary to actively dig air raid shelters so that everyone can have a place to hide when they encounter danger. Lu Qiang analyzed. There is no need to worry about the air raid shelter. 2 years ago, I had people start digging the air raid shelter to beware of threats from the air at any time. Up to now, the air raid shelter in Yuzhou is large enough to accommodate everyone, and it is not a problem to enter and hide in it. Chang Jianyi said hastily. Shen Feng was a little surprised. She didn't expect the senior to do so many things quietly. It can be said that the prevention and control of the crisis is already in place. The autumn harvest is over. Now everyone has some food in their homes. There is no need to worry about the food problem. I am afraid that the mutated bird will not leave in winter. If this continues, we will be dragged down. Josiah Oxio is serious. Said. Shen Feng just felt too tired. Things were always coming one after another. There was no time to rest at all. The food crisis had just been resolved, but now a new danger had appeared. It seems that the most important thing at the moment is to find out the news, but we don't have enough power to understand what happened in Yanjing. What should we do? Shen Feng said to himself while everyone was contemplating. News suddenly came from outside the hall. Wang Ziqiang came into the hall and said, Master, someone from the north is calling. It seems to be Sister Su Xing. By the way, why did I forget about her? Isn't Su Xing on a mission in the north? What happened to Yanjing and why the city was breached? It seems that we need to ask Su Xing to find out. Now we go to the communication room. Shen Feng suggested. Everyone readily agreed that instead of figuring it out by themselves in the conference room, it might be better to ask people in the know. Perhaps a more accurate answer could be obtained. When Su Xing went to the north, her goal was very simple, that is to become famous, and her goal was to kill the water monster in the Yellow River. As long as she killed the Yellow River water monster, she would become famous in one fell swoop. Although Wang is still far away from Yanjing, she is already the closest person to Yanjing. Maybe she knows some important information. Brother. Shen Feng, long time no see, how are you? When Shen Feng appeared in the communication room, Su Xing hurriedly greeted Shen Feng enthusiastically. Called the city owner? This time she is also the same. Shen Feng quickly asked, Where are you now? I have an important task for you to complete. Su Xing said, I'm in Baoding, and I have some important news to tell you. Baoding is not safe anymore. I borrowed the communication room here to call you. The situation is more urgent. Because today I have already learned the important news, that is, Yanjing City has been breached. Shen Feng actually knew the news a long time ago, but now he is still very confused, not knowing why Su Xing appeared in that place. Didn't you go to kill the Yellow River monster? Why are you in Baoding? I looked for the Yellow River monster, but I couldn't find it for half a year, so I was going to relax, get rid of some bandits, and come to Baoding to eat donkey meat. I didn't expect that something happened in Yanjing City, and I didn't dare to go there, because the battle over there is more intense. Su Xing quickly explained why she appeared in Baoding, because she had not found the Yellow River monster, so she had been wandering in the north. Shen Feng continued, I already know the news that Yanjing City was breached. Please report to me any important situation on your side. I have information on the breach of Yanjing City. The communication room has become very crowded, because many people are crowded in a small room. When the communication room of Fengshan Palace was established, it did not consider too many people entering it, but this time the meeting happened to be in Fengshan Palace. Everyone can only squeeze inside in order to know carefully. The camera can't capture too many people, so in Su Xing's eyes, there are not many people around Shen Feng. After thinking about this, Su Xing then said, City Master, I brought you an acquaintance, you should ask her yourself, immediately. Afterwards, Su Xing moved away to the side and let the people around her appear. It turned out to be Li Qi. Li Qi smiled and said, Honey, Yanjing can't stay here any longer. I'm going to go south to join you. Ahem, what are you talking about? We are just ordinary friends, please don't use such intimate names. What happened in Yanjing? Shen Feng quickly said to the opposite side of the video. He was caught by Li Qi just now. I was taken aback by the title. Did everyone know that such an intimate title was used in public? The people in the communication room showed a look of sudden realization, apparently shocked by such an amazing news. Someone looked at the deputy city lord from the corner of his eye, and wanted to see what the deputy city lord's expression was like now. There was still a smile on Chang Jianyi's face. It seemed that she was not angry because of the unexpected situation at this time, and it could be seen that her energy-raising skills were really powerful. It's just that Chu Qiaoyan was not happy at this time, because she didn't expect that the most worrying thing would still happen. Not long after Du Xinxi was frozen, Shen Feng actually found another new love. Such behavior really arouses criticism. Oh, I was too reckless just now. My address was inappropriate, Mr. Shen Feng. Is this address acceptable? Li Qiyi's reaction was quick, and then changed his words. It's a pity that it's useless to change the words at this time. Everyone should know what they should know, even if everyone doesn't know anything. Through these 2 lines of dialogue, a lot of plots can be imagined at that moment. Shen Feng could only get down to business quickly, so he began to ask, what happened to Yanjing? Why was it breached all of a sudden? There was no such sign before, and it can't be because the enemy still has secret weapons. It just so happened that Li Qiyi really knew about this, and then he sighed and began to tell the story. Originally, according to Yanjing's existing configuration, it would not be easily breached even in a few months, but there was an accident. The accident lies in Qin Qa. This matter is more complicated to talk about, but it can be simply summarized as, Qin Qa destroyed the city wall. After hearing this, everyone has suddenly realized that they finally know why Yanjing City was breached. Once the city wall collapses, the defense force will collapse in an instant, difficult to exist. So, it turned out to be so. It's just that I don't understand why Qin Qa would do such a thing. Even if she wanted to die, she wouldn't drag everyone to die together, right? Shen Feng continued to ask, it just so happens that I really know about it, but it's not convenient to tell you now. You just need to understand that Qin Qa wants to take revenge on this society in desperation. I'm going south soon, and I'll come and join me when the time comes. Don't you want to shut me out? Li Qiyi said with a smile. Shen Feng didn't answer, looked at Chang Jianyi and Chu Qiaoyan beside him, and asked, what do you think about this? Then, bring it back. Since you are from the Shen family, then don't die outside. Chang Jianyi said in a deep voice after experiencing Du Xinxi's incident. Chang Jianyi didn't want to control Shen Feng too much, but she didn't expect that Shen Feng and Li Qiyi already had a close relationship. At this time, she could only recognize her by pinching her nose. It is concluded that there will be one more person in Fengshan Palace in the future. After getting Chang Jianyi's permission, Shen Feng was suddenly ecstatic, and then said to Li Qiyi on the other side of the video, it's okay, then come quickly. There will always be a place for you in Yazhou. There are many scientists on my side. Besides scientists, there are also many ordinary people. They will come with me at that time. Is it okay? Li Qiyi tentatively began to ask, and these people followed. He rushed out of Yanjing City, and after he came out, he would follow Li Qiyi no matter what he said, and he couldn't shake him off. Bring everyone here. If you are a scientist, you can go to the laboratory. If you are a civilian, you can send them to the south to farm. Shen Feng gave his own answer. You are so kind, my dear. I will take people south immediately. You should be ready to accept. As for the specific situation, I will let Su Xing send a report to explain. Li Qiyi said happily on the other end of the video. After saying these words, Li Qiyi hung up the phone. Let's continue the meeting. Now that we know why Yanjing was compromised, we have a countermeasure. Chang Jianyi said slowly. After hearing this, everyone hurried back to the main hall, ready to continue the meeting. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.